Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Day 4 of the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. We'd like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land on which we meet, the Darug people of the Eora Nation, and extend our respect to elders past, present and emerging. Weather today is a little bit overcast. There are some chances of showers throughout the day, a top temperature of just under 20 degrees, but the wind once again is playing very nicely. I'm joined in the studio by Rob Glendinning, and Rob, it's still looking like you could, our first few rowers out there will be cutting some glass this morning.
Yes, beautiful conditions there, Stuart. It's certainly has been a good 4 days of rowing in space of the weather. It's in terms of the weather, it's absolutely perfect rowing conditions, and we're looking forward to a great day of racing today.
Now, there are a couple of things. This is the last day of racing, so a reminder to all the people that are here at the Regatta Centre that there is an event taking place tomorrow, and there are to be no vehicles, boats, trailers or equipment left on the island overnight. So no vehicles, boats, trailers or equipment to be left on the island tonight. So anyone who's planning to pick things up tomorrow, you will need to move it to the car park on the entry side of the venue today. So you'll need to do that this afternoon. So as your races are finishing, your trailers are loaded, move them across to the other sides of the venue. Rowing New South Wales has arranged for early access to the entry side of the venue from 4:30 a.m. tomorrow to pick up any trailers overnight. You'll need to pick up things by 7 a.m. and that way to avoid being caught up in the arriving event traffic inside the venue. So a reminder that if you are taking your trailers out tomorrow, they'll need to go on the other side of the venue from the island, and they can be collected between 4:30 Monday morning to 7 a.m. Monday morning. So that will hopefully help avoid some of the traffic that Sydney is, well, known for.
Yeah, absolutely, and the traffic getting out of here in the mornings can be quite heavy, so the earlier they start, the better. Just a couple of other announcements. Any winners of the heavyweight single scull that would like to take part in the Champion of Champions at the end of the day, please register your interest at Athlete Services as soon as possible. The draw for this event will take place at about 10 a.m, so you need to let the organisers know of your intentions by going to the Athlete Services. Also, could Jennifer Missenden go to Athlete Services? Items belonging to you have been handed in, so if Jennifer or anybody who knows Jennifer can let her know that her items are at Athlete Services.
So the racing today will kick off at 8 a.m, so in about 5 minutes' time, and we can just see there some of the women's F quad sculls heading out for their initial heat. So we've got racing from 8 a.m, and that will go through until 11:30. Then we've got a little bit of a break, so heats up until 9:30 a.m, and then we've got a couple of para races to kick off our finals here on Day 4 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Finals will go through till 11:30, then we've got some more heats from 12:10 until 1 p.m, and then the final sections of finals from 2 p.m. onwards, with the women's and men's Champion of Champions races on from 3:30 and 3:35 this afternoon respectively, to finish up racing here today. And we saw yesterday, Rob, some fantastic racing in the Interstate Regatta. I wonder how many sore heads there are from the South Australian eights, the men's and the women's, both going through with the wins.
Oh, weren't they amazing races yesterday afternoon, Stuart? And I'm certain there would have been much to celebrate last night, and they would have gone long and hard. So there could well be a few sore heads this morning, but well deserved if that's the case. And we look forward to seeing a lot of those competitors showing up today for their races and putting it all out there again.
Exactly right. So racing underway in a few minutes' time. So we've got to kick off things, we've got the women's F quad sculls, we've got some men's F coxless pairs, the women's D double sculls, men's G double sculls, and then a couple of heats for some eights. We've got the women's eights heats, E grade eights heats, and then the men's E quads, and then some pairs and doubles to finish up the first first part of the morning session. So some great racing coming up, and that'll kick off in a couple of moments' time. You can just see there the footage from the starting platform. So they've set up some temporary, you can see the pontoons that are set up at the 1,000 metres. We've got the women's quad sculls just lining up at the moment, getting themselves all aligned. And you can see there from the footage, just a little bit moody, the clouds overhead, out towards the Blue Mountains off in the distance. I know last night, going up around in that late afternoon, early evening kind of a thing, it was just an absolutely stunning view with the sunset. Unfortunately, you know, when you're rowing, you're not really paying much attention to it, and also facing the wrong direction. But yeah, the conditions at the moment still absolutely on point. We've been very, very lucky. The starting list is up now for the first heat of the women's F Quad Sculls. In lane 2 from Carrum Rowing Club, Elizabeth Ritchie, Jackie Petley, Mary Hunter, Helen Kelly, and coached by Drew Holman. Lane 3 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Lindy Nisbet, Chris Brennan, Rosalie Furness, Diane McShane, and coached by Peter Bond. Lane 4 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Jill Plummer, Catherine Dermody, Irina Benjamin, and Val Dow. In lane 5 from Black Mountain Rowing Club, we've got Pamela Nash, Fiona Martin, Yvonne Poles, and Jeanette Gasson. Lane 6 from Commercial and Rockhampton Fitzroy up in Queensland, Selwyn Fay, Louise Street, Cheryl Rowan, and Joe Cook. Lane 7 from Goolwa Rowing Club in South Australia, Jackie Woodhead, Diana Tebnev, Steph Wilden, Kate Tebnev, and coached by Bob Russell. Lane 8 from Pine Rivers and Mackay, we've got Suzanne Hafner, Therese Clancy, Anne Holmes, and Solvig Ward. And then in lane 9 from ANA Rowing Club, Kay Jansen, Jenny Longman, Indra Sivakulundu, and Sandra Clark. So you can see the scullers there, the ANA crew in the black and white stripes, almost Collingwood-like. And if it's any consolation for those not from South Australia, the Adelaide Crows did lose last night to the Gold Coast Suns.
So they did lose something, Stuart,
They did lose something, but I don't think that's going to particularly bother the rowers that were out there in the eights. But some fantastic racing that was on yesterday. I know, just from a purely selfish perspective, the women's quads and Victoria v the ACT going out hard early, and then Victoria managing to get them through. But some high quality racing there.
There certainly was, and I think the racing in all those interstate races was fantastic, and the eights and changing positions and coming through the 500 and the change of positions over the last 500 as different strategies took place was led to some great racing and well-deserved wins from a number of crews.
Yeah, very well spread out amongst the crews. I think it was 2 golds for South Australia, 1 for the ACT, 1 for Victoria, 1 for New South Wales, and 1 for Tasmania. Can't forget that in the men's quad sculls.
No, of course, and what a great row that was from the crew stroked by Tommy Wilcox. It was certainly, took the bit between the teeth very early on in the race, as did the South Australian women's crew, and jumped out to an early lead and managed to hold on to that. But they're away in the women's F Quad Scull Heat 1.
So racing underway for day 4 of the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. We're talking about those interstate races. Pamela Nash from Black Mountain Rowing Club in lane number 5 was part of that ACT crew. She was a last-minute substitution for Adair Ferguson, who unfortunately was a little bit unwell. So I know that Adair watches on to these ones very intently. I normally get the messages through straight afterwards, so hopefully you're recovering well back home in Canberra, Adair. And you can just see there that Black Mountain crew over in lane number 5 with the very distinctive red Zooties and the red blades. They do have a new shed that's been built on Black Mountain Peninsula, so very much looking forward to seeing. They've had some private investment, so one of a number of new boat sheds that's either recently gone up in construction, or I know that Canberra Rowing Club are very close to having being shovel ready for their new boat shed as well. So certainly some exciting new infrastructure going up around the ACT. That Black Mountain crew looking quite good. They are being led there by the Commercial and Rockhampton Fitzroy composite in lane number 6, looking like they might just be a little bit ahead of them, and then a couple of lanes across from them, you've got the crew from Endeavour Rowing Club also looking quite good as they're coming up now towards the 500 metre mark. So they've hit peak Bon Jovi. They're nearly halfway there.
And look at the conditions once again. Just to mention them, we're seeing the reflections off the boat and the rowers off the water as they come down to the 500 metre mark. It's just amazing conditions. But it will be the Endeavour crew, Endeavour 1 crossing in the 500 in first place, Commercial Rockhampton coming across just shading Pine Rivers Mackay. 0.1 of a second back to Black Mountain, Goolwa, Melbourne and Carrum. So it's a tight race coming across that 500, and remembering that the first 3 go to the final, which is race 303. The rest will be eliminated. So there's a lot to play for with these 8 crews coming down in this race.
Yeah, and it appears to be a race in 2. So first, second, third and fourth, all within about 3 seconds of each other. And then Goolwa, Melbourne, Carrum and A&A, just a little bit off the pace at the moment. So it would take a pretty big comeback to be able to get into those qualification positions. Now we are seeing Black Mountain just make a little bit of a move on that commercial composite. Endeavour Rowing Club over in lane 3, Lindy Nisbet, Chris Brennan, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane still out in front. And that Pine Rivers composite of Suzanne Hafner, Therese Clancy, Anne Holmes and Solvig Ward also looking pretty good, but now they're starting to get mowed down. We're seeing some moves now. Commercial composite in lane 6, Black Mountain in lane number 5. We've got 4 leading crews and only 3 of them are going through to the final. And I suspect it's going to be between the Pine Rivers Mackay composite in lane 8 and Black Mountain in lane number 5 for that final qualification position. As we see our crews coming in now to the last 100 metres or so. Endeavour out in front. They're on the far side, furthest away from the grandstand. We've got the Pine Rivers Mackay composite in lane number 8, possibly sitting in second. Here comes the push now from Commercial Composite and also the Black Mountain crew in lane number 5 in the red Zooties. We've got 3 qualification positions. We've got 4 boats going for it. They're in now to the last 75 metres or so. It's still Endeavour out in front. Commercial Composite are putting in a big push. Pine Rivers Composite as well. Black Mountain have moved up into 3rd place. Are they able to hold on though? Here come the Queenslanders on the outside. It's going to be Endeavour. It's going to be Commercial Composite. It's going to be the Pine Rivers Composite just ahead of Black Mountain. I think there might have only been a bow number in it. Coming through in 4th place will be the crew from Goolwa in South Australia. They'll take 5th. And then coming through in 6th will be the crew from Melbourne Rowing Club. 7th will be the distinctive bright green Zooties of Carrum with A&A coming through in 8th. We'll have to wait for the final confirmation there. Up on the screen it has Black Mountain just pipping Pine Rivers Mackay, but we'll wait for the official confirmation because I think it was certainly a lot tighter than a second between 3rd and 4th. So certainly the win there for Endeavour Rowing Club. 2nd place going to Commercial Rockhampton Fitzroy, and then we'll wait on the confirmation for the 3rd and final qualification position.
And over to race 282, Women's Masters F Quad Scull, the second heat. Once again, the progression is 1st, 2nd and 3rd to the final, the rest to be eliminated. So as you saw in that last race, it was a tightly contested contest at over the last 50 metres. In lane 2, Sydney University, Lisa Cotty, Jodie Cathcart, Emma Smith, Kerry Bigsworth, coached by Kirsten Lilquist and Philip Titterton. In lane 3, Bairnsdale Composite of Louise Avery, Sue Howard-Smith, Tony Milne and Lynn Broad. In lane 4, Perth, Deb Barry, Celia Cornwall, Carolyn Fennell, Catherine Kennedy, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 5, Murwillumbah Composite, the Murwillumbah Tamar Mersey Composite of Marie Colson, Alison Kirkwood, Neroli Ellis, Dagmar Wimmering. In lane 6, Manning River Composite, Manning River Murwillumbah, Joanne McPhillamy, Sue Edward, Michelle Johnson and Gay Pullen. In lane 7, the Des Moines Composite with Black Mountain of Kathy Nash, Sky Smith, Cecile Young and Colleen Chapman. And in lane 8, St George Composite with Mossman of Ann Taylor, Joanne Ward, Christine McCready and Andrea Coos, coached by Bruce Williams.
So we're seeing the footage from the BRO boats. So again, we've got some GoPros or some cameras set up on the front of the BRO boats, and you can see there the footage of the crews going down. So certainly putting in some big efforts at the moment. So from the middle of the course, So we're just waiting again on that final official confirmation of the results. So they are unofficial still. No, we do have the official results, and it was Endeavour with the win, 0.86 of a second back to the Commercial Rockhampton Fitzroy crew, 0.76 of a second back to Pine Rivers Mackay. Black Mountain missing out by 0.24 of a second. Absolutely nothing in that.
No, it's cruel, isn't it, Stuart? It's absolutely cruel. But this goes to show the Endeavour crew had a very good lead going across the 500, but were pulled back. So really, it just it means you can't leave anything to chance, and you've got to push all the way in these heats, because the chances of getting knocked over in the last 200 or 300 metres by just taking a little bit easy early on is too much of a risk.
So through the 500 metres, it was the Murwillumbah Composite in lane 5, leading the St George Mossman crew by 0.23 of a second. And then, Rob, we're going to be in for another cracker for the final qualification position. Perth Rowing Club sitting in third place. Manning River Murwillumbah 0.35 of a second behind at the 500 metre mark, just when you thought it was safe to come out of the house. We've got the Bairnsdale Composite sitting in 5th place, and then Drummoyne Black Mountain and Sydney University making up our fields through the first 500. They're now going up towards the 1750 metre mark. Still that St George Mossman Composite leading the, looks to be the Murwillumbah Tamar Mersey Composite over in lane 6. And I suspect that Mossman St George crew just starting to pull, just getting their bow balls ahead, although the Murwillumbah Tamar Mersey Composite still up there with them. Now, in the battle for third place, we've got the Manning River Murwillumbah Composite in lane number 6. So plenty of Murwillumbahs out there. We've got Perth Rowing Club sitting in lane 4. And we're seeing a little bit of a push here from the Bairnsdale Phoenix A&A Composite as well, although they may just run out of space a little bit there. So St George Mossman Composite sitting closest to the grandstand. The Murwillumbah Tamar Mersey Composite now just starting to pull ahead. You can see in the last 50 metres or so, they really gave it a bit of welly, and they've now opened up about a boat length lead over that second place crew from Sydney. In the battle for third, the Manning River Composite sitting in third place. We're going to see Murwillumbah Composite come through in first, second to the St George Mossman Composite, and then coming through in third place, it will be the Manning River Murwillumbah Composite. They'll go through to the final about half a boat length ahead of the crew from Perth Rowing Club. And then in 5th place will be the Bairnsdale Composite, 6th going to the Drummoyne Composite, and 7th going to the crew from Sydney University. So the winning time there of 3 minutes 57.48. The time in the first heat was 3 minutes 56.63. So plenty of pressure being put on there. I suspect that we're going to be in for a fantastic final in the women's F Quad Sculls.
And moving right along to race 283, the Women's Masters F Quad Scull Heat 3. On the start, ready to go. The competitors are in lane 2, North Shore, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Jeanette Pendleton, Karen Knowles, and coached by John Gouvenet. In lane 3, Endeavour Composite, Mari Brown, Louise Termine, Katrina Whiteley, Diana Trescott. And in lane 4, Ballarat Composite of Jennifer Bingham, Geraldine Goss, Julia Ward, and Kathy Lloyd. In lane 5, the Nagambie Composite, the Nagambie and Melbourne University of Josephine Bant, Wendy Cotter, Linda Cafaso, Suzanne Edwards. And in lane 6, the Clifton Union Wanganui North Shore Composite, all New Zealanders, from Nikki Douglas, Jennifer Evans, Kay Poynton, Helen Wood. And in lane 7, the Curtin University crew of Ronnie Cooper, Alison White, Pam Nichols, Sharon Ann Jones. And in lane 8, Commercial Rowing Club, Debbie Flynn, Vicky Charles, Lynette Parker, and Sally Broadley.
So the crews, again, we're getting that fantastic view from the BRO boat as we see them coming up towards the first 250 metres. And again, the clouds just a little bit threatening overhead. We are expecting potentially some light showers. Shouldn't be too much, he says, while crossing his fingers and touching wood. But certainly the conditions here, as mentioned a number of times, have been absolutely on point. So we're just having a look at the radar at the moment, and yeah, some scattered showers potentially about. So hopefully we were able to get through with not too many dramas. As long as there's no rain at about 9:52, I'll be a very happy little camper. It's very difficult to grip onto a set of rubber oars with no fingerprints. So coming through the 500 metres, we've seen some fantastic couple of heats so far to kick off things for the women's F Quad Sculls. And in this race, Rob, I don't know that we've got a distinctive leader here at the moment. Well, we've got one crew that's about a boat length out in front, but then I'm counting about 5 or 6 crews that are all going for it.
Yeah, well, Ballarat City just going through with it's shading Clifton Composite in 2 seconds behind, and Nagambie 0.26 of a second, Commercial 0.85, North Shore 1.35, Endeavour 0.21. This is setting up for a great finish.
Yeah, Curtin University just at the back of the pack at the moment, so they are probably the ones out of it. You can see up on the screen there is absolutely not a lot between 2nd and 6th. So we've seen 4 boats going for 3 spots. Let's go for 6 into 3. So coming down the course now, they're coming up towards the 250 metre mark. The Ballarat City Composite in lane number 4. Probably our leaders still as they're coming up towards the 750 metre mark. The crews next to them though, the Nagambie Composite, the Clifton Composite. How many times have we seen the Kiwis do well at this regatta? Over here on lane number 8, the Commercial Rowing Club crew from Brisbane. They're also sitting quite nicely. And then we're just seeing over on the far side, the North Shore Rowing Club crew in lane number 2, also starting to push hard. So the crew from Endeavour and Lake Macquarie in lane 3 just dropping off the pace a little bit. So it does look like they've got certainly a mountain to climb if they're able to go through and to make it through to the final of the women's F Quad Sculls. What a fantastic few races we've had to start day 4. The 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships coming to you from the Sydney International Regatta Centre. They're in now to the last 100 metres or so. The Ballarat City Composite, they've led from the start, and the Nagambie Composite next to them in lane number 5. They're starting to push through. Here come the Kiwis, the Clifton Composite in lane 6, pulling ahead of Commercial. They're just dropping off the pace a little bit. North Shore over in lane 2, sitting in 3rd place at the moment. It's the Ballarat City Composite in lane 4, half a boat length ahead of the Nagambie Composite in lane number 5. Then North Shore, Clifton Composite, Commercial and Endeavour. It will be a win there for Ballarat City Composite. Nagambie Composite coming through, and then it's a photo for the 3rd place. The Kiwis with a big push towards the end there. Have they done enough to be able to get ahead of North Shore? We're going to have to go to the photo. It'll be between Clifton and North Shore Composite. There was absolutely nothing in that. You thought that the North Shore crew had it won, were going through to the final, but the Clifton Composite, the crew from Clifton, Yugan and Whanganui and North Shore, New Zealand, North Shore v North Shore. Which North Shore got through? I don't know. We're waiting for the official confirmation on that.
Way too close to call there, Stuart, and what a great race. And once again, it sets us up for a great final. These crews, there's nothing in them at all across the whole range of entries in this event. On the course, we have race 284, Men's Masters F Pair. This is Heat 1 with a progression 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th to the final. In lane 3, we have Tuong, Jeff Conn and Gavin Keeley, coached by Terry Mulligan. In lane 4, we have Tuong, Roger Gould, Trevor Bettany, once again coached by Terry Mulligan. In lane 5, the Horowhenua Composite of Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. And in lane 6, the University of New South Wales, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield. In lane 7, the Sandy Bay Composite of Michael Wilson and David Fisher. And in lane 8, the Newcastle Composite of Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley. And it is surprising, Stuart, how many times the Tuong crews have doubled up in races and ended up side by side.
Look, you know, if they didn't have enough practice against each other up on the Brisbane River, then they're certainly doing so now. Official confirmation of results from heat number 3. So we saw in heat number 1, Black Mountain missing out by 0.24 of a second. Our winner in heat number 3, the Ballarat City Composite. Second place, Ngambie Melbourne University Composite. Third place, 0.05 of a second, North Shore, New South Wales. Just ahead of the Clifton Composite, 0.05 of a second.
Oh, that's got to be half a bow ball, Stuart. But through the 500 in the men's F pair heat, Toowong going through in 1:54, very snappy time for a heat in an F pair. Sandy Bay Elveston X through only 0.41 of a second down the Horowhenua and Union pair of in 2.88 seconds down, then Toowong University of New South Wales and Newcastle Glebe.
So the Toowong crew in lane number 3, Jeff Conn and Gavin Kiley out in front at the moment. It's certainly looking very good for that lead. So first, second, third and fourth going through to the final of the men's F pairs, with the rest being eliminated from this event. So 2 crews to miss out, and at the moment you would probably say it is the crews in lane number 6, the University of New South Wales, and then the Newcastle Glebe crew in lane number 8, but also too does look to be that second Toowong crew, Roger Gould and Trevor Bettany in lane number 4, that might also be in a little bit of drama here. So again, you know, we're looking at some very tight finishes coming up here on the final day of racing. Certainly no doubt about our leaders, Jeff Conn and Gavin Kiley from Toowong Rowing Club out in lane number 3, looking very comfortable there. The Sandy Bay Elveston Composite from Tasmania, Michael Wilson and David Fisher, also looking the goods in lane number 7 as we're in now to the last 100 metres or so. Coming through in third place, it is that Horowhenua Union Whanganui composite of Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. We saw them do very well in the doubles yesterday, managing to go through and take a win. And then in this battle for third place, we're seeing our final 3 crews. So we've got the Toowong crew in lane number 4, University of New South Wales lane 6, and Newcastle Glebe composite in lane number 8, battling it out. I think Newcastle and Glebe, just with a few steering issues, going through a bit of dramas. Toowong will go through and take the win. Second place to Sandy Bay Ulverston for them. And then third going through to the Horowhenua composite. And then coming through in the final qualification position, it will be the University of New South Wales. They'll qualify about a quarter of a boat length ahead of Toowong Rowing Club in lane number 4. And then the Newcastle Glebe composite coming through in 6th place. The winning time there in our first heat, 3 minutes 57.42. So we see our crews getting ready for the start of heat number 2 of the F pairs. First, second, third and fourth through to the final. Third in lane 3 from North Shore Rowing Club, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, coached by Kim Rudder. Lane 4 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Tetchin and Kenneth Major. In lane 5 from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club in Victoria, Stuart Critchell and Jack Chatsigyakumis. In lane 6 from Murwillumbah Rowing Club in northern New South Wales, Anthony Robert G and David Rees. Lane 7 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Jeffrey Canning and Simon Glascott. And lane 8, we've got a Karen Powerhouse composite of Ross Mercell and Drew Holman.
So Stuart, we're on, got the view from the umpire's launch on the live stream at the moment. You can see just a few steering issues in some of the crews, and it's particularly in a pair on this course, you know, with all the boys, it makes it pretty tough going if you're going to run along those boys. So it's pays dividends to stay in the middle of the track and keep away from those obstacles on the side.
Yeah, in the pair, Rob, really that's it's a difficult boat to be able to row well, I think. And, you know, you're trying to, and particularly with sweep rowing, you know, and you're trying to keep your foot in the right spot because all of these boats, although having said that, I did row in Perth in a pair with no foot steering, so that was interesting. But so you're trying to keep your foot in the right spot so the boat's going straight, whilst at the same time leaning out to the side.
Absolutely, and the trick in the pair is to be able to match that power, the input of the power, because of course the bow rower has that slight advantage over the stroke in being further forward in the boat. So it's about being able to match that power and not pulling the boat around and keeping your foot off that steering plate, which is going to slow the boat down. So it's a very tricky boat to row, but one of the best feeling boats. If you can get one moving, they are a great boat to row. But through the 500 metre mark, we have North Shore coming through in that first place, with 0.25 back to Murwillumbah, 1.4 back to Glebe. There's nothing in this race again. Carrum, Yarra and Drummoyne. So it's very tight for this. There's 5 crews really at this point in time that are in for those first 4 spots. So it's going to be a crack of a finish.
Yeah, the crew from North Shore over in lane number 3. So we saw lane 3 take out the first heat with the Toowong Rowing Club. Lane 3 still out in the lead, but certainly under a little bit of pressure from Glebe Rowing Clubs, Mark Tetchin and Kenneth Major. We saw them do well in the doubles yesterday, sitting in 3rd place. At the moment, it does look to be the crew from Murwillumbah. Now, it's worthwhile pointing out they've got Queensland next to their name on the sheets. They are affiliated with Rowing Queensland, but Murwillumbah itself is actually based in northern New South Wales, so just south of the border. Out near Mount Warning, which is the first place to get the sunshine in Australia. I don't know if they still have it open. They used to be able to go for a hike up the top of Mount Warning and catch the sunrise first in the country, so a nice little place to go. Over here in lane number 8, the Carrum Powerhouse Composite. Oh, they've certainly come home like a powerhouse. They are sitting quite nicely ahead of the crew from Yarra Yarra in lane number 5. Drummoyne just a little bit off the pace now. Out in front, North Shore, Eric Luck, Chris Walsh. They've got some clear water between themselves and the chasing pack. Now then, who's going to come through for 2nd, 3rd and 4th? We've got North Shore out in front. They've got a couple of strokes. They'll go through and take the win. Coming through in 2nd place, it will be the crew from Murwillumbah, who'll finish just ahead of Carrum and Glebe, who'll both qualify for the final. So we'll wait for confirmation as to who finished 3rd, who finished 4th, but certainly Carrum and Glebe qualifying. Yarra Yarra just missing out by about a boat length in 5th place, and Drummoyne coming through in 6th. So some tight finishes again here, Rob, just for something a little bit different. We've got up on the screen unofficially that it looked to be, yeah, Glebe just ahead of Carrum Powerhouse, but we'll wait for the confirmation on that. But certainly North Shore, Murwillumbah, Glebe and Carrum Powerhouse qualifying for the final of the men's F coxless pairs.
So Stuart, we have race 286, the Women's Masters D double, heat 1. The progression is once again 1, 2, 3, or 1st, 2nd, 3rd to the final, race 307. There have been some slight changes in this race, so I'll read the lineup as it stands. Melbourne appears to have come out of the following heat and moved into this heat. So the crews will be in lane 2, Shoalhaven St George Composite of Amanda Berrant, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry and Bruce Williams. In lane 3, North Shore New Zealand Rowing Club, Rebecca Caro and Natalie Taylor. In lane 5, North Shore Rowing Club from Sydney, Zita Briones and Ruth Gibson, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 6, Melbourne Rowing Club, B. Klein Van Mullicum and Michelle Joy. In lane 7, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club of Rayleigh Ison and Michelle Duzel. And in lane 8, Canberra, Belinda Bowman and Sarah Whiteman. And lane 9, Brisbane and GPS Composite, Andrea Painter and Janine Reid.
So we're still waiting on official confirmation of the results for the men's F coxless pairs. The unofficial results are up at the moment, and it was Glebe by 0.2 of a second over the Carrum Powerhouse crew. So we'll wait for that to tick over from completed unofficial through to official, but both crews going through to the final. So a little bit less stress for our crews going through there. And then it was only 1.91 seconds back to the Yarra Yarra crew sitting in 5th place. So again, just fantastic racing to kick off the day. as we see our women's D double sculls, the first, second and third, going through to the final in this one. So we've got 3 heats of the women's D double sculls, as we just see them now coming up towards the 500 metre mark. And again, you could just about spread a blanket over the field. It does look to be the extremities that are leading, the Brisbane and GPS Commercial, Andrea Painter and Janine Reid, and then the Shoalhaven St George composite of Amanda Barron and Katrina Davis, who look to be out in front from our angle, but there's not a lot between our first 4 crews. Again, we've got 4 into 3 going up. So Brisbane GPS leading Melbourne by 0.06 of a second, 0.19 of a second, back to Shoalhaven and St George, and then the crew from North Shore, New Zealand, 1.5 seconds back, all to do. North Shore, Sydney, we saw them get up earlier on today, but they are sitting in 5th place and well outside the qualification, and then back to Lake Macquarie in 6th place, and Canberra Rowing Club coming through in 7th. So again, Rob, we're up for another exciting finish. First 3 through to the final. We've got 4 crews in contention.
We certainly do. It seems to be a little bit of a gap back to that 4th position. So, but the crews have spread right across the field. So out here in lane 9, looking across to lane 2, they've got to keep an eye on them, and that is often very difficult, having to turn your head 90 degrees to understand exactly where you're going. So, best plan here is to leave nothing to chance and go for that place.
Yeah, and the big one's going to be here between lanes number 2 and 3. So Shoalhaven St George composite in lane 2, the North Shore crew in lane 3. They can see each other and they'll be well aware of where they are. Out in front though, we do have the crew from, it looks to be a few crews over. So we've got this crew from Melbourne Rowing Club in lane number 6 who are out in front, and then this crew in lane number 9, Brisbane GPS and Commercial composite. But there's a big push here coming from the Kiwis, and they may just be leaving this Brisbane and GPS composite behind a little bit. So as you say, Rob, very well spread out, and it's going to make things difficult because if you ease off even a little bit, there's another crew ready to come through. We're into the last 75 metres or so. It's the Shoalhaven composite over in lane number 7. Melbourne Rowing Club in lane 6. They're putting a big push through. They're going to go through and take the heat win. Second place will go through to the Shoalhaven composite. And third, the final qualification position goes to the Brisbane and GPS Commercial crew. The North Shore New Zealand crew in 4th place, about a boat length behind, just weren't able to make up that little bit of ground. Lake Macquarie will come through in 5th place, Rayleigh Ison and Michelle Dizelle. And then in 6th place will be North Shore Rowing Club here in Sydney, Zita Briones and Ruth Gibson. And then making up our field will be the crew from Canberra Rowing Club, Belinda Bowman and Sarah Whiteman. Winning time there, provisional winning time of 3 minutes 58. 3 minutes 58 flat with 2 seconds back to, so exactly 4 minutes for the Shoalhaven St George crew, unofficially. Let's not change that.
And race 287 in the starting blocks. It's the Women's Masters D Double Scull Heat 2. Progression once again, 1, 2, 3 to the final. In lane 2, Newcastle University of Jules Bosco, Teresa Chadwick, with coaches Chantel Lindsay and Rowan Hislop. In lane 3, ADF Rowing, Australian Defence Force Rowing Club of Sorrel Woodward and Virginia Haywood. In lane 4, Community Composite, Mika Kelly and Fiona Jackson, coaches Leanne James and Mark Tejan. In lane 5, Swan River Composite, Renee Bravelli and Alexandra Thornton. In lane 6, the Albert Park South Melbourne Composite of Justine Tonner Joyce and Fiona Milne. And in lane 7, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Belinda Bingham and Leslie Howard. Lane 8, Toowong Composite of Tanya Bremer and Svetlana Vikolov.
Yeah, so a couple of the crews in this one. So lane number 4, the Community Composite crew, Mickey Kelly. We saw her make her New South Wales debut last night in the women's PR3 single sculls. Fiona Jackson from Community Rowing Club, and the two will actually be racing each other in the women's PR3 single scull later on this morning. So they'll be backing up for a second run down the course there in the women's PR3 single scull. So there are 2 ones there. Virginia Haywood from the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club. So she is a board member at Rowing ACT, and her son rows for Canberra Grammar School as well. So Very talented rower there. Sorrel Woodward's certainly a stalwart of the ADF Rowing Club, been involved with that for a number of years. So you will see ADF Rowing Club are based officially in the ACT, but they do have a number of members from around the country. So it is a way for our serving Defence Force members, because obviously places like Darwin don't have the rowing clubs, and it's an opportunity for them to still be involved with the rowing club. And then they all come together. They've, I know in the past, they've had the big army tent set up at West Lakes when it was down in Adelaide in 2021. And yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how that ADF rowing crew goes in lane number 3. Albert Park, South Melbourne, leading Swan River ANA, and those two leading crews, they've got some lovely clear water between themselves and the chasing pack. So Newcastle University sitting in 3rd place, a boat length back to the ADF rowing crew in 4th place, so just outside of the qualification positions. Leichhardt in 5th, Toowong Centenary in 6th place, and then it'll be back a little bit further again to our final crew, which may just dropped off the pace a little bit there. So that'll be the Swan River ANA Composite, Renee Brivelli and Alexandra Thornton. But out in front, our two leading crews, they are going to be very hard to beat come the final, because they are absolutely blitzing it in this heat. So Justine Tonner-Joyce and Fiona Milne from Albert Park, South Melbourne, and Corio Bay leading the Swan River ANA Composite from WA of Renee Brivelli and Alexandra Thornton. So they're our two leaders. And then coming through in 3rd place at the moment does look to be the Newcastle University crew of Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick in that final qualification position. ADF rowing just dropping off the pace a little bit, and then the Leichhardt crew, Belinda Brigham and Leslie Howard in lane 7, and the Toowong Centenary crew of Tanya Bremer and Svetlana Vikolov in sitting just in behind them. But out in front, our two leading crews still battling it out with each other though. You still want to make sure that you go through, get into that nice little middle lane for the finals, and certainly the Albert Park South Melbourne Composite have been sitting quite nicely over there in lane number 6. They're stroked by Justine Tonner-Joyce from Corio Bay. They've got about half a boat length ahead of the Swan River ANA Composite in lane number 5. So in the Battle of Victoria v WA, it will be the Victorians who'll go through, take the heat win in heat number 2 of the women's D double scull. 2nd place going to the Swan River Composites from WA, Swan River and ANA. And then to come through in 3rd place, just to spread the love around the country, it will be the crew from Newcastle University, Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick, who will qualify for the final of the women's D double sculls. The battle for 4th place, it will be the crew from Leichhardt, finishing just ahead of the Toowong Centenary Composite in 5th. ADF Rowing coming through in 6th place, and then we've got the Community Glebe Composite in lane number 7. Mika Kelly and Fiona Jackson making up our field, and certainly looking forward to seeing both these women out again for the women's PR3.
Yes, and the Albert Park South Melbourne Corio Bay crew really just wound it down the line, so the time is not overly flattering, but it's certainly reflected just how much of a lead that they had put over the rest of the field. But up on the start, we have race 288, the heat 3 of the Women's Masters D double scull. In lane 2, we have another Albert Park South Melbourne crew of Lisa Lettick and Marie-Cecile Lacoste. In lane 3, Mossman, Tiffany Hutchison and Christine Foxton. In lane 4, we have Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. In lane 5, Ulverston Composite, Tamar Narelle Bingham and Belinda Schultz, as the Community Glebe Composite comes across the line to complete the field in the previous race. In lane 6, we have the Pine Rivers Composite, Tracy Evans and M. Smider. In lane 7, Black Mountain Composite, Sue Donoghue and Jane Clues. And in lane 8, Toowong Composite of Jacqueline de Jong and Kate Dombrowski. So once again, the first three qualifiers through to the final, and the rest eliminated. And this is the third and final heat of the women's Masters D double scull. And as they come down towards the 500 metre mark, it's pretty close across the field there. It's not much in it at all. It appears that the crew over in the Toowong Composite, over on the grandstand side of the course, and the crew over in lane Drummoyne and Mossman crews team to be up in the front group, but we'll see as we cross across the 500 metre mark. But certainly that Toowong Composite crew coming across the 500 metre mark. Toowong Riverway holding a slight advantage over the Pine Rivers Toowong crew. Then it's nothing in it for Drummoyne, Ulverstone, Tamar and Black Mountain. Three crews within a second of each other crossing the line. So this is really setting itself up for another cracker of a finish. First three to go to the final only. Toowong Riverway certainly have a little bit of a gap, but that's not surmountable by the following pack.
Absolutely. Just these finishes going through for these final qualification positions. There, as you say, Rob, there is absolutely nothing in it. And look, on the topic of interstate people, the Black Mountain Composite, worthwhile mentioning Sue Donahoe winning the women's PR3 single sculls last night, and Jane Clues was part of the silver medal winning ACT women's quad scull crew. So plenty of good rowing in that particular boat. I suspect, though, they might just be dropping off the pace a little bit here. So it's certainly the Toowong Riverway Composite of Jacqueline de Jong and Kate Dombrowski from Riverway and Toowong out in front at the moment. Then in second place, I've got the Pine Rivers Toowong Composite. So the two Queensland crews, 1 and 2, as they're coming up into the last 200 metres or so. Next to them, the Ulverstone Tamar Composite in lane number 5. And then a little bit of a gap to, not much of a gap actually, Drummoyne sitting in lane number 4, and then the Albert Park South Melbourne crew in lane number 2. Also pushing hard for that final qualification position. Black Mountain ANU just dropping off the pace a little bit there. And it does look like we might be down a Mossman crew in this particular race. But out in front, Jacqueline de Jong and Kate Dombrowski from Riverway and Toowong rowing clubs. They're into the final stages now, and barring disaster, they should be able to go through. Second place, the Pine Rivers Toowong Composite. So the two Queensland crews will go through. And then next to them, we've got the Ulverstone Tamar Composite. They're sitting in third. They've opened up a boat length. They should go through for the final qualification position. Toowong Riverway with the win. Second place, Pine Rivers and Toowong. And third goes to the Tasmanians, Narelle Hayes and Belinda Schultz. Fourth place goes to Albert Park, South Melbourne. Fifth place going to lane number 4, the crew from Drummoyne. Sixth to the Black Mountain ANU Composite to make up our field. So again, not really a heck of a lot between all of our crews there, Rob.
Absolutely, and it's so cruel at times, this sport, isn't it? You can have a great race and just be pipped on the line to miss out on the final. But certainly, the racing has been extremely close this morning, which is exactly what we want to see out of an Australian Masters Rowing Championship. Once again, just a reminder for any of the heavyweight single scullers that would like to take part in the Champion of Champions at the end of the day, make sure you register your interest with Athlete Services. And as I said earlier, the draw will be taking place in an hour or so, so you need to get up there quick smart if you've sat around and had a bit of a think about it for that Champion of Champions to be run this afternoon.
Racing is underway in the men's G double sculls, first, second and third to go through to the final. Lane 2 from Clifton Rowing Club in New Zealand, Gus Barron and Kerry Dombrowski. In lane 3 from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, we've got Michael Robertson and Joel Edgington, coached by David Doyle. In lane 4 from Hawke's Bay and Mercer Rowing Club, so a composite from across the ditch again, Alan Cleaver and Jerry Steenkammer. In lane 5 from Wide Bay and Mackay, Michael Wolfhart and Jim Stafford. In lane 6 from North Shore, New Zealand and Union Whanganui, we have Robert Evans and Gordon Williams. Lane 7 from Goolwa in South Australia, David England and Simon Burr. Lane 8 from Essendon Rowing Club, Stuart Alsop and Bill Nugent. And lane 9 from Murdoch University Rowing Club, Greg Vines and Alan Barry. And I know that having been next to the Goolwa tent for a little bit during this regatta, I know that they will be very much cheering on that crew in lane number 7, David England and Simon Burr.
Yes, and it's quite the travel to get up to Sydney for these events, and much appreciated by all the organisers and the other competitors about the effort these out-of-state crews make to get here, particularly the South Australian, Western Australian, Tasmanian and Queensland and Victorian crews.
So out in front, the Hawke's Bay Mercer crew in lane number 4, out in the lead and pretty comfortable, you'd have to say. Clifton sitting in second. It's a Kiwi 1 and 2. Essendon sitting in third place, 0.26 of a second behind them. North Shore New Zealand Composites sitting in 4th place, and then Wide Bay Mackay Noosa sitting in 6th place, and then coming through in 7th and 8th will be Murdoch University in the Goolwa. It's a Goolwa Bairnsdale Composites in lane number 7. Speaking of efforts to go to, I'm very much looking forward next year, Rob. We've got the 2024 Australian Masters Rowing Championships, and it's going to be held in early May in Lake Barrington down in Tasmania, one of the most beautiful rowing courses, probably the most scenic rowing course that we have in Australia, just with that surrounding the Tasmanian wilderness. Looking forward to taking the car over on the Spirit of Tasmania, going down there for that one.
Yes, I think when it was announced, it took us about 35 seconds to get on and book some accommodation. So it's for those who haven't raced at Lake Barrington, it is a once in a lifetime experience. Well, hopefully more than once in a lifetime. It's a beautiful place to row, and the scenery and the Rowing Tasmania really look after everybody, and the Tasmanians in general look after everybody that's going down for that event.
Yeah, I know the CEO of Rowing Tasmania, Rob Prescott, is here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And Rob, I can guarantee I'm very much looking forward to going down, rowing and commentating down at the 2024 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Get in early, get in on the boat, get your accommodation sorted, because it is going to be stunning. Out in front here in the men's G double sculls, we do have the crew in lane number 4 from Hawke's Bay and Mercer Rowing Clubs in New Zealand, Alan Cleaver and Jerry Steenkammer. They're going to go through and take the win, and then the battle for third place again. How many times have we said this? We've got lane number 8. We've got Essendon pushing hard, as are the Clifton crew over in lane number 2. I think we're going to have a photo for second and third to see who goes through there, but certainly it was the Hawke's Bay Mercer composite going through in first. Clifton and Essendon battling it out for second and third. They'll both go through to the final. The crew from North Shore New Zealand, Union Whanganui, coming through in 4th place. So just missing out there. Wide Bay Mackay in lane number 5. They've finished in 5th. Very appropriate there. 6th place going to the crew from Noosa. 7th going to the Goolwa Bairnsdale Composite in lane number 7. Again, that's entirely appropriate. Then we've got Murdoch University in lane number 9, making up our field there. So we'll wait for final confirmation, but certainly Hawke's Bay Mercer, Alan Cleaver, Jerry Steenkammer, Clifton Rowing Club, Gus Bergam and Kerry Dombrovski, and then Essendon Rowing Club, Stuart Alsop and Bill Nugent, all going through to the final of the men's G double sculls.
And on the course, we have race 290, the men's Masters G double scull heat 2. Once again, the progression first, second and third to the final, meaning that we have 3 heats. In lane 2, North Shore, New Zealand, Chris Blomfield and Mark Robinson. In lane 3, Pine Rivers, Jeffrey Ward and John Velosa. In lane 4, Brisbane and GPS, Ian Holtzberger and Shane Wally. In lane 5, Toowong Composite of David Rafter and Robert Gunningham. In lane 6, Shoalhaven, David Eddington and Rick McAllister. In lane 7, the Murdoch University Composite with Perth of Gary March and Ken Price, coached by Vanessa Grant. And in lane 8, Riverway, Julian Graham and Wayne Roy. And in lane 9, Dragons, Andrew Retty and Guy Elliott.
So we're talking earlier about the crews that are making their way from around the country. I mean, this one we've got New Zealand, we've got North Brisbane and Pine Rivers Rowing Club, we've got Central Brisbane in Brisbane and GPS, Toowong as well, Dragons Rowing Club, who are up near the Brecky Creek Hotel, which is, I'm sure, a terrible place to go for a post-regatta beverage. Riverway Rowing Club up in Townsville, Murdoch University in Perth from over in WA. It's all scattered 3 sheets to the wind. It's only the Shoalhaven Rowing Club. Ordinarily here in Sydney, they'd be the furthest travelled for a New South Wales regatta. They're actually the closest. This is a home game for them.
Yeah, they're looking for some home ground advantage here for sure. But yeah, some tough competition from both New Zealand and interstate crews. This is a fantastic race.
Yeah, Pine Rivers out in front through the 500 metre mark, nearly 4 seconds ahead of the crew from Dragons. Toowong Karam sitting in 3rd place ahead of Shoalhaven. 0.24 of a second between 3rd and 4th, 0.03 of a second between 4th and 5th. So it's about a quarter of a second between 3rd and 5th. And again, how many times have we said this? We're in for a cracking finish. It does look like we might be down a crew here. So the Brisbane and GPS crew look like they are not rowing at the moment. So certainly, though, the crew out in front, Pine Rivers Rowing Club, Jeffrey Ward, John Velosa, I know Ray Ebbett will be watching back at home up in Redcliffe. He'll be cheering them on, cheering on the green from Pine Rivers to go through.
Yes, have a look at the competitors in positions 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It is absolutely nothing in it as they come down to that last 150 metres. The crew out in front is, just consolidating their lead. But from right across from North Shore, New Zealand, the Toowong Composite, Shoalhaven, all the way across to Dragons and Riverway. It's a absolute battle for this 2nd and 3rd position to get them through to the final.
Yeah, I'm just seeing this Dragons crew in lane number 9. They are absolutely bouncing. They are putting some big watts into those strokes. It's going to be a fantastic finish. Pine Rivers, they're out in front. They're going to go through and qualify in 1st spot for the men's G double scull finals. Coming through in 2nd and 3rd. Who's going to take the other 2 qualification positions? We've got a big push coming up here from Dragons. Are they going to be able to get ahead of Toowong Karam? They will. Dragons, Toowong Karam, they've qualified. 4th place goes to North Shore, New Zealand, and then back again to Murdoch University Composite. Shoalhaven just missing out, and then Riverway making up our fields. There was just absolutely nothing in that. The Dragons crew, you could see from about 250 out, they were pushing it. They were bouncing that boat down the course. They got through in 2nd place. 3rd place going through to the crew from Toowong Rowing Club and Karam, so Queensland and Victoria combining for 3rd place and qualification for the final of the men's G double sculls. 4th place just missing out, less than 2 seconds back to North Shore, New Zealand, and then Murdoch University Perth, Shoalhaven, and then it was Riverway Sydney making up our fields there. Need to take a deep breath.
Race 291 on the course and underway, the Men's Masters G Double Scull Heat 3. Once again, the progression 1, 1st, 2nd, 3rd to the final. ANU in lane 2 with Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. And this duo have come down the course many times over the course of the last 4 days. So they have been putting in some great performance, so I expect the same in this race. Lane 3, Centenary Composite of Brian Cox and Peter Hayes. The lane 4 is Mossman Composite of Tim Josefowitz and Mark Williams. In lane 5, Melbourne University, Jeffrey Rees and Peter Anthony. In lane 6, Leighton Quarry, Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard. In lane 7, Drummoyne of Richard Jones and Stephen Schneegel. And in lane 8, Sydney Rowing Club, Jeffrey Raymond and Ken Ricard Bell.
I think we're in for a fantastic race here. We've got, as you mentioned, Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney in that ANU Melbourne composite over in lane number 2. They have been absolutely flying down. Don't write off Peter Anthony, though, and Jeffrey Rees from Melbourne University. We saw Peter Anthony really row well in that single scull earlier on in the regatta. Just with Peter McCartney, very famous within the ACT. I know he jumped into an ANU 8 that we had, might have been about 18 months ago. And it was a bit of an eye-opener for some of our younger rowers who hadn't really experienced rowing with Pete. He said, rightio, we're not going to worry too much about starts. We're just going to flog it off the line and then we're going to flog it down the course. And there was certainly some huffing and puffing and blowing the house down as we got towards the end of that particular race. They are sitting just a little bit behind, though, here. It does look to be the crew from Melbourne University, Jeffrey Rees and Peter Anthony, sitting in first place, and then Tim Josefovich and Mark Williams from Mossman and Essendon rowing clubs sitting in second. So Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney in lane number 2, the crew we were just talking about. They're probably our 1, 2, 3 coming into the last 250 metres. So we might actually have the chance to take a deep breath and to calm down a little bit. Lake Macquarie sitting in 4th, Drummoyne and Sydney rowing clubs battling it out for 5th and 6th, and then back a little bit further to the Centenary in Brisbane and GPS composite in lane number 3.
Yeah, certainly that ANU composite crew with Melbourne of Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney have shown over the last couple of days that they know how to bring a race home, and I'm sure that they'll have that the crews in 4th and 5th covered, and making sure that they will make that final third position for the final. But as we come down to the last, coming into the red boys now, it's certainly the crew of the Melbourne University crew of Jeffrey Rees and Peter Anthony, who are holding on to that lead that they established early over the Mossman composite of Tim Josefowitz and Mark Williams, and the ANU composite of Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. But there's a bit of a gap back to the Lake Macquarie crew. Certainly this Melbourne Uni is showing a lot of class in coming across the line, about a length and a half up on the crew from Mossman composite of Mossman, Essendon, and followed by the Melbourne ANU crew coming across in 3rd place. Lake Macquarie now about 2 or 3 strokes to go to get across the line, followed by the Drummoyne and then Sydney Rowing Club crews.
It's confirmation of results in the 3rd heat of the men's G double sculls. A win for Melbourne University, 2nd place going to the Mossman Essendon composite, and 3rd to the ANU Melbourne composite. Missing out will be Lake Macquarie, Drummoyne, Sydney Rowing Club, and then the Centenary and Brisbane and GPS crew just coming across the line now. Right, so we've had all the small boats. We've gone for the little things to kick off with. It's time now for the big boat energy. We've got the heats of the women's E8s, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So we've got 2 heats. I think this might be about the only 8s event that we've got heats for.
I think you're right, Stuart. And in lane 3, we have North Shore, the crew of Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Sally Edwards, Louise McCouch, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Coxon, Kelly Marsh, and Coach Kim Rudder. In lane 4, we have the Ballarat City composite with Melbourne, Yarra Yarra, Richmond, Nagambie, Powerhouse, and Bairnsdale of Jennifer Bingham, Lynn Broad, Emily Harridge, Suzanne Andrews, Geraldine Goss, Zoe Ryan, Catherine Carr, Kathy Lloyd and Sam Lincoln as coxswain. In lane 5, the Melbourne composite with Yarra, Irene Benjamin, Catherine Dermody, Jill Plummer, Val Dowell, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips, Linda Skidmore, Angela Rice and Zena Marcy Cox. In lane 6, North Shore Rowing Club of Sarah Dennis, Sarah Kavanagh, Catherine James, Mary McCulley, Vicky Grundy, Gail Donkin, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, Jane Kavanagh and Coach Justin Peters. In lane 7, North Shore, again Fiona Angelis, Sarah Abbott, Carolyn Reid, Julie Boehm, Penny Morris, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker and coxswain Lucy Thompson, coached by Richard Stacey. And in lane 8, the commercial Twong composite of Christine Taylor, Georgina Gardner, Michelle Holland, Sally Broadley, Vicky Charles, Frances O'Keefe, Debbie Flynn, Lynette Parker, coxswain Edwina Luck, and coached by John Bowes.
And we can see our crews coming down now towards the 500 metre mark, and it is a very evenly spread event. So it does look to be the Commercial Toowong composite in lane number 8, maybe just with their bow balls out in front coming up to that 500 metres. Chatting to someone from North Shore earlier this morning, they were really focused on trying to get one of these 8s to get up. So they've got 3 crews that are racing in this particular one, so they will have a bit of a battle. And then Licorice All Sorts in lane number 4. I think there's 7 different clubs that are involved in that one, so plenty of composites to call down. So it's basically the Composites v North Shore in this particular event. Through the first 500 metres, it's, well, it is one of the North Shore crews that's out in the lead. Commercial Toowong sitting in second place, and then Ballarat City Composite in third, just 0.76 of a second behind. Fourth place is the Melbourne Yarra Yarra crew, and then a couple of seconds back to the other 2 North Shore crews in lane 6 and 7. So the North Shore crew in lane 3. So our extremities, lane 3, lane 8, leading through the first 500 metres as they're coming up now to the 1750 metre mark.
And a number of these competitors, I noticed, raced in the interstate regatta last night. So this will tell where the sore heads might be.
So out in front it is the crew from North Shore in lane number 3. Commercial Toowong in lane 8, sitting in second place. The Ballarat City Composite in lane number 4. They're in third place, and then the fourth place for the Melbourne Yarra Yarra Composite in lane number 5. The 2 North Shore crews, they've got about a boat length to make up in 200 metres. It may just be a little bit of a bridge too far, but they're certainly going to have fun trying and battling it out for the intra-club bragging rights. Out in front, though, this first North Shore crew in lane number 3. They've got themselves a nice boat length over that Ballarat City Composite in lane 4, who I suspect have just managed to move ahead of the Commercial Toowong Composite in lane number 8, and then back to the Melbourne Yarra Yarra Composite in lane 5. We're into the final few metres now. It is North Shore Rowing Club in lane number 3. They're coxed by Kelly Marsh, stroked by Nikki Blackwell. They're going to go through and take the heat win in the first heat of the women's E8s. Second place will go to the Ballarat City, Yarra Yarra, Melbourne, Richmond, the Nagambie Powerhouse, Bairnsdale Composite. Third place will go to the Commercial Toowong Composite. The final qualification position will go to Melbourne Yarra Yarra Composite in lane number 5. And then it's North Shore lane 7, just finishing over the top of North Shore in lane number 6.
In the starting blocks, we have race 293, the second heat of the Women's Masters E8, with a progression first, second, third and fourth to the final race 315. In lane 3, we have Mossman Rowing Club, Jenny Wilson, Chris Batemeyer, Sarah Ahern, Tiffany Hutchison, Christine Foxton, Margaret Small, M. Barrick, Sarah Hill in stroke, and coxswain Sally Maspero. In lane 4, Karam Composite of Deanna Fekete, Jackie Petley, Mary Hunter, Helen Kelly, Cindy Plowman, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Elizabeth Ritchie and Angelique Everett, with coxswain Jessica Cuddy, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 5, the Des Moines Composite with Toowong of Leonie Collins, Alexandra Gregg, Sky Smith, Alex Warner, Esther Tucker, Yasmin Finnegan, Rowena Stewart, Colleen Chapman, Katrina Reynolds in coxswain. In lane 6, the University of WA Composite with Perth Fremantle and Curtin University, Liz Warren, Deb Barry, Sarah Knight, Catherine Kennedy, Susan March, Carolyn Foster, Kathy Ride, Orla Flecker and coxswain Ronnie Cooper. And in lane 7, the University of Queensland crew of Catherine Rodnell, Nikki Hughes, Rachel Thompson, Kathy Witt, Carla Forbes, Annie McDowell, Rachel Kinnenmonth, Margot Drayden and coxswain Lily Lunny and coach Edward Drayden. And just as we've had a change in commentary as Stuart heads out for his para single race, and we welcome Nathan Birch to the commentary position.
Morning, Rob. How are you?
I'm okay. Okay, some fairly tight racing so far this morning, Nathan.
It's a lovely morning for it, I must admit. I've just been looking at the weather forecast. It's going to be a great day, actually, by the looks of things.
Yeah, certainly not going to get too warm today, but the conditions don't look to be going to change too much. There's a chance of rain, but at the moment, touch wood, it's not too much happening out there. But the University of Queensland crew just taking through quite a commanding lead going through the 500 metre mark, Nathan, and followed by the University of WA composite Leichhardt Mossman, Karam Leichhardt, and then the crew from Drummoyne to Wong. And here we go, remembering that our progression is the first four to the final at this University of Queensland crew over here in lane 7, just continuing to extend their lead and look totally untroubled in this heat. So that'll augur well for them coming into the final. But certainly the Mossman crew, Karam composite crew, and the University of WA composite also look to have that second, third and fourth positions in train. So all the work to do for the Drummoyne crew at the back of the field, but it doesn't look like they're coming into the last 100 metres or so now. The University of Queensland crew looking very composed as they come down towards the line. Yeah, it's tight between second, third and fourth, but I think they've all wound it back a bit just in knowing that they've got safely through to the final.
Yeah, looks like there's some Shield crews there. The nearest to us, University of Queensland, just coming over the line. Very measured. Got it in the bag. Certainly looks like their colleagues from Mossman and University of WA are cruising over the line. Can't split them first, second and third. Maybe WA just takes it over Mossman, and in that fourth and final qualifying place, it looks like the Karam Leichhardt crew in the blue and bright green go through. Drummoyne to Wong, just missing out on that final place.
We have race 294 currently lining up, or currently underway. It's the Men's Masters E Quad Scull, Heat 1. The progression, first, second, third, fourth to the final. In lane 1, we have Glebe Rowing Club of Stephen Irons, Christopher Niche, Timothy Bland, Charles Huxtable. In lane 2, we have Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Andrew Gray, Zane Lockley, David Jacker, and Jack Chatsitskamumos. And in lane 3, Adelaide University composite, Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, David McLeod and Bill Natt. In lane 4, Mersey composite of Greg Marshall, Stuart Doyle, Simon Knoll, Marcel Brown and coach Jack Pearce-Kavanagh. In lane 5, Shoalhaven, Bradley Sewell, Oliver Radich, Stuart Drury and Mark Whitaker, coach Andrew Parry. In lane 6, Shoalhaven composite, Joseph Basher, Morris Sizzy, Chris Turner and Harry Davis, coach Andrew Parry. In lane 7, Pine Rivers composite, Jeffrey Ward, Andy Menzies, Ian Flockhart, Peter Zelo. And in lane 8, Drummoyne, Gabriel Haythornthwaite, Gary Foster, Anthony Howarth, Charles Hamilton, and coached by Robin Mackney.
Yeah, and I think there's a late scratch in that race there, Rob, from the Glebe crew, which is in the far lane, lane 1. But they all got away pretty quickly. Early doors, it looks like it's the Adelaide University Torrens crew, which may well be striking forth early. But there's a few crews on this near side. Shoalhaven, Pine Rivers and Drummoyne. We're not going to give up easily. As they come through the 500 metre mark, it is the Adelaide University Torrens crew, followed by the Yarra Yarra crew, some 4 seconds behind, and then it's close between them and the Mersey Tamar boat in lane 4. In 4th place as they go through the 500 metre mark, it's Shoalhaven Drummoyne, followed by their fellow rowers at Shoalhaven. And it's Pine Rivers in lane 7, Drummoyne in lane 8, and they bring up the rest of the field. But 500 metres to go. Still everybody's really in contention.
Yeah, but certainly that Adelaide University crew of Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, David McLeod, Bill Natt appear to have a bit of an advantage over the rest of the crews at the moment. So the real fight is coming down to 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and it's a tight battle between the Composite and Shoalhaven crews for that 4th position. I'd say at the moment the Yarra Yarra crew and the Mersey Composite look to have a little bit of advantage over these the Shoalhaven Composite crew. Although the Drummoyne crew over here in lane 8 is pushing hard to try to bridge some of that gap back. So it's a tight race as we come into the last 100 metres, but there's no troubling this Adelaide University Composite crew as they cruise down towards the line. Shoalhaven crew in lane 5 now really pushing back, and they're going to try to consolidate that position and get the advantage over their compatriots in lane 6, the Composite crew with Drummoyne Rowing Club. But no trouble, untroubled, the Adelaide University Composite crew. Torrens goes across the line to take that 1st place. The Yarra Yarra in 2nd, Mersey 3, Shoalhaven 4, Shoalhaven Composite 5, Pine Rivers Composite 6, and Drummoyne in 7th position.
It's a great race there from Adelaide University. Obviously the first 4 going through to the final. So unofficially at the moment, Adelaide University Torrens Composite, Yarra Yarra, the Mersey Tamar boat and Shoalhaven boat there, who managed to row through in the last 500 metres. Shoalhaven, Drummoyne, Pine Rivers Composite and Drummoyne, the Drummoyne boat failed to go through to the final.
Race 295 in the starting blocks, and it's the Men's Masters E Quad Scull, the second of the 2 heats. Progression 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th to the final, which is at race 316 in about an hour and a half. So we have in lane 1 Riverside Composite. This is the Riverside Murray Bridge. Graham Hunt, Brian Glawson, Hugh Dabrowski and Anthony Lee. In lane 2 we have St George Rowing Club, Glenn Shooter, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Steve Harrison, Alan Robertson and coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 3 we have Riverside Rowing Club, Mark Johnson, Mark Nelson, Greg Walters and Wayne Chadwick. Lane 4 Manning River Rowing Club, Colin Bruce, Murray Doust, Nick Johnson, Rhett Patterson. Lane 5 Black Mountain Lake Macquarie Composite of David Nash, Mark Partridge, Jeremy Smith and Ian Mongan. In lane 6 Merwillumbah Rowing Club, Anthony Robert G, David Rees, Doug Cryer, Scott O'Reilly. In lane 7, Nelson Rowing Club from New Zealand, Tony Crosby, Colin Brown, Andrew Jolly, Chris Brooks. Lane 8, Endeavour Rowing Club, Peter Bowman, Jared Corrin, David Percival, Tim Blomfield and coached by Peter Bond. And in lane 9, Penrith Rowing Club, Steve Hill, Magnus Butlin, Ian Randall and Hugh McDonald.
Yeah, they all got away well. Penrith had an absolute flyer in the lane nearest to the grandstand in lane 9, but they all went away quite well.
Just looking from this vision from the umpire's launch on the live stream, the Bont rowing live stream, and it is a very, very close race at this point in time. They're throw a blanket over the field, and as they come down towards that 500 metre mark, just only no real advantage being shown by any crew at this point.
It's very close indeed. There doesn't seem to be any kind of wind advantage on the course at all. There's a slight cross breeze blowing from the far side towards the grandstand, but from the morning's races so far, it doesn't seem to be causing any lanes any undue disadvantage or advantage.
As we go through the 500 metre mark, we have the Manning River crew taking a slight lead over Black Mountain, Murwillumbah, Nelson, St George, Penrith, Riverside. Look, there's no more than about 4 or 5 seconds between the first 6 or 7 crews, so it's going to be a really tight battle for these first, second, third, and fourth positions as we come down towards the line.
Yeah, there's 5 seconds between Manning River in first and the Riverside Murray Bridge, which is actually in 7th position. So 5 seconds between 7 boats. All can be made up in the last 500 metres as the crews start to wind it up and push for the final 500 metres of this 1,000 metre race. The first 4 crews obviously go through to the final. Rest are eliminated.
Yes, Nathan, it looks like the crew from Manning River and Murwillumbah are taking a bit of initiative here and pushing out in front. The St George crew over in lane 2 also going out after them, and the Black Mountain Composite in the sandwich, the Murwillumbah and Manning River sandwich at the moment. So it's extremely tight with the Nelson crew over in lane 7 also pushing hard. So this is going to be extremely close for these top 4 positions.
Yep, looks like it. The boys in blue might just have their noses in front. Light blue in the middle of the pack, but they're being pushed hard on both sides.
Absolutely, and all the crews from the St George crew really coming home. They are the fastest finishers here at the moment, but over in lane 1, the Riverside Composite realise that they've got a bit of work to do to get across the line, but it's Murwillumbah just holding on to a slender lead, and it looks like they will go across the line to take out the first position in this race with the Black Mountain Composite, followed by Manning River, St George, Riverside. It's just way too close to call. We're going to have to wait for the judge's decision on those who has made it into the final of those top 4 positions.
Yeah, very close indeed. Initial unofficial results say Murwillumbah won there, Black Mountain Lake Macquarie second, Manning River third, and St George fourth, followed by Penrith in 5th, Nelson in 6th. Some way behind Riverside and Endeavour. Very tight race though.
Just a reminder that anyone wishing to take part in the Champion of Champions sculling race, for any heavyweight, winners of any heavyweight single scull races, could you please make your interest known to Athlete Services? We are needing to draw the lanes and could do with more entries at this point in time. So please, any heavyweight single scullers that would like to take part in the Champion of Champions race at the end of the day, please register your interest at Athlete Services.
And on the lake we have change of pace. This is race 296, just about to start. It's a Women's Masters C double. In lane 3, we've got Leichhardt, Daniela Bogert, and Jennifer Zongo, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 4, from Lake Macquarie, we have Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 5, we have from Karam Sarah Haywood, Jess Feischman, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 6, ANA, Eliza Mansell and Marianne Amato. And in 7 from Glee Brian Club, Kate Wareham and Anne Skilton, coached by Jenny McGowan. And they're all off from the start. 5 boats in this race. The first 4 go through to the final. This being heat number 1 of 2. So it's really down to who doesn't finish last.
Yeah, certainly a lot of competition in this race, and in fact across the crews as well. I know that Daniela Bourget and Trudy McDonald were both in the New South Wales women's interstate quad, so they all know each other's rowing very, very well, but it's away, and as Nathan said, it's just about not coming last in this race to get into the final position for the finals of race 319.
Yeah, there might have been a bit of a steering correction there from the girls from ANA, off course slightly, but they seem to have been pulling themselves together. Seems to be an interesting kind of courses taken from these crews from ANA and Glebe in the near side, but everybody seems to be maintaining in their lane, which is great. But early doors as they come up through to the 500 metre mark. We'll see who's got their noses in front at this moment.
Yeah, and it is that Lake Macquarie crew just ahead of the Leichhardt crew over in lane 3 as they go through the 500, but it's very close with between the Carrum and ANA crews are following through. Just the Glebe crew a little bit further back now, and I would suggest that the crews in first, second, third and fourth position will just be conserving their energy a bit as the Glebe crew go in with about 3 lengths down on the rest of the field. But certainly, as we said from one of the earlier pair races, that the all-important thing in these pairs is to get them to go straight, keep them within the lanes, matching pressure, keep your foot off the steering, and it's the way to get these boats over the course in the quickest. But still showing a lot of steering happening out there in the Carrum and ANA crews. So a little bit of work to do between now and the final to get that down pat. Yeah, the rating's coming off now as they consolidate those positions. But as we said earlier, you shouldn't really leave anything to chance. So, but certainly these crews are experienced enough now that they can feel that they've got the control over the race and the first 4 positions to go through to the final.
Yeah, it's a desperate place to be when you know you've got only one place doesn't qualify. If you're in that last position and some way behind, pride kicks in. You know, you almost do it for the club. Make sure you're neat and tidy, and make sure that if you're going to be within a chance, then the others have got to make a mistake.
And that's the thing, Nathan. You've just got to keep going, and they are certainly putting it in. This Glebe crew going out with intent, and they're still intending that they can actually race right to the line. And if there's a mishap in another crew, and it's quite likely in pairs that can happen. So it's it's a great race plan, even though they might be out of it, to just keep it pushing through. But there's no trouble whatsoever for this Lake Macquarie crew of Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh, who are cruising now across the line. There's a bit of foxing going on here, I think, between some of the crews. The Carrum crew crossing in second position, Leichhardt in third, and the ANA crew crossing in fourth. And with about 5 or 6 strokes to go, the Glebe crew coming down to take the line. So it will be the crews of Lake Macquarie, Carrum, Leichhardt, and ANA going through to the final.
Yep. Yeah, it is. I've been raced a pair for most of my rowing career. It is a desperately lonely place to be when it's out there.
No.
So we've got the second heat of the Women's Masters C pair. It's in lane 3, we've got Leichhardt's Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson. From Adelaide University in lane 4, we've got Susie Ross and Angie Francu. In lane 5 from Buckingham, we have Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson. In lane 6 from Newcastle University's Composite, Newcastle University and Endeavour, Natalie Williamson and Teresa Chadwick. And in lane 7, we have Mossman Melbourne Composite, Tanya Nishibata and Lucy Stackpool Moore from Mossman lining up, and they're off.
And once again, we've got a smattering of interstate competitors in this race, and certainly Tanya Nishibata in the Mossman Melbourne Composite, instrumental in that stroke seat of the Melbourne, of the Victorian quad last night, bringing it home in fantastic style. But yeah, once again, the first four to the final in this race, so only one missing out. And at the moment, there seems to be a crew that's gone out the back a little bit. It's the Newcastle University Composite Endeavour, which appears to be a little bit behind the rest of the field. But certainly the other four crews, the Leichhardt, Adelaide University and Buckingham crews and the Mosman Composite, look fairly comfortable out in front, but we'll have to wait to see it as we get through the 500 metre mark and how they're standing.
And as they come through their first 500, it's a crew from Tassie, Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson. I've got the noses in front from the Mosman Melbourne composite. Adelaide University are currently in third place. Some, I'd say, 2 boat lengths behind, and then Leichhardt again, a further few boat lengths behind. Then looked like the Newcastle University composite had some trouble steering at the start, but we've dropped very, very quickly and a long way. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to make it up. But yeah, it looks like these first 4 boats: Buckingham, Mosman Melbourne Composite, Adelaide University, and the Leichhardt crew, well positioned to take advantage of these qualifying positions.
Yes, it's looking, the ratings come right down in the Buckingham and Mosman Composite crews, and they're looking to just consolidate their position, save that energy for the final. Although the Buckingham's put on a bit of a spurt now, so they must be looking to try to get a prime position. Of course, in the final, in these very flat conditions, to be in the middle of the field is probably the best place to be, and that's they will draw from the middle out, so they can get a nice quick time. They will get a little bit better look over the rest of the field in the final. Yeah, well, the Buckingham crew coming down to the line with about 4 or 5 strokes to go, just in front of the Mosman Melbourne Composite, Tanya Nesabata and Lucy Stackpool-Moore. Crossing the line now, the Buckingham crew, Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson, easily into the final, followed by the Mosman Melbourne Composite. A little way back now to the Adelaide University crew, who are rating about 12 at the moment. And then the Leichhardt crew will get across the line in front of the Newcastle Uni Endeavour Composite.
And looking very neat and tidy. Must have been something wrong with them at the start, I think. The Newcastle University Composite just crossing the line there for 5th place. So, yep, the Buckingham, Mosman, Melbourne Composite, Adelaide University and Leichhardt all go through to that race number 319 in about an hour and a half. The rest, unfortunately, Newcastle University is eliminated. And we're going now to race 298. It's a men's Masters C double. Again, a heat, first 4 to progress. On the far side in lane 2, we've got Melbourne University's Douglas Peening and Alistair Isherwood. In lane 3, the Lindisfarne Composite, Mark Thirlwell and Aaron Midgley. In lane 4, we have Adelaide University Composite of Andrew Tiedemans and Finn Sprackling. In lane 5 from Banks, we've got Brad Smith. It's actually a Banks Glebe Composite. It's Brad Smith from Glebe and Andrew Goldstein from Banks. In lane 6, another Lindisfarne Rowing Club boat, Joel Cape and Tom Wilcox. In lane 7 from Leichhardt, we have Richard Medway and Karen Gimenez. And in lane 8 from ANA, we have Adam Ramshaw and Cade Zulsdorf.
Yes, and Nathan, some very interesting pairings here with matching of ages. Some have gone for, very close in age groups, and we've got some quite diverse. We've got in the Adelaide University Adelaide composite, we've got Andrew Tideman at 59 and Finn Sprackling at 28. So that's quite a...
There's a way to manage the average, right? Yeah.
And there's a way to manage the average. And certainly the two crews to watch early on will be that the crews over in lane 6 and 7, the Joel Cape and Tom Wilcox of Lindisfarne Rowing Club, and the Leichhardt crew of Richard Medway and Juan Guimarães, coached by Steve Sherry. Although the Melbourne University crew of Doug Penning and Alistair Isherwood also going to be right up there.
Yeah, and as they come through the 500 metres mark, it's the Lindisfarne boat in lane 6, Joel Cape and Tom Wilcox. Average age of 46 years of age, both there. In lane 6 has come through. They've got a second on the ANA boat from WA in lane 8. Leichhardt in lane 7 is third. And then we've got Glebe in 4th, Adelaide University in 5th, and then Melbourne University in 6th, with the Lindisfarne Shoalhaven Club not coming up on our timing now. It doesn't look like they're in the boat.
Yes, but coming down to the last 250 metres, and certainly the Lindisfarne crew of Joel Cape and Tom Wilcox just holding a little bit of a lead, although the crew over at the ANA crew of Adam Ramshaw and Cade Zulsdorf are actually pushing very hard. But it's going to be a race for the third and fourth positions in this final, as the crew over in the Melbourne University crew of Doug Penning and Alistair Isherwood is going for a big push to try to get into that fourth position. The Adelaide University composite of Andrew Tideman and Finn Sprackling just out the back a little bit at the moment. They've got a bit of work to do. Glebe also in there. The Leichhardt crew now pushing on a bit of a spurt to get up there to make sure of that position, as are the ANA crew. So it's going to be very, very tight as we come into the line, but there's no problem for this Lindisfarne crew, who have the look over them. They've just put on a bit of spurt now to make sure they get over the line, followed closely by Leichhardt over here in lane 7 and ANA in lane 4. So they'll get the top 3 positions. It's between Glebe and Melbourne University for that all-important 4th position, and Glebe will get it just over Melbourne University and the Adelaide University composite crew coming in 5th, 6th.
Great race there, yeah. So Lindisfarne take it, 1.5 seconds behind Leichhardt, ANA 3rd, Glebe 4th, 1.3 seconds in front of the Lindisfarne Shoalhaven composite. Forgive me, sorry, Glebe take 4th, Melbourne University take 5th, and Adelaide University, Adelaide is 6th.
What a great race, Nathan.
Yeah, that was very close. Changing kind of, the Lindisfarne, the Leichhardt boat was in 3rd place at 500 metres, and ANA were in 2nd. So obviously the Leichhardt boys just rode through. Nice piece of race in the last 500 metres there.
Yeah, absolutely. They timed their run very, very well to consolidate that final position, the position in the final. And the ANA crew, of course, Adam Ramshaw and the ANA crew was formerly out of Glebe Rowing Club and has moved over to the west. But yes, the final at 3:20, and the crews going through will be Lindisfarne, Leichhardt, ANA, and the Banks Glebe composite.
Yep. We go to the second heat now, race 299. It's again a full stacked race. I think we've had one scratch, which is the boat from Endeavour on the near side. So on the far side from Powerhouse, we've got Alex Wilcox and Chris Schlitt. In lane 3 from Banks Composite, Banks Yara Yara, Justin Negri and Heinrich Venks. In lane 4 from Black Mountain, we've got Henry Bridgewater and Michael Simmons. In lane 5, an ANA composite with Swan River, which is Morris Robson and James McGrath. In lane 6 from Endeavour, we have Christopher Bonomini and Tony Chadwick. In lane 7 from Glebe, we've got Tony Rogers and Andy Wigan. And from the ADF rowing, we've got Peter Gibson and Edward Stollery. Again, if you look at the The age splits there. Some of them are quite close, others a bit further away. Justin Negri at 57, Heinrich Vensk at 32, and likewise from ADF, Peter Gibson at 52 and Edward Stollery 34. They're all off.
Yeah, they're underway, and just as a bit of a interesting note, I was coached by Peter Bond at Nepean Rowing Club, who's the coach of the Endeavour crew, and I'm sure he won't have any issues with me saying that. So we've both been around the traps for a long, long time, Peter. But going through the 500 metre mark, and it's a clear lead to that Banks Yarra composite of Justin Negri and Heinrich Vensk, followed by the the ANU Swan River, then Glebe, Black Mountain, Powerhouse, and a little bit of a bring back to the ADF crew, and followed by Endeavour, that Endeavour crew. So once again at the top 4 positions, it's not that clean cut because Powerhouse is only 0.05 seconds behind Black Mountain coming through that 500 metre mark. So the race is definitely going to be on for that 4th position once again, and it's we've got eyes on the Endeavour crew at the moment and the ADF crew from that umpire's launch, and it's great pictures as they stream down the this fabulous rowing course.
And there's a great shot there as they come through there. Coach just alongside the Endeavour crew in the purple, and I think the ADF on the far side in the white. But at the other end of the pack, again, looks like it's been more consolidated. I think things have spread out slightly more. Certainly first and second, the Banks Yarra composite and the ANA Swan composite, and also probably the Glebe boat as well, look to be fairly confident in qualifying. But there's 2 boats, maybe 3 boats in it. Black Mountain, Powerhouse. It's probably going to be between Black Mountain and Powerhouse for that final 4th position.
It was certainly the Black Mountain has all the work to do to get into that 4th position. The Powerhouse crew over in lane 2 has powered on now, and they're just trying to consolidate that 4th position. But Black Mountain haven't really reacted to the move. The Glebe crew over on the grandstand side of the course just keep getting their heads down and trying to ensure that they're going to get across in that 4th position. But it's the Banks composite of Justin Negri and Heinrich Vensk will come across the line, bringing it right down now to get across the line in that 1st position, followed by the ANA composite, the Glebe crew, over in for the Powerhouse crew in that 4th position, and Black Mountain coming through in 5th, and sadly missing out on the final. ADF across the line next, and then Endeavour.
Yes, again, some great racing there. So that's the official results there. First place was ANA Swan River at a time of 3:42. In first place was the Banks Yarra crew. In second place was ANA Swan River. In third, Glebe. In 4th, Powerhouse. They all go through to the final. In 5th, just missing out, Black Mountain. 6th, ADF Rowing. And in 7th, Endeavour. So the next race is 300. It's the first final of the day. It is the women's para single. As a line-out, we've got only two competitors in this race. On the far side in lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club, we've got Mika Kelly. And in lane 6, nearest the grandstand, from Community Rowing Club, Fiona Jackson. They're just lining up, not off yet, but we'll give you a shout when they go.
Good morning, everyone. Kath here, returning to the commentary box with Nathan. He's got a lot of experience in the school races, so I'm very pleased to be here with him this morning. And we're going to be starting off with race 300, the women's para single. And of course, para rowing now has full integration into the main rowing programs in Australia and internationally. It was introduced as an Olympic sport at the 2008 Beijing Paralympics, and the athletes can compete at the very highest levels. The basic techniques of para rowing are absolutely identical to rowing in 8s, singles, pairs and doubles, and the elements of the stroke are the same, with the drive, the recovery, the catch angle and the oar handling. So we're really looking forward, Nathan, to seeing Glebe in lane 5. That's Mika Kelly, coached by Mark Tajan. And lane 6, Community Rowing Club, Fiona Jackson, with coaches Anne Craig, Liam James, Barbara Ramjan.
Yeah, thanks, Kath. It's great to see. I do a lot of commentating at the schools, and some of the programs in the schools are growing exponentially, and it's great to see more and more finalists, more and more competitors who are moving into the sport. Obviously a very technical sport, but it's a great testament to Rowing Australia and the state organisations to encourage the para athletes, and obviously some great success internationally from Australian para athletes as well. So yeah, it's amazing to see, and it's a long time overdue, to be honest.
And you might all recognise Andy Wigan from the state squad from Glebe Rowing Club, was the poster boy on last night's event, the dinner event, and you can see Andy Wigan on those posters that are still up around the stadium. We'll call him the poster boy of the state squad. And Andy's, of course, married to Heidi Lindell. They do a double, a married double. And Heidi and Jackie Harris form the team called Hijack. They're a learn-to-row double success, having rowed for 10 years together for the Glebe Rowing Club. And Mika Kelly is lining up now in lane 5 for the Women's Paras Master Single.
just lining up. Looks like they're almost ready to start. This is race 300, the Women's Masters Para Single. On the far side, Glebes, Mika Kelly, and in lane 6 from Community Rowing Club, Fiona Jackson. They're lined up there. You can see a great shot there. Both athletes lined up. Final preparations from the umpire under orders. And both athletes underway. Glebes, Mika Kelly on the far side, getting, I think, about a 22-second head start over Fiona Jackson from Community, but both athletes are away. It's a 1,000-meter race.
So Community Rowing Club there in Sydney is a new rowing club currently on the shores of the Lane Cove River, Tamborine Bay Road at Riverview. And they do see themselves as a true community club established to ensure that all members would be able to have the opportunity to join the sport of rowing. They have the full open program from youth rowing right through to masters. And Community Rowing Club are proudly home to the largest para rowing program in Australia. So it's fantastic to see that the Balmain Para Rowing Program, the BPRC, was a support organisation founded to assist rowers with disabilities to get into the sport of rowing, but they have grown, and that is the formation and the basis for the Community Rowing Club, recognising that they needed to have more opportunities for people from all backgrounds. And so the programs they offer there at the Community Rowing Club do not exist in isolation, but they're integrated into an entire community of rowers from all cross-sections of the university. They've been around for about 10 years, and their 3 founders have over 55 years of experience as rowers, coaches, administrators of the sport, and club and state level. So they'd love to see you down there at the Community Rowing Club. They have youth and Indigenous rowers as part of their youth program. Learn to Row. Looks like a fantastic club. And Mika Kelly coming down the course from Glebe in lane 5. She's currently in first place at the 500-metre mark.
Yeah, with a 20-second advantage over Fiona. It looks like she's managed to maintain that, if not extend that, actually, at the 500-metre mark. So she's really going, as Fiona comes through, yeah, absolutely, the 20-second advantage has been extended by another 25 seconds. So Mika, obviously, very experienced rower, has pushed on an awful lot from the start and extended that advantage. So we will see Mika, obviously barring some mishap, win this race. The Women's Paramaster, the first final of the day. Women's Paramaster single scull.
So the para rowers, Nathan, they're classified into one of 3 categories depending on their disability. There's the PR1, which was formerly known as the AS category, and that's with rowers with a verifiable and permanent impairment who have minimal or no trunk function, such as someone with a paraplegia. The PR2 level, formerly known as the TA, and that's with rowers with a verifiable and permanent impairment who have functional use of the trunk but are unable to use the sliding seat to propel the boat because of significantly weakened function or mobility of the lower limbs. And that would be something like a bilateral around the knee amputation, paraplegia as well. And finally the P3 level, formerly known as LTA, and that's functional use of legs, trunks and arms, and who can use the sliding seat to propel the boat. And that might be typically impairment of an amputee, for example. But we're very excited to say that Mika Kelly has a very clean and clear lead, about to cross the finish line.
Yep, that's it. Mika Kelly taking the gold medal position in the women's para single. Really extended the lead. Looks like she's given it her all there. That was obviously going to be a race for a personal best time. Comes in at 5 minutes 24.82. Didn't take that easy at all.
Nathan, sometimes the para rowers do have adaptations to their boats. They may have a seat with a backrest attached to provide some support for the rower's trunk. They might sometimes have a wider boat with pontoon supports. And obviously the para rowing squad does rely on the support of donors and sponsors and fundraising to meet the costs of those boat adaptations. And we want to ensure the continuation and growth of the para rower program at clubs such as Community Rowing and Glebe Rowing Club. And the para rowing program generously supported by Rowing New South Wales, donating those specialised boats and equipment. And congratulating now Fiona Jackson from the Community Rowing Club. What a legend to finish this race off. Beautiful, clean strokes. She makes it look easy, I've got to say, Nathan.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been in a boat, and I don't envy either of them, to be honest. It's a long way, 1,000 metres in a single.
Let's congratulate both winners of race 300, the women's paras masters. That's Mika Kelly and Fiona Jackson.
And on the same theme, we've got race 301 just setting off, and that's a men's para single. Again, another final. In lane 4 from Community, James Johnson. In lane 5 from ANU, we have Stuart John. In lane 6 from Shellharbour, Kevin Wall. And in lane 7 from Community, we've got Sam Shaloub. Stuart was commentating this morning and put his marker down, said he wanted to beat Kevin. We'll see how that goes. Again, this is going to be a time handicapped race given their respective ages. So first off was James Johnson. He's going to have to wait. Almost 23 seconds. Stuart John will have a 23-second disadvantage to Stuart, and then Kevin will have a 26 seconds. So they start 3 seconds behind each other. And then Sam Shaloub as well also starts at the same time as Stuart John. So James Johnson goes off. He has a 23-second advantage over Stuart John in lane 5 and Sam Shaloub in lane 7. And then Kevin Wall's got to wait another 3 seconds before he starts. It looks like everyone is off.
And Rowing Australia's para rowing program and Rowing New South Wales are continually directing interested people to the program. It has, at the request of Rowing Australia and Rowing New South Wales, held tri-rowing days for persons with disabilities, and they would encourage, as would everyone I'm sure within the rowing community, for anyone who'd like to participate in one of the tri-rowing days to make contact with a disability organisation such as Vision Australia or the Cerebral Palsy Association, or indeed contact Community Rowing Club out there on the Lane Cove River and get involved with their CRC para rowing program.
As we come through the 500 metre mark in the men's para single final, well, looks like James Johnson still maintaining his lead, although it's been cut down somewhat because of his time handicap. Behind him from Shell Harbour, we have Kevin Wall in second place. ANU's Stuart John just a couple of seconds behind him, and then Community's Sam Shalhoub is some 11 seconds behind. So looks like, unfortunately, James Johnson's 23-second lead has been wound in within the first 500 metres, and we'll see the racers obviously seeing where they stack up as they come to the last 250 metres. Still looks like Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour has got his nose in front of Stuart John from ANU. We'll see how this goes.
And Sam out there at lane 7, closest to the grandstand. Sam works as a masseur and was working on some elite athletes, one of whom was an Olympic Australian rower. And after discussing the sport with Sam, he was motivated to try rowing himself. Sam has a visual impairment, and he knew that he would qualify for the para sport. He joined the program in 2017, and Sam is as described as an up-and-coming rower in the para community. He's on the rise. Classified as a PR3 category, that's the old LTA category. He's certainly making his mark against the other squad rowers with his technique, his speed, his enormous power and agility.
That's great to see Sam coming to the sport, but he's going to have to do some hard work to take over Kevin, who's powering through to the finish. Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour City Rowing Club takes first place in the men's para. Stuart John from ANU takes second place, some 8.22 seconds behind, and in third place, just holding on to third and bronze medal position, James Johnson from Community Rowing just takes it from Sam Shalhoub, also his compatriot at Community. So unofficial results there: in first and gold medal position, Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour; in second, Stuart John from ANU; and in third place, James Johnson from Community Rowing Club.
And we've got up in the commentary box this morning, we've got a beautiful black Labrador up here. Her name's Scout. Oh yes, she's looking up at me now and thumping the floor with her very generous sized tail, I have to say. Scout, settle down there, girl. And this is Nathan's dog, I think.
Yeah. Apologies in advance for anything she does untoward.
Yes, it's already stuffy in the commentary box. I just hope Scout had a clean green breakfast.
She hasn't had any breakfast, yeah. Next race is race 302. It's the men's Masters I quad. A full stack of competitors here. On the far side from St George Rowing Clubs, we have Peter Merritt, Clement Lewis, Ian Toll, and Lance Reeve. In lane 3, Manning River, Lindisfarne and Port Macquarie Composite, Raymond Beaton, David Baker, Sam Mollard and Roy Halliday. From Moolimba Rowing Club, we've got John McDonald, Robin Blanche, Michael Mills and Gary Betts. They're in lane 4. In lane 5 from Tablelands Country Rowing Club, David Blair, Brian Kittler, David Merrill and Robin Odell. In lane 6, a Melbourne Barnsdale composite, Ian Knight, Doug McManey, Ray Young and Christopher Barton. In lane 7 from Mossman, John Struick, John May, John Harding, Philip Titterton. And in lane 8, on the near side, Riverside Adelaide University composite, it's Rick Armstrong, Maxwell, Hoseason Smith, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. And they're all lined up under starters' orders.
and there's lots to have a chat about in this race, Nathan. We've got St George. I was out there on the grassy area having a right old chat to a lot of the old folks who have come around from St George Rowing Club. They can row off from St George there on the Georges River out of Como in 4 directions, I understand, toward the Captain Cook Bridge, toward the Warrenora River, Picnic Point. They've got plenty of opportunities when those tides are strong. There's a lot of fishing boats and debris out there on the Georges River, but they reckon it's the best rowing in Australia out there.
I'm sure there's a few people around the country who would argue with that, to be honest. It's interesting they go four different directions. That's amazing.
They've got their long-suffering rowing coach of the Masters, Bruce Williams. So a shout out, Bruce, from your team out there at St George Rowing Club, and led by the club captain, Steve Harrison. Very hard-working club captain, I understand.
I've got a list of things.
And a quick shout out to Murwillumbah in this race in lane 4. That's the combination of John McDonald, Robin Blanche, Michael Mills and Gary Betts. They have 12 rowers here from Murwillumbah at these nationals, and they are 5th on the medal table. That is a massive effort, Nathan. 12 rowers and 5th on the medal table. That's a big shout out to Murwillumbah and Roel Janke, who is the club president.
Okay, we'll draw our attention to the first medal presentation of the day. This is presented by John Johnson, the president of Newington Masters Rowing Club and the Union of Rowers. He's a volunteer for Rowing New South Wales and Rowing Australia, has been since 2008. So this medal is a gold medal awarded to the winner of the Women's Masters Para Single Scull. And the winner was Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club. Congratulations. Please join me in congratulating Mika Kelly, the Women's Masters Para Single Scull gold medalist. And also at the medal pontoon, we were also going to, presented by John Johnson, the men's para single scull. In 3rd place from Community Rowing Club, James Johnson. In 2nd place from ANU, Stuart John. And in 1st place and gold medal winner, the men's Masters Para Single from Shellharbour City, Kevin Wall. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the men's Masters Para Single, Mr. Kevin Wall from Shellharbour Rowing Club.
And just quickly, we'll cross back to the finish line. There's only about 100 metres left to go in race 302, the men's Masters I. And it looks like Manning River Composite, Nathan, might be taking a nice Clearwater lead over Riverside Composite in lane 8, although they look like they might have dropped back a little bit. It's going to be a tight...
It's going to be close. The Mossman guys are coming up strong. I think they're finishing hard. So, yeah, it looks like Manning River's got this in the bag, but the Mossman boat and the Riverside Composite are going to battle it out for silver and bronze as they come approaching Manning River, clear winners by a couple of lengths. Oh, bit of a problem there with the Mossman crew. Did they finish too early? It's going to be very close. Oh, it's going to be a photo finish there. I don't know what happened to the Mossman crew there, but they had half a length up and they decided to stop rain with 10 metres to go. So that was very, very dramatic there. But first place, Manning River Composite. Unofficially, we've got Mossman and Riverside second and third. Fourth, Mawinbar in fifth, Tablelands in sixth, Melbourne, Barnsdale, and in sixth, St George.
I'm sure they'll get some information on that to bring you, but I think it was just a simple case of not quite seeing where that finish line was then. And the Barnsdale and Melbourne crew, it's great to see Barnsdale up here from East Gippsland and in Victoria. They host the Head of the Mitchell annually from the Barnsdale Rowing Club, and the members launch their sculls or their sweep boats on the eastern bank of the heritage-listed Mitchell River at the rowing jetty there in East Gippsland.
Yeah, very close there. I think Mossman are very lucky just to maintain that silver spot. 0.24 seconds separate the Mossman crew and the Riverside Composite that finished third. Didn't know whether it was a mix-up in where the finish line was or there was a bit of an equipment failure there, but they just managed to hold on. So yes, the provisional results there for the men's Masters I quad in first place, Manning River in a time of 3:51.65. Mossman were 8.6 seconds behind in silver position. Riverside Adelaide University were just 0.24 of a second in bronze medal position. In fourth, Mawinbar, in fifth, Tablelands, in sixth, Melbourne, Barnsdale, and in seventh, St George. That being a final, if the Manning River, Mossman, and Riverside crews can come to the pontoon, we will award you medals.
And it's going to be a very exciting final here, Nathan, in the Women's Masters F quad race. They're coming down the course now. We have North Shore on the far lane. That's the Walsh, Edwards, Pendleton, Knowles. Lane 2, the Pine Rivers Composite. That's Pine Rivers and Mackay. That's the combination of Hafner, Clancy, Holmes and Ward. In lane 3, the St George Composite. They're teaming up with their friend Anne Taylor from Mossman, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 4, the Ballarat City Composite. Now that's a patchwork of Zoodies in that boat. We've got Ballarat City, Exeter, Richmond and Melbourne University. Endeavour 1 rowing, the Endeavour 1 crew is rowing in lane 5. Lane 6, the Mawulumbar Composite. That's Mawulumbar, Tamar and Mersey. It's a bit of an interstate crew, it looks like. Commercial Composite in lane 7. Commercial Rockhampton Fitzroy, the Nagambie Composite in lane 8 with Melbourne University, and the Manning River Composite, Manning River and Mawulumbar, the crew of Joanne McPhellamy, Sue Edwards, Michelle Johnson and Gay Pullen.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight race as well. Through the 500-metre mark, it was the St George Mossman crew, stroked by Anne Taylor from Mossman. Just the noses in front from Endeavour. And the Mawulumbar Composite as well, just 2.2 seconds behind. Ballarat City, were a further 2.5 seconds. So very, very close for those first top four boats there. And as they approach the 200 metres to go, it's still very, very tight. I can't really tell who's in it. Maybe Mossman's got the nose slightly in front. Mossman, St George from Endeavour. But as they start to approach the finish line, we'll see how the angles start to unwind. Very, very close. It looks like the St George Mossman crew maybe got their nose in front from could even be the Mawulumbar Composite there in lane 6. We don't know as they come through.
They're all working very hard out there. I know how tough the course is this morning. It just feels like after 4 days of racing, there's not a lot left in the tank. But I can see that they're getting canvas. Lane 4 women of Ballarat City Composite are really pushing hard. They're going to come in for the silver medal position. So the unofficial results, first across the line. Congratulations to the St George Mossman Composite, followed by Ballarat City Composite. Mawulumbar Composite in 3 for a bronze medal, followed by Endeavour, Commercial Rockhampton, Pine Rivers Mackay, Manning Mawulumbar and the North Shore crew coming in 8th.
That's some great racing there. Very, very tight racing there.
Congratulations to the Manning Mawulumbar crew crossing the line. There are no snow cones out here today, Nathan. I know that one of my favourite things when I'm rowing up on the Manning River at Taree, there's a little mobile snow cone. Have you ever had one of those?
I've never had a mobile snow cone.
You can have the bubblegum flavour mixed with the berry and a bit of Coca-Cola. It's delightful.
I don't know how that would go down in the middle of a piece, to be honest. A bubblegum flavoured snow cone. Sure, it's amazing. I did most of my rowing in Scotland. So when you talk about snow cones, I'm thinking actually snow.
Well, I can tell you, when you're up there on the Manning River in summer, that January regatta, the head of the Manning, you wish it was snowing. It is so goddamn hot up there. We're off in race 304, the final of the Men's Masters F. Now that looks like a pair to me. I've got to count the oars, ladies and gentlemen. A pair has 2 oars and a double has 4 oars.
That's correct.
We've got in lane 2 the Carrum composite of Carrum and Powerhouse. That's Rod Mersel and Drew Holman. The much revered coach, Drew Holman, the very one and the same, is in this race in lane 2. Lane 3, the Horowhenua composite and the Union Whanganui crew of Bruce Tate and Kevin Horan. Mawullumba in lane 4, that's Anthony Robert Gee and David Rees. And I know Anthony Robert Gee has been in so many races over this Nationals regatta. He'll be feeling it in this race, the men's final F. Tu Wong in lane 5, Jeff Conn and Gavin Kiley. Gavin, of course, being one of the hardest working club members up there at Toowong, voted by his fellow teammates. We've got North Shore 1 of Eric Luck and the club captain, Chris Walsh, coached by Kim Rudder. The Sandy Bay composite with Ulverston, that's Michael Wilson and David Fisher. Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Tejen and Kenneth Major. And the University of New South Wales Rowing Club, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield. And that Horowhenua crew in the most stunning location in New Zealand. They are looking strong in 3rd at the moment at the 500, only pipping out North Shore in 2 and Toowong currently in the gold medal position, but there is absolutely nothing in it. Between the 1st and the 7th, there is less than a second between them. They are almost in a straight line as this is going to be a very exciting finish, Nathan.
Yeah, this is definitely the closest race that we've seen of the day coming through the 500 metres, other than the crew from the University of New South Wales in lane 9 near Sir Granslan. There is nothing between these crews in the middle of the pack at all. 2.4 seconds separate 1st and 8th position.
I'm going to let you call it, Nathan, because my eyesight, A, is not that good, and I think Scouts just let off a little peeper back here, and so I'm going to have to step out and get a bit of fresh air. So I'll let you call this race, because I've got to tell you, there is still nothing in it. From what I can see, it's going to be very tough for those friends of ours on level 2 of this tower to call this race.
Yeah, I apologise in advance. So very, very close here. You know what? I can't even see. There's a couple of boats here from Glebe on lane 7, Sandy Bay Composite, the North Shore Toowong, Mawullumba, and I think they're all in it. But yeah, it's got to be very close. It's really who wants it most. I think the boat from New Zealand in lane 3 and in lane 2, Carrum Composite in lane 2. It's all very close. As the angles unwind, we'll see how they go now.
They're really fighting it out. They're burning and lifting their strike rates, every crew.
It looks very close. It's going to come down to a photo. New Zealand crew just taken from Toowong, I think, but we're going to have to wait. You can hear the buzzer going off consistently there, meaning it's anybody's guess. It's certainly the crew from Glebe who coming over the line.
I think they should have just left the hooter on in a continuous line just then.
That was great. We'll see the guys from University of New South Wales, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield, as they come over the finish line, should I say.
That was a really exciting race. Everyone in that Men's Masters F should be Absolutely. Tuck it out. Look, they're hardly breathing out there at the finish line.
Yeah, unofficially, we're saying the crew from New Zealand, Horowina and Union Boat Club came first. Toowong a second behind. In third place, Karen Powerhouse. In fourth, Moolumbar. In fifth, North Shore. In sixth, Sandy Bay, Ulverstone Composite. In seventh, Glebe. And in eighth, University of New South Wales. They're the provisional results, but we'll wait for those results as they come through.
And they're lining up now in race 305. This is a finals race. This is going to be very exciting. It's a Women's Masters A race. And they're racing now, 3 boats in this race. It looks like the University of Queensland have scratched from this race. We've got the Cameron Composite, Mossman in the middle, and Glebe closest to the grandstand.
And I can bring your attention to the pontoon again, the medals pontoon. We have the medals awarding for race 302, the Men's Masters I Quad. In bronze medal position from Riverside Adelaide Composite, we have Rick Armstrong, Maxwell Hoseason Smith, Peter Smith, and Paul Gunson. In silver medal position from Mossman Rowing Club, we have John Struick, John May, John Hardy, and Philip Titterton, coached by Stephen Gordon. That's Mossman Rowing Club in silver medal position. And in gold medal position and winners of the Men's Masters I Quad, we have Raymond Beaton from Manning River, David Baker from Port Macquarie, Sam Mollard from Lindisfarne, and Roy Halliday from Manning River. They are the gold medal winners of the Men's Masters I Quad, the Manning River Composite. Please join me in congratulating Manning River Composite, the winners of the Men's Masters Quad.
And it's a very exciting race here in the Women's A8. We've got the Baby Masters rowing out of Glebe, and these are women who are between 27 and 34. They call themselves the Baby Masters, and that's made up of Gemma Bassett, Louisa Zaninger, Sarah Jones, Isabella Bain, Elizabeth Dorian, Julie Vyshkovskaya, Brianna Wade, Ella Barnard, and Cox by Kelly Clifton. And at the 500 metre mark, we had Mossman Rowing Club of Sarah Hill, Stackpool Moore, Walding, Larson, Ross, Clay, and Laurie, with Clarissa Kleiman, Cox by Chloe Giuretta, and they are in first place. They look like they've got a nice lead with Clearwater. That's Mossman in lane 5. Followed by the Karam Composite group, that's Karam and Powerhouse of Lucinta Rodriguez, Angelique Everett, Cindy Plowman, Emily Hardage, Morgan Dunham, Jackie Diebel, Jess Fishman, Sarah Haywood, and coached by Jessica Cuddy. And Mossman are looking very strong to take the gold medal in this Women's Masters A+, followed by the Karam Composite Powerhouse, and those Baby Masters are going to take the bronze medal. These girls have got many years of rowing ahead of them to become old masters like the rest of us. But for now, the Baby Masters are going to have to take the 3rd place podium with bronze. Congratulations.
And again, we'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon. This is the medal ceremony for the Women's Masters F Quad. We only have gold and bronze crews present. So this is the medals awards for race 303, the Women's Masters F Quad. And in bronze medal position from Mulwimba Composite, we have Mary Coulson from Tamar. We have Alison Kirkwood from Mersey. Neroli Ellis from Tamar. And Dagmar Wemmering from Mulwimba. And the bronze medal goes to Mulwimba Composite. And in gold medal position, St. George Composite. Anne Taylor from Mossman. Joanne Ward from St. George. Christine McCready from St. George. And Anna Cruz from St. George. Please join me in congratulating the Women's Masters F winners, St. George Composite.
Well, I'm excited to say my friend Odin McIntosh from the University of Newcastle is in a composite crew in lane 7, closest to the grandstand. That's Nepean Rowan Hislop, Odin McIntosh from Newcastle University, Juan Guimarães from Leichhardt, and Jason Waddell from Nepean. Odin was the tall redhead trailer driver who came down with his partner and the University of Newcastle trailer. And I'd like to shout out to their coach, Daryl Lindsay. Daryl, the team are just so grateful for your positive attitude, the way you lift the spirits of their crew. You're a very supportive coach. Daryl Lindsay of University of Newcastle. Then we have in lane 3 on the far side, the ADF rowing composite. That's the ADF and ANU composite of Boston, Herps, Lim and Hingston. In lane 4, the University of New South Wales Rowing Club, Andrew McEnroe, Alexander Lazarou, Nicholas Lazarou, and George Lazarou. I'll take a guess and say they're the Lazarou brothers in lane 4. In lane 5, the Toowong composite. That's Toowong Banks and Commercial of Michael Murphy, Matthew Napa, Andrew Goldstein and Jack Price. And finally, in lane 6, the Glebe Rowing Club of Leaf, Perich, Wigan and Nagapa, coached by Kim McNee.
Yeah, and those as that quad comes through the 500 metre marks, looks like the Nepean Composite in lane 7 got their noses in front, but they're being chased down by the Toowong boat, who are just 1.3 seconds behind. Glebe looks like they were in third. They were in third as they came through the 500 metre mark, followed by University of New South Wales and ADF bringing up the rear of the field. And as they come to the last 250, 200 metres, it looks like the boat on the near side from Nepean, looks like they've got a boat length, maybe some clear water over Toowong in lane 5, who are also probably got half a length in front of Glebe. But we'll see how this goes. This is the men's Masters A quad.
And we've got Andy Wigan racing there for Glebe. Nathan in lane 6. Andy, of course, being in the state quad for New South Wales. They're really pushing hard here. I'll let you call it.
As it comes to the last 50 metres, yeah, it looks like the Nepean Composite quite comfortable there. They're getting pushed there, you know, not quite clear water. No, maybe half a length really from Toowong, who pushed back quite well there. Who again have got just 2/3 of a length over University of New South Wales. The gentleman from Glebe finishing 4th. And then on the far side, we've got ADF racing. Christopher Boston, Mitchell Herps, Benjamin Lim and Owen Hingston bring home in 5th.
I've got to say, from where I'm sitting here, that Nepean composite of Hislop, McIntosh, Guimarães and Waddell, Odin must have heard me calling his name and it must have lifted his pace a bit because they were flying over that finish line. Shout out to you boys over there. I'm holding up my hand to you from the commentary box. Well done. What a fantastic race.
And I'll turn your attention again to the medal podium. It's the awards for the men's Masters F. In 3rd and bronze medal position from Carrum and Powerhouse, we have Ross Marcel and Drew Holman. In Silver medal position we have from Toowong, Jeff Conn and Gavin Keeley. And in gold medal position, and the winners of the men's Masters F, all the way from New Zealand, we have Bruce Tate from Union Wanganui and Kevin Horan from Harawina Boat Club. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's Masters F pair, Harawinui Composite.
This is going to be a very exciting final. We've got a full house here, ladies and gentlemen, lanes 1 through to 9. They've just started. We've got Brisbane GPS Composite in the far side. That's Painter and Reed. That's the Brisbane GPS and Commercial Composite. In lane 2, Newcastle University, Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick. In lane 3, the Pine Rivers Composite. They've had a fantastic regatta out here this year. Pine Rivers and Toowong, Tracy Evans and M. Schmeider, apologies. Melbourne Rowing Clubs, B. Klein Van Molcom and Michelle Joy. In lane 5, Albert Park and the South Melbourne Composite, Corio Bay, Justine Tonnet Joyce and Fiona Milne. The Toowong Composite of Jacqueline de Jong and Kate Dombrowski. Shoalhaven Composite with St George of Amanda Bayret. I'm not going very well. I haven't got my tongue warmed up yet. Bayret and Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry and Bruce Williams. The Swan River Composite over here near the grandstand of Bravelli and Thornton, and the Ulverstone Tamar Composite of Narelle Hayes and Belinda Schultz. And Corio Bay veteran, of course, Jeff Sykes rowed out of Corio Bay, and he still does row 3 times a week out there on the Barwon River. And probably the most famous boat crewed by the club at Corio Bay was the 1947 success of the Harmony 8. They had their youngest crew ever, 18 to 24-year-olds in that Harmony 8, and they brought the championship home to Geelong after 76 years. And today we've got Corio Bay in a composite with Albert Park, South Melbourne in lane 5. Through the 500 metre mark, they are actually our leaders, followed by Swan River, and there's nothing in it again, Nathan. We've got Melbourne in 3rd, Brisbane GPS and Commercial in 4, followed by Shoalhaven, Toowong. I think this is going to be a very tight race.
Yeah, only 2.5 seconds separate the first place and the 6th place boat. Looks like Pine River, Ulverstone, Tamar and Newcastle have dropped off the back. But yeah, it's going to be very close, you know, less than half a second between many of these boats. So.
And that's the Swan River Rowing Club Composite of Swan River and ANA. Of course, Swan River Rowing Club located in the heart of the Canning Bridge precinct on the riverbanks of the Swan River. It's a very inclusive club, a community club where one of their core values is around the community, engagement with the city of Melville, and they're out there to promote rowing and build healthy relationships in the Masters rowing community. They've come a long way from Perth on a loaded trailer. They had 4 stops on their way over here, and I'll read those stops out to you as soon as I find my card. I was speaking to the trailer driver.
And as they come to the final 100 metres, it looks like the girls from Melbourne Rowing Club, Klein Van Molcom and Michelle Joyce, maybe just have their noses in front from Albert Park, St Melbourne Composite. And there's nothing to separate Toowong and Shoalhaven, and even Swan River might be in this. But as it comes to the last 10 metres, it looks like some good clear water there from Melbourne Rowing Club. Length and a half. Second place is anybody's guess, as is 3rd place. So 5 boats go over the line there. I have no idea where they will go.
We'll wait for the official results on that one, I think, Nathan.
Yeah, very, very, very close racing there as the girls from Ulverstone Composite, I think, in the near lane, cross the line. And on the far side, maybe Pine Rivers Composite bringing up the rest the final field. But yeah, very very close racing there. We'll wait for the results, the unofficial or the official results as they come in there.
And it looks like we're crossing to a medal presentation. They're lining up on the pontoon now. It's a mixture of red and white stripes with a touch of blue. It's the women's A8. Over to Nathan to call the winners of the A8.
Yeah, it's the Women's Masters A8. The winners, obviously, are Mossman Rowing Club in the candy red and white stripes. The winners are Sarah Hill, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Alexandra Wadling, Christina Larson, Kelly Ross, Amy Clay, Kim Lowry, Clarissa Kleiman, and coxed by Chloe Juretta, coached by James Taylor. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Masters A8 Mossman Rowing Club.
As we move to the Men's Masters D8, I'm just going to take a moment before they come to the 500 to give you a bit of a background on these coxswains, these very, very important servants, we should say. The swain part of the word coxswain comes from a word meaning servant, and cox comes from the word cock, which meant a small boat. So I think I'm a bit of a swain myself, Nathan, to my children. A servant to the boat. The coxswain dates back to the 1400s. And in modern lingo, they are about steering the boat, coordinating the power and the rhythm of the rowers. The 1724 definition of a coxswain was an officer of a ship who takes care on the cockboat, barge or shallop with all its furniture and in its readiness with his crew to man the boat on all occasions. And I can see the cox for the Adelaide Uni Composite right now. We're crossing to the cox Bonnie White. She's out in front at the 500 metre mark, followed by Sydney, followed by the Toowong Rowing Club, coxed by Asher Underhill.
And I just want to get the official results of that Women's Masters D double. In first place was Melbourne. In second place was the Shoalhaven St George Composite, and third place was Albert Park South Melbourne Composite. And fourth, just missing out, was the Brisbane GPS. Fifth, Toowong. Sixth, Swan River. Seventh, Pine River Toowong. Eighth, Ulverston, and ninth, Newcastle University. The medals will be awarded shortly.
They are pushing incredibly hard here. The team of the Adelaide University Composite must have lifted their rate in the last 100 metres. They'll come across in the gold medal position in the Men Masters D. It's not even a race, although this crew in lane 8, Toowong, are pushing so hard. They've got the bronze medal with the winners, with second place holders Sydney over in lane 2, lane 1. We've got the Adelaide Uni Composite, unofficially, Sydney and Toowong in third.
And we'll turn our attention to the medal podium once again. This is the bronze medals awards for the Men's Masters A quad. presented by John Johnson, the president of Newington Masters Rowing Club. So in bronze medal position in third of race 306, Men's Masters A, it is the University of New South Wales Rowing Club. Andrew McEncroe. Alexander Lazarou. Nicholas Lazarou. And George Lazarou. So please join me in congratulating the bronze medal winners of Men's Masters A Quad, University of New South Wales.
And Nathan, I'd like to say that Scout up here, the beautiful black Labrador in the commentary tower, is now snoring deeply as we move into the Women's Masters G4. It's race 309 on your program. There are only two competitors in this race, the composite crew of Toowong, Canberra and Commercial in lane 5, and the Toowong Rowing Club in lane 6. And that Toowong and Canberra Commercial Club, we've got Maddie Martin from Commercial. It's a club that continues to thrive on the Brisbane River in the inner city of West End, Brisbane. They can row for 20 kilometres without interruption. So this 1,000 metre course is going to be a breeze for Maddie Martin from the Commercial Rowing Club in Brisbane. And lane 6, Toowong Rowing Club, Marion Elliott, Heather Warren, Jennifer Mills and Julie Bourne. They're coached by Angelina Ellis as they're really digging deep. You can see them on the live stream. Welcome to everyone on the live stream watching this last day of the Nationals competition. You got your cup of tea at home, watching on the live stream. It's a fantastic competitive sport to watch in the last 250 metres, Nathan. Up until then, unless you're on the live stream, you can't really get much of the action. But they're breathing hard as they're coming down the course, past the 500, coming up. It looks to be the Toowong composite.
And we'll turn our attention to the medals awards for the Women's Masters D Double Scull. Race 307 in third place. Bronze medal position from Albert Park, Justin Tonner-Joyce. And from Corio, Fiona Mill. Bronze medal winners. In second place and silver medal winners, the Shellhaven St George composite of Amanda Burant and Katrina Davis. And the commanding win and gold medal winners of this, the Women's Masters D Double Scull. Melbourne Rowing Club, B. Klein van Mukelkum and Michelle Joyce. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Masters D Double Scull, Melbourne Rowing Club.
And it's a bit of friendly competition out in the middle of the course. The Toowong composite of Maddie Wilson, Judy Walsh, Julianne Kelly and Jenny Conn have just got a nose over their compatriots also from Toowong, Marion Elliott, Heather Warren, Jennifer Mills and Julie Bourne. Looks like the composite crew with the Commercial Canberra combination are going to, unless, I think they're going to take the gold in this one, although
close,
they might lift in lane 6. Toowong do not want to be left behind. They've had a fantastic Nationals regatta. I feel like they've been on the podium multiple times. Are they going to challenge them for the gold medal?
They look a cleaner crew, to be honest, but just have left maybe a bit too much left in the tank. They certainly are definitely moving on them. If this race was 100 metres longer, I reckon they'd be through them. But yeah, as they go through, it's the It's the composite with the length almost exactly away from their colleagues at the same boat club.
Thank you, Nathan. We're going to be seeing our friends from the Tablelands Country Rowing Club up there in Queensland. They've got their clubhouse on the Tinnaburra Peninsula. And as Rob and I were saying yesterday, up there in Tablelands, I wouldn't like to go out in a single, I don't think, because I'd be too nervous about what might be in the water if I was to capsize, which is something I tend to do in a single, I'm afraid.
Well, as I say, you're not really a proper scholar until you've been in 10 times. Well, that's what they used to say when I was sculling.
That means that I've got another 4 capsizes by your calculations.
Yeah, you need to try harder, I think. Yeah, the only thing that I was scared about when I capsized when I was rowing was hypothermia rather than what would eat me.
My biggest fear is getting back into the boat because that is not a pretty sight, let me tell you. It's not only wet lycra that you're dealing with, but heaving. My coach said to me that my bottom was actually too big to lift myself up into my single capsize. I thought that was a little bit rich, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't want to even face those fears, to be honest. So yeah, I don't think MPAC can make a boat big enough for me now.
This is a coxed race at the women's G4 Tablelands Composite in lane 5. Trish Carter from Toowong, Robin Herreris from Toowong, Jenny Coates also Toowong, and Karen Ross from the Tablelands Country Rowing Club, coxed by Janelle Filkin. Then in lane 6 we have the Manning River Composite of Elaine Bissica from ANU, Amanda Cavill from Manning River, Jane Pullen, Manning River, and Genevieve Dobbs from Manning River. And I'd like to shout out to Jennifer Pollock, the cox from North Shore Rowing Club, who's helping them out in this race. Jen has been a cox at North Shore and races most regattas for us. She got into coxing because her son Nick Pollock was the cox for the Newington First 8. He's in his 30s now, so shout out to Nicky Pollock, who got his mum into the cox seat for North Shore, and what a gem she is for us. And they're often racing in this race 310, the Women's Masters Coxed Quad.
We'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon once again. This is the awarding of the bronze and silver medals for race 308, the Men's Masters D8. In bronze medal position, all the way from Queensland, Toowong Rowing Club's Bob Law, Tony Moynihan, Robert McPhee, Nicholas Ferros, Tim Bugg, Stephen Hammer, Andrew McIntosh, James Manning, and coxed by Asher Underhill. They are the bronze medal winners, Toowong, of the Men's Masters D8 event. And in silver medal position, the Men's Masters D8, we have Sydney Rowing Club, Christopher Morgan, Kurt Spencer, Stuart Coop, Carl Quitsua, Mark Binder, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade, Robert McNeil, and coxed by Dhruv Kumar. Please join me in congratulating the silver and bronze medal winners of the Men's Masters D8, Sydney Rowing Club and Toowong Rowing Club. And as we came through the 500-metre mark of this this race on the course at the moment. So Women's Masters G4, two boats in it. Tablelands Toowong Composite on the far side and Manning River Composite on the near side. Very, very close through 500 metres, no quarter given. Tablelands just had 0.39 seconds. That's less than half a boat length in front of the Manning River Composite. Doesn't look like anything's really changed as they're coming through the last 200 metres. Still very, very close. Really, which crew wants to up their rate and push for the finish? It's all for the taking from both crews. Looks like Tablelands Toowong may have just raised their rate slightly. Manning River obviously keeping the rate the same, but seems to be holding the blade in for a bit longer. But Tablelands just cranked it up a couple of pips. Manning River now responding. Have they got anything left in them, Manning River? If they want to go, they need to do it now. Tablelands holding off. Tablelands County, Tablelands Country and Toowong holding off this crew from Manning River. It's half a length. Have they got it there? Manning River really pushing, gaining inches on them every stroke. Very close. Have they got it? Oh, I think the Tablelands managed to hold them off by a canvas over Manning River, who decided to move in the last 100 metres.
I think they just ran out of water there.
Yeah.
Nathan, I mean, what a fantastic effort from the crew from crew of Bissaka, Cavill, Pullen, Dobbs and Jenny Pollock from Manning River Composite with ANU and North Shore. So close, but they should be very, very proud of themselves in that race.
Yep, good racing there. Really good racing. We'll turn our attention back to the other end of the race course. It's race 311. It's a men's Masters G double scull. Again, 9 boats in this race. This is a final. On the far side, Toowong Karam Composite of David Rafter and Robert Gunningham, should I say. In lane 2 from Essendon is Stuart Alsop and Bill Nugent. In lane 3, the Mossman Essendon Composite of Tim Juzovic and Mark Williams. In lane 4 from Hawke's Bay and Mercer, we have Alan Cleaver and Jerry Steenkammer. In lane 5 from Pine Rivers, we have Jeffrey Ward and John Velosa. Melbourne University's Jeff Rees and Peter Anthony in lane 6. In lane 7 from Dragons, Andrew Retty and Guy Elliott. In lane 8 from Clifton, Gus Burgham and Kerry Dombrowski. And in lane 9 from ANU and Melbourne, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney.
And that's the Clifton Rowing Club from New Zealand, the head of Taranaki Rowing on the Waitara River. And it's looking strong there at the 500. The Hawke's Bay, Mercer, followed by ANU Melbourne and Melbourne University. Essendon, followed by Mossman Essendon in 5, Clifton in 6, Pine Rivers in 7, Dragons in 8, and Toowong Karam in 9 at the 500 metre mark.
And very quickly, we'll go to the awards of the gold medal for the Women's Masters G Cox's Quad. The Toowong Canberra Commercial Composite in gold medal position. Maddie Morton from Commercial. Judy Walsh from Canberra. Julie Ann Kelly from Toowong. And Jenny Conn from Toowong are the winners of the Women's Masters G Cox's Squad. Please join me in congratulating them. Winners of the Women's Masters G Cox's Squad, Toowong Composite.
And just as we're coming into the last 250 of this race, a quick shout out to Cocky, Greg Cox, for his 40 years involvement in the Clifton Rowing Club. That's as a coach, a rower, and countless North Island and national titles. He is a legend. That's Cocky Greg Cox from Clifton, and coming down here, it looks like a nice smooth race. I'll put my glasses on. Nathan, can you see what's happening?
Yeah, as they come to the last 10 metres, it looks like the boat from Hawke's Bay and Mercer, Alan Cleaver and Jerry Steenkammer.
Lifting in 6, it looks like Melbourne University is going to come in for silver. And a photo finish, I think, for ANU Composite in lane 9.
Yeah, it's going to be very close there. So Hawke's Bay, Mercer take the win there by about a length from Melbourne's University. ANU Melbourne take the bronze medal. Very, very close there. The Mossman Essendon Composite take 4th. Essendon themselves take 5th. Clifton 6th. 7th is Dragons, 8th is Pine Rivers, and the Toowong Carrum boat
and
in 9th.
They've just taken off in the men's Masters J to M8. We have lane 5, the North Shore Composite. And that's a patchwork again of Zoodies. We'll see North Shore, St George, Canberra, Endeavour, Leichhardt, and the Newington Masters 1. We've got John James in this race, the legend from North Shore, ex-Olympian, Ian Toll, David Kay, Michael College, John Simpson, Alan Atkins, Nick Dorsch, and Les Higgins. I'll tell you a bit more about Les in a moment. But in lane 6, the Richmond Composite of Richmond, Banks, Manning River and Corio Bay. That's Peter Benson, Alan Swindon, Raymond Beaton, John Mitchell, James McKay, Peter Anderson, Derek Wilson and Ray Dennis, Cox by Charlotte Lawrence. There are a lot of 8s in front of every single one of these rowers. How proud we are of these hugely talented, longevity, athletic rowers in these men's Masters J to M.
Just the unofficial results of the previous race, the men's Masters G double. Hawke's Bay, Mercer in first place, a time of 3:40.38. In second place from Melbourne University was the boats of Reese and Tony in a time of 3:41.71, and in third place was the ANU Melbourne Composite of Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. 4th, Mossman Essendon. 5th, Essendon. 6th, Clifton. 7th, Dragons. 8th, Pine Rivers, and Toowong Carrum were in 9th. And as the old fellas come through 500 metres, not a lot in it. 1.31 seconds between these two boats. On the far side, North Shore Composite, and the near side, Richmond Composite. Very, very close indeed. See what's left of these gentlemen in the last 300 metres. Looks like the Richmond Composite might just have their noses in front still. Approaching the last 250 metres. Looks like Derek Wilson in the Richmond Composite at the age of 88, maybe the oldest competitor in this race. And that in itself deserves a few beers. So with the pink blades on the far side, so on the near side of the lake, Richmond Composite, Richmond, Banks, Manning River and Corio Bay. We've still got probably maybe half a length, maybe a bit less now, maybe a third of a length of a boat in front of the North Shore Composite, made from North Shore, St George, Canberra, Endeavour, Leichhardt and Newington Masters. It's going to be close, actually. It looks like the North Shore gentlemen are going to give it a push to the finish. That half a boat length, certainly less now. Some good close racing here. Richmond Composite holding on. Just take the win of a third of a length. Third of a length from the North Shore Composite. Some good hard racing. No quarter given in that race. Well done, gentlemen. That is definitely worth a few beers after it. That's great racing. So it looks like provisionally the Richmond Composite just take it from the North Shore Composite in that the men's Masters J final.
Race 3-1-3, Nathan, as we cross up to the start line, there'll be a few nerves for this one. This is the final of the Women's Masters B. Highly competitive racing. They're waiting for the starters' orders. Breathing up. Their blades are squared and buried. They'll be feeling the nerves for this race. And they're racing. First 5 strokes, 3/4 of a slide. They're pushing hard. This is going to be very exciting.
We'll very quickly turn our attention to the medal pontoon once again. This is the results of the Masters, the men's Masters G double scull. In third place from ANU and Melbourne, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. In silver medal position from Melbourne University, Jeff Rees and Peter Antoni. And in gold medal, and the winners of the men's Masters G double scull, the Hawke's Bay Mercer Composite of Alan Cleaver and Jerry Stenkammer. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's Masters G double scull.
And back to race 3-1-3. Just a little information on Jane Hilliard from the Tasmania University Boat Club. There's a legend of the club up there. His name's Sean Finlayson, but everyone calls him Finno. And your team down here from Tassie Uni, Finno, would like to do a shout out to you so that everybody knows what a legend you are. And that's the Buckingham Composite crew with Tassie Uni of Jane Hilliard, Courtney Blythe, Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson. They're in lane 3 from Tasmania. And at the 500 metre mark, we've got the Melbourne Composite crew of Sarah Hill, Clarissa Kleiman, Zoe Lynham and Amy Clay, looking to be in first place at the 500 metres, followed by the Mossman ANU Composite, followed by Glebe, Leichhardt, Buckingham Tassie, Toowong Composite and Shoalhaven in 7th. I think those middle positions for the medals are going to be tight, certainly for silver and gold. It's going to be a royal battle at the finish line for those crews. But at the moment, it looks like the Melbourne Composite crew of Helen Pearce, Kate Dybel, Sarah Sefke and Tej Nishibata. There she is, rowing for Melbourne in the Melbourne Composite in the lane closest to the grandstand.
Yeah, so it's going to be close. Some ex-Olympians and world champions in this race. It'll be close between the Melbourne Composite on the near side and on the far side, the Mossman Composite, ANU Composite. We'll see how it goes.
It's nice to see the Leichhardt crew out here of Daniela Borgia, Jennifer Zonga, Taryn Innes and Nikki Lepresti, coached by Steve Sherry. And if you're watching on the live stream, any students from St. Scholastica's College, you will see your teachers out there in that crew from Leichhardt, Borgia, Zonga, Innes and Lepresti. This is going to be an exciting finish.
It'll be close. Looks like the Melbourne Composite are really rocking now. They're looking across. Eyes go across their right shoulders to the far side to the Melbourne crew, but really nice piece of rowing there. Melbourne Composite, Pearce, Dybel, Skeffy, Nishibata take the win.
Well done, Melbourne Composite. They had a big smile on their face, Nathan.
Yeah, by a few lengths from Mossman, who were chased by Glebe as well in 3rd position and Leichhardt in 4th.
Man, I know how hard it is out there. I could hardly fill my lungs with enough air when I was coming over in that D race earlier this morning. So I can really applaud these women out here racing on the 4th day at the Nationals. There's not much left in it. Their legs are burning, but they're crossing the finish line as we come across the Shoalhaven Rowing Club crew of Cook, Owens, Richardson and McKeever, followed by lane 4, the Toowong Composite with Black Mountain and Centenary, Bramer, Vichalov, Reynolds and Reynolds.
Yep, unofficial results there. The Melbourne Composite of Pearce, Dieball, Skeffy and Nishibata take the win in a time of 3 minutes, 28.57 seconds. Gold medal position there. In second was the Mossman ANU Composite, some 5.14 seconds behind. Hill, Kleiman, Lynham and Clay. And in third place from Glebe, good result there from the boats in Glebe, pushing the Mossman boat right to the finish. They finished in bronze medal with a time of 3:35.16, some 1.4 seconds behind the Mossman crew.
And they're often racing in race 3-1-4, the final of the Men's Masters B2 pair. They only have 1 oar each in this race out either side of the boat. That makes it pretty unstable in my experience.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. It could be. I think the pairs are the most exciting boat to learn to row in and B to race in, because there is no hiding the fact if it's not you, it's somebody else in that boat, and it's a very difficult boat to master. I think it's the most difficult boat to master of all.
Well, I can personally vouch for that to be true. I give a shout out to my pairs partner and long-suffering Jane O'Hanlon, and Jane has put up with me for this season in our pair, and we're not quite as good as these boys. In lane 2 we've got the Carrum Rowing Club crew of Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman. Drew's going to be exhausted after this regatta as he drives back down there to Victoria. The Glebe Composite in lane 3 of Michael Pickford from UNSW and Brad Smith from Glebe. We've got a scratching from the ADF Rowing Club. In lane 4 is Empty. Lane 5, Lindisfarne Composite North Esk. That's Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox from Lindisfarne. Banks in lane 6. Nepean Composite in lane 7. Glebe in lane 8. Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa.
And we'll very quickly go to the medal pontoon, the awarding of the Men's Masters J8. Just 2 boats in it, just the awarding of the gold medal. But both crews are down there, so congratulations to them. In second place was North Shore Composite. But in first place, and the winners of the gold medal, was the Richmond Composite of Peter Benson from Corio, Alan Swindon from Banks, Raymond Beaton from Manning River, John Mitchell from Banks, James McKay from Banks, Peter Anderson from Banks, Derek Wilson from Banks, Ray Dennis from Richmond, and coxed by Charlotte Lawrence. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Men's Masters J, Men's 8, the Richmond Composite.
And I'm sure the Lindisfarne Composite there in lane 5, Patrick Bird from North Esk and Tom Wilcox from Lindisfarne. It was in the Lindisfarne Club that rowing was deemed to be so dignified and so gallant. It was the only sport allowed by local church groups to row on a Sunday. And row on a Sunday they are, because in lane 5 at the moment they're really pushing hard to get a medal position. That's the Lindisfarne Composite of Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox. But it looks to me like our friends from Carrum over there in lane 2 are going to hold their position to go through the line. Possibly they're going to medal, but whether it's gold or silver, it's hard to tell. They're pushing hard as well in the Nepean
really
Composite.
close.
I think that
Banks
the
take
Banks
it,
take it, followed by possibly Carrum in 2, Nepean Melbourne University in 3, and the Lindisfarne North Esk. They might be a little bit disappointed they're missing that by just a whisker of a hair's breadth.
Good close racing there. I think you called it right there, Kath. Banks a good length and a half in front. Karam just taking it from Nepean there. And Lindisfarne as well, just missing out.
And I take my hat off there to Glebe, who came in at 6th. That was a difficult race. Well done. Okay, race 315. This is the Women's Masters E8. This is a big race. We've got a almost full house. Lane 1 is empty for this race. The conditions are next to perfect. There's a bit of fog rolling in from the mountains, but honestly, the weather here has been spectacular this last 4 days. They're on the start line now. The bow seats are tapping lightly. These are held boats, and those holders on their tummies, they look like they're doing a yoga pose, don't you think, Nathan?
I'll tell you what, they'll be getting wet now. It's absolutely, I've just watched the rain come from the far end of the course up to the finish line. It's going to be teeming down out there.
Ah, you're quite right. I hadn't noticed that. I thought it was fog, but you're quite right. It's rain. And they're off in the women's race 315. This is a final for the Masters E8. This is a very competitive age group. And we've got Melbourne Composite in lane 2, the Leichhardt Mossman Composite Group in lane 3, Ballarat City Composite in 4, University of Queensland in 5, North Shore in 6. Lane 7 has the University of WA Composite, and in lane 8, the Commercial Composite. I'll have my eyes on lane 6 in this race. I've got a fantastic group of friends racing there from North Shore. That is the Nikki Blackwell in stroke, followed by Peggy McBride, Nicola Kennedy, Rachel Lash, Louise McCoach, Sally Edwards, Catherine Boland and Helen Byrne. The University of Queensland crew in the coxswain seat is Lily Lunny, followed by Margot Drayton, Rachel Kinnamonth, Addie McDonald, Carla Forbes, Kathy Witt, Rachel Thompson, Nikki Hughes and Catherine Rodmell from the University of Queensland. This is going to be a tight race, I would say. They're going to all want to podium for this race in the Women's Masters E8. And it's the Leichhardt Composite with Mossman of Jenny Wilson, Christine Batmeyer, Sarah Ahern, Tiffany Hutchinson, Christine Foxton, Margaret Small, M. Barrick and Susan Huggett with Cox, Sally Maspero. It looks to me that the University of Queensland in 1, Ballarat City Composite in 2, North Shore in 3, Commercial Toowong in 4, Melbourne Yarra Yarra in 5, Leichhardt Mossman in 6, University of WA Composite in 7th and the Karam Leichhardt combination in 8th. I think those middle medals of silver and bronze are going to be hard fought as the rowers come down the course in the last, approaching the last 250 metres of this race. And the Melbourne Composite crew in lane 2 of Irina Benjamin, Catherine Dermody, Jill Plummer, Val Dow, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips and Linda Skidmore, Angela Rice, coached by Zena Marzi.
That's a great race. This the Melbourne crew, the Melbourne Yarra Yarra crew obviously got this in the bag from early doors. Look to be quite comfortable. I think it's going to be a race really for second and third on either side of them.
Come on, North Shore, lift your strike rate. Let's go, girls. Push through. You've got some tough competition out here.
In lane 5.
And it looks like lane 5 have come through for the gold medal in this race, followed by lane 4, although they're being challenged really hard by North Shore. I think they're going to run out of water. Lane 4 have the silver medal and lane 6 the bronze medal. They should be very proud of that, North Shore. Congratulations. And for 4th position, Melbourne Yarra Yarra, 5th Commercial Toowong, 6th Leichhardt Mossman, University of WA Composite and Karam Leichhardt. Remembering, Nathan, these crews have not trained in this combination at all. They've come together here as composite crews for these regattas, and it's incredible how many composite crews are medaling in this regatta.
The joy and pain of Masters Regatta. And we'll turn our attention now to the medal podium. Thank you for waiting, ladies. This is the awarding of the Women's Masters B Quad, race 313. In bronze medal position from Glebe Rowing Club, Belindy Rowe, Elizabeth Lester, Heidi Lindell, and Jacqueline Harris. In bronze medal, Glebe Rowing Club. In silver medal position, the composite from Mossman ANU. That's in silver medal position. The Mossman ANU composite of Sarah Hill, Carissa Kleiman, Zoe Lyman, and Amy Clay. And in gold medal position, the winners of the Women's Masters B Quad goes to the Melbourne Yarra Yarra Richmond composite of Helen Pearce from Richmond, Kate Dyball from Richmond, Sarah Skeffy from Yarra Yarra, and Tanya Nishibata from Melbourne. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Masters B Quad.
And we'll just cross over now to the Men's Masters E Quad. This is a really interesting race. We've got some fantastic rowers in this race. In the Black Mountain composite of Black Mountain and Lake Macquarie, David Nash, Mark Partridge, Jeremy Smith and Ian Mongan. Of course, Jeremy Smith being in the New South Wales Men's State Squad from Lake Macquarie. And he was in the men's state squad. In the women's state squad, we had Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie too, so it's just fantastic. And Ian Mongan, I crossed past a boat that was called the Ian Mongan, so I'm pretty sure that that Black Mountain Rowing Club gets a lot of fantastic hours put in by Ian Mongan, who is rowing in lane 7. We've got in lane 2 over on the far side, the Shoalhaven crew, Manning River in 3, Yarra Yarra in 4, the Murwillumbah crew in 5, Adelaide University composite with Torrens in lane 6, the Black Mountain composite in 7, Mersey composite in 8, that's with Tamar, and St George Rowing Club in lane 9. And we've got Alan Robinson from St George. He was the stroke of the men's State 8 quad here yesterday. And let's have a look as they come down into the last 100 metres. It looks to be...
It's Murwillumbah in front. They're getting pushed by the Adelaide University crew right to the very line. Adelaide pushing them all away, gaining inches each stroke. Be close for third place, but it looks like on the far side in lane 3, Manning River just take it, I think. Maybe they didn't. No, maybe it's Black Mountain take it from Manning River in lane 4. Very close there. In 5th, Yarra Yarra. In 6th, Shoalhaven. In 7th, St George, and in 8th, the Mersey Tamar composite. So provisional results there. In first place, Murwillumbah from Queensland in a time of 3:14. In second place, Adelaide University Torrens composite. just less than a second behind. In third place, the Black Mountain Lake Macquarie Composite, being pushed right to the line by Manning River, who finished fourth. Yarra Yarrow in fifth. Shoalhaven sixth. St George seventh. And in eighth place, the Mersey Tamar Quad.
And that's a big shout out to Kirsten Berry, the club captain from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Peter Armstrong and others reckon you are the best club captain they've ever had. So well organised, a great communicator, energetic. They'd like to unanimously vote you into the club captaincy for the next season and beyond. Rowing up there on Lake Macquarie and into Cockerell Creek. Our friends at the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club have to deal with bull sharks and stingrays and being chased by dolphins. They've even seen a sunfish up there on Cockerell Creek, so it's good to see the ecosystem is thriving up there at the Lake Macquarie area. And Kirsten Berry, for all your work as a club captain, your teammates really say thank you.
Sounds like hospital pass to me.
And they're often racing right now in race 317. Which is the Women's Masters H to M. My very favourite pair of the Walter Wannon combination in lane 4, Toowong in lane 5, that's Jenny Coates and Lynette Brown. Toowong in lane 6, Elizabeth Wilson and Marion Elliott. And a shout out to Angelina Ellis, who is coaching those incredible rowers from Toowong. And in lane 7, the Phoenix Rowing Club, Anne Ellis and Carolyn Musarad.
So we'll quickly turn our attention through to the Men's Master B bronze and silver awards. I think the guys from Banks who won it are in another race. But we have in bronze medal position the Nepean Melbourne University Composite of Alistair Isherwood and Jason Waddell. Alistair Isherwood from MUBC and Jason Waddell from Nepean, the bronze medal winners of the Men's Masters B pair. And in silver medal position from Carrum Rowing Club, we have Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman. Please join me in congratulating the bronze and silver medal winners of the Men's Masters B pair.
And it's Sue Walter and Sue Wannon of the North Shore Rowing Club who have really been instrumental in the foundation, laying the foundation stone of North Shore's very, very successful teams development program, the TDP that they run out of North Shore. It's known for its incredible contribution to building team spirit in places like the AGSM and other universities who bring their elite young to be leaders, future leaders, to North Shore Rowing Club to participate in that TDP program, and that would not be possible without Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Linda McDonald of the North Shore Rowing Club. And coming in at the moment in race 317, North Shore is out in front in the first place position, followed by Phoenix and Toowong in third, Toowong also in fourth. That's the Elizabeth Wilson and Marion Elliott, coached by Angelina Ellis. But I do hope today's race is strongly contested at the last 100 metres between the women of this H to M Masters. It doesn't look like there was any handicap in this race. So they all started off go, and they're all within about 10 seconds of each other.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, 8.32 seconds separate the boats. It looks like a bit further than that now as the rain starts to stream down even harder.
I think Sue, both Sue's, Walter and Wannon are going to have very heavy medals around their necks after this Nationals regatta. They've been on that podium both presenting and receiving medals. But we're crossing over now to what looks like a very exciting medal presentation. They're either cold or excited. It's hard to tell.
I think they're both, to be honest. They may be more wet than cold.
Well, certainly Scout's up here, nice and dry, snoring her head off. Scout is a beautiful black Labrador, Nathan's girl, is that right?
That's correct, yeah. My wife might have something to say about that, though, but...
Does she sleep on the bed, Nathan? Because she's one heifer of a dog.
Oh, I thought you were talking about my wife. No, she absolutely does not sleep on the bed. Yeah, she's not allowed outside. She's not allowed upstairs at all.
Is that your wife or Scout, Nathan?
Both of them, to be honest. Yeah.
And I do think Sue Walter and Sue Wannon are going to do the North Shore crew and every Masters women's rower so proud as they come across to claim gold in the Women's Masters H pair. You legends, Sue and Sue of North Shore, followed in lane 7 by the Phoenix Rowing Club, Anne Ellis and Carolyn Mousserad. God, I hope I'm rowing when I'm their age, Nathan. I find it hard to get out of bed and I'm only in my early 50s. We're crossing now to the 3rd place position. Congratulations. In lane 5 to Toowong Rowings Club, Jenny Coates and Lynette Brown. And Toowong in 6, that's Elizabeth Wilson and Marion Elliott.
We'll cross now to the damp awarding of the Women's Masters E8 medals. It was race 315. And in bronze medal position from North Shore Rowing Club, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Sally Edwards, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and Cox by Kelly Marsh. They are the bronze medal winners, North Shore Rowing Club. In silver medal position from Victoria, from Ballarat City, Yarra Yarra, Melbourne, Richmond, Nagambie, Powerhouse and Burnsdale, we have from Melbourne University, Jennifer Brigham, Lynn Broad, Emily Harridge, Wendy Cotter, Geraldine Goss, Zoe Ryan, Catherine Carr, Kathy Lloyd, and coxed by Sam Lincoln. And in first place, from Queensland, the University of Queensland, the winners of the Women's Masters E8, Catherine Rodmill, Nikki Hughes, Rachel Thompson, Kathy Witt, Carla Forbes, Annie MacDonald, Rachel Kinnemouth, Margot Drayden, and coxed by Lily Lunny. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Masters E8, the University of Queensland.
And we're crossing to race 318. This is a men's Masters H final, Melbourne. You could actually say, Nathan, this is a clash between Victorian crews and New South Wales crews. In lane 7, closest to the grandstand, Melbourne is currently leading. In fact, currently leading, they're about to cross the finish line. That was quick. All right, so in lane 7, it looks like Melbourne is going to take home the gold in the Men Masters H, followed by, if I can see over there, the Banks Composite takes second, and the Melbourne University crew of Bridgeford, Wood, Ferguson, Peters, Sandy Marshall, John McKenzie, Mike Kerrin, Greg Longden, Cox by Graham Bushnell in 3. That's the unofficial results. Melbourne, Banks Composite and Melbourne University. Mosman in 4th, North Shore 3 crew in 5th. And I'll say that Mercantile group of the Banks Composite in 2, Mercantile in Melbourne has more coaches than any rowing club in Australia. And that certainly shone through in their silver podium finish for the Banks Composite crew, Toowong and Mercantile. We're lining up now for the start list in race 319, the Women's Masters C pair. They look to only have 2 oars in the boat. That's it. I think this is a pairs race. We've got lane 2, Leichhardt, Brigham and Hutchinson. Lane 3, Leichhardt, Bourget and Zonga. Wow, they're going to be exhausted, having just come off the water in one of their other races. In lane 4, the Mosman Composite of Tej Nishibata and Lucy Stackpool Moore. In lane 5, Lake Macquarie's Kirsten Berry, the club captain, and Trudy McDonald, one of the state rowers. Well done in the quad. Odin McIntosh is their coach from the University of Newcastle. In lane 6, Buckingham, Claire Vickers and Nicola Anderson. Lane 7, Karam, Sarah Haywood and Jess Fishman, coached by Drew Holman. Lane 8, Adelaide University's Susie Ross and Angie Francu, and the ANA Rowing Club in lane 9, Elissa Mansell and Marianne Amato.
And we have the medal ceremony for race 316, the Men's Masters E Quad. Great race here. In bronze medal position, the Black Mountain Lake Macquarie composite of David Nash, Mark Partridge, Jeremy Smith and Ian Mongan. They are the bronze medal winners from the Black Mountain Lake Macquarie boat. In the silver medal position from Adelaide University in Torrens, we have Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, David McLeod and Bill Nat. And the winners and gold medal, receiving the gold medal from Mooloombah, the Men's Masters E gold medal winners from Mooloombah Rowing Club of Anthony Robert G, David Rees, Doug Cryer and Scott O'Reilly. Please join me in congratulating the winners and gold medal winners of the Men's Masters E Quad from Mooloombah Rowing Club.
And looking up to the commentary tower now for North Shore, congratulations. Good to see you in the boat, girls. And I'd like to shout out to Mosman Rowing Club's Jim Battersby, the club president there, responsible for that new clubhouse that's having their opening ceremony and the new boat naming of the Rowena Meredith on the 10 a.m. on June 18 at Mosman Rowing Club. That's 10 a.m. on June the 18th for the opening of their new clubhouse and boat naming at the Mosman Rowing Club. And you'll probably see Tej Nishibata at that ceremony because she's in Mosman and currently in a composite crew right now in lane 4. She's coming in second place at the moment at the 500 metres, just behind Adelaide University in first, and that's the combination of Susie Ross and Angie Francu. Yeah, I had a fantastic piece of commentary there for you all, but I didn't have my mic on. So you missed out on hearing that Drew Holman is the coach for the Karam crew in lane 7. That's Sarah Haywood and Jess Fishman, coached by Drew Holman. They're really pushing hard, and I think they're in medal contention here. Nathan?
Yeah, looks like the crew from Adelaide University keep on looking over the right shoulders, the stroke, keeping an eye out on the Melbourne Mossman composite in the middle of the pack. But good racing here from Adelaide University. Obviously managed their heats quite well.
I think they're just going to get it over the Mossman composite. That's Nishibata and Stackpool Moore. What a fantastic race, and bronze looks like it's going to be very close, but I think they've got it. I'm calling it for Lake Macquarie in third. That's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. And from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, special shout out to the para rower there, Lisa Grizzle. Lisa is going to France coming up very shortly. She's coming out of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. They've also produced Trudy McDonald, who just took bronze in the Women's Masters C pair. Trudy was in the state quad, rowing out there on Lake Macquarie and into Cockerell Creek. And Kirsten Berry taking bronze.
And we'll go back to the pontoon now. This is the medals ceremony for race 317. It's a Women's Masters H pair. In bronze medal position from Toowoomba Rowing Club, Jenny Coates and Lynette Brown. In silver medal position from Phoenix Rowing Club in South Australia, Anne Ellis and Caroline Musared. And in gold medal position from New South Wales North Shore Rowing Club, Suzanne Walter and Suzanne Wannon. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Masters H pair, North Shore Rowing Club.
And in race 320, it's the final of the Men's Masters C2. We've got Powerhouse in lane 2, A&A Rowing Club in lane 3, the A&A Swan River Composite of Morris Robson and James McGrath in lane 4. Lane 5 is Lindisfarne, our friends from Tasmania, Joel Cape and Tom Wilcox. In lane 6, the Banks Yarra Yarra Composite of Justin Negri and Heinrich Vence. In lane 7, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Richard Medway and Juan Gamerez with their coach Steve Sherry. Glebe in lane 8, Tony Rogers and Andy Wigan. You'll remember he's the poster boy for the evening's events. You'll see him round the stadium. And in lane 9, Glebe, Brad Smith and Christopher Nietzsche. And of course, the Powerhouse Rowing Club has an interesting history, Nathan. It was established as the Powerhouse organisation, formed in 1931, and their goal was to establish sporting clubs that would keep the boys at the Lord Somers camp connected to one another. By doing that, the Powerhouse Summer and Lord Somers camps formed the Powerhouse Rowing Club down there on the in Melbourne on the Yarra River, and it was through hosting of their social dances at the Macadam Clubhouse in the 1960s that the Powerhouse Rowing Club was able to fund a new clubhouse that was built in the 1970s where it stands today. And Marty O'Leary recently joined as the new coach of the Powerhouse Rowing Club, and that's over there in lane 2, Alex Wilcox and Chris Schalt. And the A&A Rowing Club and Rowing Composite Club are looking really strong over there in lane 3. I'll have to put my glasses on, they're going so fast. It's a real neck and neck between lane 6 and lane 4. That's the A&A Composite are going to come in second to the winners, the Banks Composite group of Justin Negri and Heinrich Vence. A&A Swan River in second, Leichhardt in third, Lindisfarne in fourth. These are the unofficial results. A&A in 5th. Crossing the line in 6th place, Powerhouse. And coming in 7th place, Glebe.
And we'll cross over to the medal pontoon once again. The medals for the men's masters H8. In 3rd place and bronze medal winners, Melbourne University, Paul Bridgeford, Tom Wood, Paul Ferguson, James Peters, Sandy Marshall, John McKenzie, Mike Carron, Greg London, and Cox by Graham Bushnell. That's the bronze medal winners, Melbourne University. In silver medal position, in the men's masters H+ is the Banks composite crew from Banks, Toowong and Mercantile. Peter Park from Toowong, Rodney Pillmore from Banks, Chris Gaston from Toowong, Nick Walrock from Toowong, Peter Gell from Toowong, Roger Gould from Toowong, Gavin Keeley from Toowong, and Jim Lowe from Banks. Cox by Bill Webster, they are the silver medal winners of the men's masters H8. And the gold medal winners of the men's masters H8 are Melbourne Rowing Club, Terry Phillips, Roderick Ian Jones, Stephen Mollard, John Donaldson, Kel Boynton, Robert Smith, Rodney Stewart, Michael Dayek, and coxed by Emma Plowright. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's masters H8, Melbourne University. Sorry, Melbourne.
And I'd like to remind everyone that this is the last day of racing in this Australian Masters Rowing Championships, and the Regatta Centre has requested that everything be removed from the island today. There are to be no vehicles, no boats, no trailers and no equipment left on the island overnight. Anyone planning to pick things up tomorrow will be required to move it across to the car park on the entry side of the venue today. There will be no access to the island tomorrow. There's early access to the entry side of the venue when you come in those beautiful stone gates from 4:30 a.m. tomorrow, Monday, to pick up any trailers parked overnight. This will allow you to beat the morning traffic on your commutes back home. Please try to collect everything by 7 a.m. tomorrow, because there is an event at the Regatta Centre on Monday. Unfortunately, no circumstances will allow you to access the island during the event tomorrow. I've got a request for anyone who took some video of a North Shore quad capsizing at the pontoon yesterday, Saturday around 11 a.m. A fantastic rowing supporter took a video of those girls capsizing off the pontoon. She said that they would be very, very willing and wanting to see that, and that being videoed was all part of the fun. We would like to see that video now and post it on our Instagram, because those rowers in that quad that capsized are some of our best rowers in the club. So it was both a joy and a privilege to see them fall into the training lake. And if you've got that video on your phone, could you please come to the commentary tower and pass it over to the North Shore crews, who will be happy to receive it.
Just turning our attention to the medals ceremony. This is the medals for the women's Masters C pair. Presented by John Johnson, President of Newington Masters Rowing Club and Union of Rowers, also a long-standing volunteer for New South Wales and Rowing Australia. In third medal position, the bronze medal from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Kristen Berry and Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. In silver medal position, the Mossman Melbourne composite of Tanya Nishibata and Lucy Stackpool-Moore. Silver medals for Mossman and Melbourne. And a great race to take the gold medal position in the Women's Masters C pair from Adelaide University, Susie Ross and Angie Franco. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Masters C pair, Adelaide University.
And thank you to our presenters there, Melissa Ashton-Garrard, the CEO of Rowing New South Wales. What a fantastic woman. She's given up so much of her time to be here over these 4 days, her long commute from Orange, and the fact that she's so willing to listen to feedback from Rowing New South Wales members and rowers, administrators, coaches. She's got a very open attitude, a very positive outlook, and what a fantastic addition as the CEO of Rowing New South Wales. Shout out to you, Melissa. You've done an outstanding job in your first Nationals regatta. And a quick thanks also to all the spectators who have come out here. The weather was better this morning, but day 4 of this regatta, to see so many spectators in the stands, it really gives the rowers a lot of motivation. We can hear your shouts out onto the course. To the live stream viewers, we know that you're out there, and we love you for tuning in to the live stream event. It is quite an exciting spectator sport on the live stream. There are cameras placed all around here at Cirque, the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and to our friends downstairs who are doing the timekeeping. They're working so hard on those computers to get the results up here to the commentary box. I think that that's a really difficult job down there. Scout, the black Labrador, she's woken up, she's wagging her tail and to go and have a bit of lunch. So I'm over and out. Really enjoyed being on the commentary this last 4 days. Nathan, what a professional. Thank you very much.
And we'll turn our attention to the final awards of the day, which is the final medal ceremony of the day is the men's Masters C.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our middle session here on day 4 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships for 2023 from the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Our first heat for the middle session is just about underway. They're down at the starters blocks, the men's D quads, first, second, third and fourth going through to the final. In lane 3 from Adelaide University and Torrens, it's a composite of Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, David McLeod and Damien DeLeek. In lane 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club, ANA and Swan River, we have Morris Robson, James McGrath, Simon Wall and Daryl Salisbury. Lane 5 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Peter Bauman, Jared Corrin, Alex Bruton, Tim Bloomfield and coached by Peter Bond. Lane 6 from Leichhardt and Glebe Rowing Clubs, Andy Wigan, Richard Medway, Mark Titchen and Juan Guillermes, coached by Bruce Williams and Steve Sherry. Lane 7 from Shoalhaven, we have Joseph Basher, Mark Thirlwall, Chris Turner, Harry Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. And then lane 8 from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Nick Inglis, David Jacker, Andrew Gray and Gareth McShay. So our crews lining up at the start. You can see Alan Buterak, our starter, out in that starting tower, getting the crews ready to go. So Yarra Yarra closest to the screen, then we have Shoalhaven, Leichhardt, Glebe, Endeavour, West Australian Composite and the Adelaide University Composite from closest through to furthest. And they are underway. We're underway. The final set of heats have begun for day 4 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. It's the men's D quads. We've got a couple of those heats and then we move on to the women's G doubles, the women's E doubles, and then the men's E coxless fours, the women's C quads to finish up that session. And then after the break, we've got all the remaining finals for the event, including the Champion of Champions races, which will be the last races being held for the regatta. So that is the eligibility for that was any of the open single scull races. We're able to nominate for those ones, and then they're able to go down and race against each other. So we have seen in the past in that Champion of Champions races, you've got A up against M, some very large starts that are available to the older rowers, and certainly not out of the realms of impossibility to hold on and take the win in a couple of those ones. So it'll be some very interesting races to see at the very end of this regatta. Out on the course at the moment, you can see there's just a little bit of water on the camera from the BRO boat. So there have been some showers that have come across. We've got a little bit more wind here than what we have done. The conditions have been absolutely perfect for the first 3 days, and now today we are just seeing a little bit more wind come across. There have been some squalls that have also come across as well, but the conditions still very nice to be out there and rowing in. Certainly not troubling our crew from Adelaide University in Torrens. They're out in front just ahead of that West Australian ANA and Swan River Composite in second place. Leichhardt and Glebe sitting in third, and then Yarra Yarra, Shoalhaven and Endeavour making up our fields. So through that first 500 metres. So first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final. So only the 2 crews missing out. So Shoalhaven and Endeavour with it all to do through that second 500 metres. Adelaide University in Torrens over in lane number 3. So that's the furthest away. So as we're looking down over the course at the moment, as we just see it pan across. Next to them, we've got the West Australian ANA and Swan River Composite from WA. So South Australia and WA, our 2 leading crews, coming into the last 250 metres. And then across a little bit closer, Leichhardt and Glebe, that crew with Andy Wigan, Richard Medway, Mark Titchen and Juan Guillermes from Leichhardt and Glebe Rowing Clubs here in Sydney, certainly flying the flag. And then Yarra Yarra Rowing Club over in lane number 8. Probably our first 4 crews to go through. Coming in now with about 150 metres to go. It is still that crew from Adelaide University and Torrens Rowing Club out in front. They've got about a half a boat length lead over the West Australian Composite in lane number 4. The Leichhardt Glebe Composite just starting to push ahead too of the Yarra Yarra crew in lane number 8. But out in front now, there's half a length between first and second, but that South Australian crew just really taking the rating down, saving the energy for later on today. They'll go through and take a comfortable win. Second place going to the West Australian composite. Third will go to the Leichhardt and Glebe composite, with Yarra Yarra finishing in fourth. They were just over a boat length ahead of the Shoalhaven crew in lane number 7, with Endeavour Rowing Club from New South Wales coming through in 6. So Adelaide University composite, the West Australian composite, Leichhardt composite and Yarra Yarra, our 4 crews to go through to the final of the men's D quads. Winning time there of 3 minutes 25.25. So just over a second between first and second, and just over a second between second and third. So a nice little way to start the day. We are underway in heat number 2 of the men's D quads as well. So again, first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final. We've only got 5 entrants in this event, and they're all composite crews. So in lane number 3 from ANA and Glebe, we have John Walters, Nicholas Galea, Adam Ramshaw and Cade Zuldorf. In lane 4 from Murwillumbah, Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Gold Coast Masters Rowers, so down around the Gold Coast, northern New South Wales area. We've got David Hughes, Andy Menzies, Doug Cryer and Scott O'Reilly. In lane 5 from Murray Bridge, Riverside, Adelaide and Adelaide University. So 4 clubs, 4 in the quad there. Ross Hamilton, Alexander Siltz, Mark Johnston and Graham Hunt, the South Australian crew there. In lane 6 from Black Mountain and Lake Macquarie, Mark Partridge, Jeremy Smith, Stuart Boyd and Ian Mongan. So 2 from Black Mountain and 2 from Lake Macquarie. Mark Partridge has rowed for both, so certainly with a foot in both camps. Then in lane 7, we've got a Tasmanian composite from Lindisfarne, North Esk, Tamar and Ulverston. Michael Wilson, Mark Bonham, Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox. And certainly that Tasmanian crew, very, very quick in the interstate regatta yesterday, taking the golds for the Tasmanians. They are out in front, unsurprisingly, in this second heat of the men's D quad sculls. So looking quite comfortable. And then it's a battle on between the rest of the field. So we've got 5 crews in this event, top 4 going through to the final. And at the moment, it's probably that Black Mountain Lake Macquarie composite that are sitting just out of it, and then the ANA composite in lane number 3. So they're going to be battling it out for that 4th and final position. A great view again from the BRO boat. You can see that Black Mountain Lake Macquarie composite sitting there directly in front with the distinctive red blades of Black Mountain. The Murray Bridge composites just sitting off to their left-hand side, and you can see that Tasmanian crew as well. We're seeing a bit of a push now come through from a few of our crews. So the Tasmanian composite, the Lindisfarne composite in lane number 7, just lowered the rate a little bit, and they are being pushed and pushed quite heavily from the Murray Bridge composite. The South Australians looking to get one up on them. Sitting in second place, the Murwillumbah composite in lane number 4, sitting in third place. And then the Black Mountain Lake Macquarie composite have really pushed through. It's going to be a win for the Lindisfarne composite. Second place going to the Murray Bridge composite. Third will go to the Murwillumbah composite, with Black Mountain Lake Macquarie taking that 4th and final qualification position. They had a good strong row there and managed to row through the ANA Glebe composite in lane number 3. So Lindisfarne composite, Murray Bridge composite, Murwillumbah composite and Black Mountain composite. Our 4 qualifiers from that heat, winning time there, provisional winning time of 3 minutes 22.23. So that was the second heat of the men's D quad sculls. We are underway in the first heat of the women's G double sculls. So again, first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final. In lane number 2, we have a Karen Murwillumbah composite of Dagmar Wemmering from Murwillumbah and Mary Hunter from Karam Rowing Club. In lane 3 from Goolwa Rowing Club in South Australia, Diana Tebnev and Steph Wilden, and they're coached by Bob Russell. In lane 4 from Commercial Rowing Club in Brisbane, it's Debbie Flynn and Vicky Charles. In lane 5 from Mossman Rowing Club, Anne Taylor and Maureen Farrow. Lane 6 from Curtin University over in WA, Ronnie Cooper and Sharon Ann Jones. In lane 7 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Lindy Nisbet and Chris Brennan. And in lane 8 from Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland, Maddie Martin and Joe Cook. So our crew's now coming down. So again, first 4 through to the final in the women's G double sculls. So 2 heats going on for this one. Coming through the 500 metres, it is Commercial out in the lead, and that crew in lane number 4. They've got half a second between them and Mossman in lane 5. Goolwa off to the other side from South Australia, sitting 0.38 of a second, so just a second between first, second and third. We've got Endeavour sitting in 4th place at the moment, and they're just a second ahead of the Carramawilumbar crew in lane number 5. So look out for lanes 7 and 2. Either end of the field. We've got Commercial in lane number 8 sitting in 6th, and then Curtin University in lane number 6 sitting in 7th. A bit of way off the pack, so they will have it all to do if they are to qualify for the final of the women's G double sculls. But out in front, so we've got lanes 4, 5 and 3, our 3 leading crews at the moment, and then 4th also going through to the final. So we are seeing a little bit of a push here from the Mossman crew in lane number 5, and it does look as though they've just managed to get their noses out, or their bow balls out in front at the moment. The crew from Goolwa in South Australia also pushing hard, along with the Commercial Rowing Club crew, Debbie Flynn, Vicky Charles. Over here, closest to the stadium, closest to the grandstand, we have the Endeavour crew in lane number 7, and then the Carramawilumbar composite over in lane number 2. There are 2 crews that are going to be battling it out for that final qualification position, as are Commercial in lane number 8, probably just a little bit too far behind. They've got a bit over a boat length to make up on the Endeavour crew in lane 7 if they are going to go through and take the win. Mossman and Goolwa, they're our 2 leading ones though. Ann Taylor and Maureen Farrow from Mossman Rowing Club. Diana Tebnev and Steph Wilden from Goolwa Rowing Club. They're our 2 leaders. Commercials, Debbie Flynn and Vicky Charles just dropping off the pace a little bit, but still sitting nicely in that 3rd qualification position. And then the battle's on for the final qualification position. We've got Endeavour, Lindy Nisbet and Chris Brennan, and Carramawilumbar, Dagmar Wemmering and Mary Hunter. Out in front though, Mossman, have they got enough? It's neck and neck between the Mossman and Goolwa crews, and I think it's Goolwa who'll just qualify in first. Mossman through in second. Commercial in lane number 4 will go through in third, with Endeavour going through in 4th. And then we'll see the Commercial crew in lane 8 finishing in 5th. The Carramawilumbar composite in 6th, and then Curtin University coming through in 7th place. So a photo for first. It did look like Goolwa may have just got there by about the width of the bow number ahead of Mossman. So Diana Tebnev and Steph Wilden, and then Ann Taylor and Maureen Farrow coming through in 2nd. Commercials, Debbie Flynn, Vicky Charles in 3rd, and Endeavour's Lindy Nisbet and Chris Brennan going through in qualifying in 4th place. They are just about underway as well now in heat number 2. In fact, they are underway. We can see that from the start tower in heat number 2 of the women's G doubles. So again, 1st through 4th going through to the final. Lane 2 from Manning River, Amanda Cavill and Kay Smythe. Lane 3 from North Shore, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles. They're coached by John Gourvenet. In lane 4 from Manning River, Sue Edwards and Kay Pullen. Lane 5 from Mackay Rowing Club, Therese Clancy and Jane de Guerra. We have a scratching in lane 6. Lane 7 from Perth Rowing Club, Celia Cornwell and Carolyn Fennell, coached by Vanessa Grant. And then lane 8 from Manning River, Genevieve Dobbs and Kay Pullen. So just as they went through the 500 metre mark, it was the crew from Mackay. They've made the trek down from North Queensland, and they are sitting in first place at the 500. Perth Rowing Club, Celia Cornwell and Carolyn Fennell sitting in second place. Manning River through in third, and then North Shore just a second behind them. So they're our first, second, third and fourth. And then we do have a bit of a gap between them and the Manning River 1 crew. That's in lane number 4, and then Manning River 3 in lane number 3. As we see them now coming up. So first 4 crews through to the final. 2 of the Manning River crews looking like they may just miss out a little bit. Joining me in the commentary box is Hannah Smith. Good afternoon to you, Hannah. It's a little bit cooler and drier in here than what it was out in the pontoon when the rain started coming.
Yeah, certainly, Stuart. It's good to be here. Yeah, it's been such a great regatta. So good to see everyone coming in and joining in, and all the volunteers as well. It's been such a great weekend.
Yeah, and a big shout out too to the people, you know, we've seen the rain come through. The boat holders down there, you know, there's nowhere to go on those when you're out on those tiny little pontoons lying down getting rained on.
Yeah, I was out there on Friday, and I mean, I was very lucky. I had the sun out, but yes, it was certainly not be so much fun out there with it cold and windy and wet.
Absolutely. Back to the action on the course, and we are seeing it's a really nice row here from the Mackay Rowing Club, double of Therese Clancy and Jane De Guerra, sitting quite comfortably. Distinctive red zooties. You can see the white stripe through the middle, the diagonal sash, I guess you'd call it, with the red boat, and sitting quite comfortably out in front. Perth Rowing Club in their distinctive green zooties, green and black zooties, sitting nicely in second place. And then out behind them, we've got a nice little battle going on between Amanda Cavill and Kay Smythe from Manning River in lane 2, and then North Shore's Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles over in lane number 3. But both of those crews will go through to the final. Mackay will take the heat win, so they'll be very happy with that. Perth Rowing Club in second place. So they'll go through, and then in the battle for third place, or the third and fourth qualification positions, it does look as though North Shore just starting to row through now. They've got themselves about a quarter of a boat length ahead. They'll take third place. Manning Rivers, Amanda Cavill and Kay Smythe will come through in fourth, and then we have our other 2 Manning River crews, as we just see now, Sue Edwards and Kay Pullen coming across the line for 5th, and then Genevieve Dobbs and Gay Pullen coming through in 6th place. So a winning time there of 4 minutes 28.12 for the crew from Mackay, and then in the first heat it was the crew from Goolwa, 0.16 of a second ahead of the Mossman crew in a time of 4 minutes 30.58. So very even there, Hannah. It should be a fantastic final later on this afternoon.
Yes, very excited to watch this final.
Moving on now to the start of the E double sculls. So we've gone from the G. Now it's time for a bit of the E as we see them on the course at the moment. In lane number 2 from Wendouree Ballarat, we have from Wendouree Ballarat, we have Geraldine Goss and Leanne Martin, and also from Richmond. In lane 3 from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Rosemary Hancock, Yvonne Kontek, coached by Charles Lloyd Jones. Lane 4 from the University of WA, Ruth Dugovsky and Liz Warren. Lane 5 from Essendon Rowing Club, Narelle Dwyer and Christine Mitchell. Scratching in lane 6. Lane 7 from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Robin Wakefield and Simone Jones. In lane 8 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Catherine Dermody and Lynn Charge. And in lane 9, University of WA, Orla Flecker and Sarah Knight. And again, I'm loving these. I love this footage, Hannah, that we have here from the BRO boats. And again, you know, we've spoken about it. It always looks really easy when it's from here. When you're in the boat, though, it's a completely different story.
It certainly does. Being in a boat is definitely very difficult. You look like, you know, you're cruising along the top of the water from our vantage point, but on there, they're definitely putting in some hard work and good pushes in there, that's for certain.
And you can see that Shoalhaven crew there of Robin Wakefield and Simone Jones really putting in the big efforts. It'll be interesting to see. There's not a lot to split our crews going through the 500 metres. We've got 3 heats in this event. First, second and third will go through to the final. So we're just seeing the crews come up now. Essendon out in the lead. Wendouree, Ballarat and Richmond sitting in second, 0.38 of a second behind them. Then we've got the University of WA, Shoalhaven, University of WA, Abbotsford. There is absolutely nothing between third and sixth. We're going to have 4 boats going. There's less than a second between third and sixth. So this is going to be a fantastic finish coming up here. The crew from Melbourne Rowing Club, just a little bit off the pace at the moment. We see them just going through, and in fact, I think they may have a little bit of an issue with the boat. We can see the BRO boat just coming up behind them at the moment. So, but it'll be a fascinating finish coming up here. Heat number 1 of the women's E double sculls. It's day 4 of the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. It's Essendon out in the lead, leading Wendouree, Ballarat and Richmond over in lane number 2. University of WA in lane number 9, sitting in third place at the moment. Had they just managed to put a little bit of a move on ahead of the Shoalhaven crew in lane number 7, and then the Abbotsford and University of WA crews in lanes 3 and 4. First 3 to go through to the final. We're into the last 200 metres or so. Wendouree, Ballarat and Richmond. They've got themselves potentially out in front of that Essendon crew. So the Wendouree, Ballarat and Richmond Composite, Geraldine Goss and Leanne Martin, Essendon Rowing Club, Narelle Dwyer and Christine Mitchell. They're our first 2 qualifiers and they're looking quite comfortable. Here in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, University of WA's Orla Flecker and Sarah Knight are sitting potentially in third place, but they're going to have to keep an eye out on their right-hand side. Abbotsford's Rosemary Hancock, Yvonne Konsek, and then University of WA's Ruth Dugovsky and Liz Warren also going to be pushing hard. Out in front, though, it is that Wendouree Ballarat composite along with Richmond. Can Richmond beat Essendon with a little bit of help from the guys from Ballarat? It does look like they will. It'll be a win for Wendouree Ballarat Richmond composite. Essendon coming through in second place. And the third and final qualification position will go to the University of WA. They've gone through in third place, managed to keep themselves just ahead of the crews from University of WA, finishing in fourth, just ahead of Abbotsford in fifth, and then Shoalhaven coming through in sixth. And then the Melbourne crew just coming through, and it looks like they may have had some steering issues throughout. But what a fantastic finish there. University of WA, they're all even at the 500 metre mark, and you could just see them really start to put that bit of pressure on that second 500.
They definitely put on a good show for us there. That was a good push from everyone.
So we are underway now in heat number 2 of the women's E doubles.
On the course now is, yes, race 326, heat 2 of the Masters E double, reading. In lane 2, we have Leichhardt Composite with Caroline Vernon and Leslie Howitt. In lane 3, we have Tamar, Marie Colson and Narelle Hayes. Clifton in lane 4, Kay Poynton and Helen Wood. Mosman in lane 5, Tiffany Hutchison and Christine Foxton. Riverway Composite in lane 6, Svetlana Vikolov and Jacqueline De Jong. In lane 7, St George Composite, Rowena Stewart and Joanne Ward. In lane 8, we have Noosa, Joe Emerson, Jane Fitzpatrick. And in Murwillumbah for lane 9, Michelle Johnson and Tasman Brew.
So as our crew's now heading up towards the 500 metre mark, and again, there's not a lot to separate all the crews that are out there. So first 3 going through to the finals, the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club. What a fantastic place to be during winter up at Noosa. You can think of a lot worse places to be out rowing. But Joe Emerson and Jane Fitzpatrick sitting, looking like they're sitting quite comfortably out in front as they come up towards the 500 metre mark. And we can see there the footage coming through. A reminder that we've got a number of heats, then the lunch break, and then we'll move on to the final set of finals in what has been a fantastic regatta. So Noosa out in the lead. 3 seconds ahead of Tamar. The St George Drummoyne Composite in that third qualification position. Murwillumbah just over half a second behind them in fourth, and then Leichhardt Drummoyne another half a second back in fifth. So third through fifth, 1.19 of a second. So again, should be a fantastic finish. Mossman sitting in sixth, Riverway Toowong in seventh, and then Clifton coming through in eighth. But between those back three crews as well, there's going to be a little bit of some nice battling going on. There's always that competitiveness, I think, that you see from a number of crews. But certainly Noosa out in front at the moment, as we just see here the footage from the BRO boats again. And it just makes such a difference to what we've got. So that looked to be that St George and Drummoyne composite, Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne and Joanne Ward from St George. And then as we scroll across, you can see there the Riverway and Toowong composite, Svetlana Vikolov and Jacqueline de Jong from Toowong Rowing Club so you can see Svetlana in the Toowong Rowing Club Zudi in the bow seats, and then Jacqueline de Jong from Riverway Rowing Club, I believe, up in Townsville. Always, again, and you talk about great places to spend your winter. It's certainly a lot warmer in Townsville than what it is in Canberra. I can give you the pro tip right now. Out in front, though, Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Joe Emerson and Jane Fitzpatrick. They've led from start to finish, and my word, they're looking good out in front at the moment. Over a few lanes across, though, we are seeing the Tamar Rowing Club, Marie Colson and Narelle Hayes. They're starting to put a bit of a push on, and in fact, they may even have their bow balls out in front. Leichhardt Drummoyne composite, Carolyn Vernon and Leslie Howitz also sitting quite nicely. So they're going to be our 1, 2, 3 to go through to the final of the women's E-double sculls. It's just the order that's yet to be decided. Noosa have put on a bit of a push towards the end there. They'll go through. They'll qualify in first place. Second going to the Tamar crew. So we've got Queensland, Tasmania, and here come the New South Welsh women in Carolyn Vernon and Leslie Howard in third. Fourth place will go to the St George Drummoyne composite in lane number 7. And then we've got the Murwillumbah crew in 5th place. 6th going to Mossman, 7th going to the Riverway Toowong composite, and 8th going through to the team from Clifton over in New Zealand. Winning time there, 4 minutes 17.82. But it did look like that Noosa crew were being pushed a little bit more in that race by the Tamar crew and also the Leichhardt Drummoyne composite. So again, fascinating final coming up as we look now towards the start of the heat number 3.
Heat 3 of the Women's Masters E-double. Coming down the river now, we have Wentworth in lane 2. We've got Fiona Howard and Christine Bosley. In lane 3, Drummoyne, Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman. Endeavour Composite 2 in lane 4, Jules Bosco and Katrina Whiteley. We've got Nagambie in lane 5, Wendy Cotter and Linda Cafasso. Fremantle in lane 6, Carolyn Foster and Michelle Main. Endeavour 1, lane 7, Rosalie Ferns and Diane McShane. In lane 8, we have the ANU Composite, Julia Wood and Sue Donahoe. And Mersey Composite in lane 9, Sandra Wilson and Alison Kirkwood.
So again, through the first 250 metres, not a lot to separate our crews. Certainly the ones over closest to the grandstand looking like they may just have their bow balls out in front. But it obviously can be a little bit difficult trying to pick the angles and trying to make sure that it all comes through and looks the goods. So to pick out who's leading, but certainly the Mersey composite in lane number 9 going quite well, as are the Endeavour crew lane 7, Fremantle in lane number 6, all looking quite nice out there. The Wentworth District crew over in lane number 2, also looking quite good, Fiona Howard and Christine Bosley. Wentworth, similar to Murwillumbah, Wentworth itself is based in New South Wales, but they are affiliated with Rowing Victoria. Similar kind of thing with Murwillumbah, where they are based in northern New South Wales, but affiliated with Rowing Queensland, just based on the fact that it's a little bit easier. Mersey and Ulverston, the Tasmanians, out in front. Fremantle sitting in second. Endeavour in third place. 0.07 seconds between second and third. Wentworth just a second behind them. Then the ANU Exeter Composite in lane number 8. In fifth place, Ngambia in sixth. Endeavour Newcastle University in seventh. And Drummoyne in eighth place, making up our field. That's through the first 500 metres. Again, first, second and third to go through to the final. Coming in towards the final stages of heat number 3, the women's E double sculls. We've got the Mersey Ulverston Composite. Sandra Wilson from Ulverston, Alison Kirkwood from Mersey Rowing Club. They are out in front. And then this battle in for the final qualification positions. We've got Wentworth over in lane number 2. A couple of lanes across, we've got Fremantle Rowing Clubs, Carolyn Foster and Michaela Main. And then Endeavours, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane. Also sitting there, who's going to qualify? We've got 4 boats going for 3 qualification positions. The Mersey Composite looking comfortable. They're into the last 100 metres or so. And then the battle of 3. We've got Wentworth in lane number 2. We've got Fremantle. We've got Endeavour. Who's got their bow balls out in front? You can see here the Tasmanians looking quite comfortable. Wentworth over in lane 2. Have they got themselves in the charge? We're going to see Ulverston and Mersey go through and take the win. And now it's on for that final 2 qualification positions. Big push coming here from Endeavour. They've got through. They've gone over. And it's going to be a photo for the final qualification position. It's going to be a photo. It was Endeavour in lane number 7 who got through in second. And then Fremantle and Wentworth. They were a bit of a distance away. We're not quite sure who's managed to go through and qualify for the final of the women's E double sculls. We've got coming through in 5th place was the ANU Exeter crew. Then we've got Ngambia, Endeavour Newcastle University and Drummoyne. So we'll wait on the official confirmation there. But certainly Wentworth in lane 2, Fremantle in lane 6. I don't know if they could see each other as they were coming down, Hannah, but oh my word, that is close.
That was a very, very great finish there. Very interesting.
We move on now to heat number 1. It's going from the sculling to the sweep, and it's the men's E coxless fours.
In lane 3 for Nelson, we have Chris Brooks, Colin Brown, Andrew Jolly and Tony Crosby. Lane 4, we have a scratch. In lane 5 for Melbourne, we have Roger Tobler, Dave McPherson, Brian Natal and Matthew Harrison. Corio Bay, we have in lane 6, Peter Aberell, Bradley Jones, Marcus Tyrell and Peter Jeffrey. In lane 7 for Glebe, we have Stephen Caldwell, Richard Robilliard, Robert Fendel and Kenneth Major. Riverside, we have in lane 8 for Brian Glawson, sorry. Uwe Dombrovski, Greg Walters and Wayne Chadwick for Riverside in lane 8.
So we've got final confirmation of the results from heat number 3 of the women's E double sculls. So the Mersey Ulverston crew won the heat in a time of 4 minutes 13.49. Second place going to Endeavour Rowing Club. Third by 0.21 of a second, Fremantle Rowing Club, qualifying for the final over the Wentworth double by 0.21 of a second. That is amazingly close. So unfortunate for the crew from Wentworth, but Fremantle live to go on in the women's E double sculls. Through the 500 metres in the men's E coxless fours, we had Melbourne Rowing Club leading Riverside, Corio Bay Glebe and Nelson making up our field. Only the one boat to miss out. And again, we've got barely anything between our crews. Melbourne out in front, about a second back to Riverside. Corio Bay a couple of seconds back. And then it was about a second between Corio Bay, Glebe and Nelson. So absolutely all of our crews in it. About the only thing that you could say right now is that we've got the red of Riverside and the blue of Melbourne Rowing Club, probably with their bow balls out in front, and then just absolutely nothing to pick between our other three crews. Nelson Rowing Club on the far side, away from the grandstand. We've then got Corio Bay sitting in lane 6 and Glebe in lane number 7. So Glebe and Corio Bay are going to be looking out at each other and trying desperately to keep up with each other. And I think the Nelson crew over in lane 3 have just managed to make the little bit of a move. So as they come up towards us, we'll be able to get a better view. You can see here from the BRO boat that we do seem to have Glebe sitting just behind the crew, Corio Bay sitting just behind the crew from Glebe. They're in now to the last 150 metres or so. We've got Nelson putting on a big push now, moving up into third place. So it's going to be between Corio Bay and Glebe for the final qualification position in the men's E Coxless Fours. Melbourne Rowing Club putting in a big push as well. They've moved themselves out in front. Nelson are sitting there quite nicely in second place. Riverside are also going to qualify. They're our first three. Corio Bay and Glebe. Who's got it left? They've got about 50 metres to go. Melbourne are going to take the win. Riverside in second. Nelson coming through in third. In the battle for fourth, the final qualification position, I think it might just be Corio Bay, but on the surge, Glebe nearly snatched that. So we'll wait for the final confirmation. It did look like Corio Bay may just have had it by the width of a bow number again. And oh my word, I keep saying that the entire way through. But Melbourne Rowing Club with the win. Riverside second, Nelson third. We'll wait for the confirmation on the fourth and final place getters as we cross now to the start line, race 329. It's the second heat of the men's E Coxless Fours.
Heat 2 of the Men's Masters E4 up at the starting blocks now. We have Simon van Ryswyk in lane 3 for North Shore with Nick Johnston, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. For A&A Composite, in lane 4 we have representing Bruce Tate, Robert Boylan and Stuart Clark with Vincent Breen. Lane 5 we have Sandy Bay Composite, Gregory Marshall, Marcel Brown, Matthew Pooley and David Fisher. Sydney, we have in lane 6 Stuart Coap, Stephen Graham and David Greenslade with Robert McNeil. Toowong in lane 7, Bob Law, Jeff Conn, Gavin Keeley and Tony Moynihan.
So they are underway in the second heat of the men's E Coxless Fours. So you can see there that crew from Sydney Rowing Club in the very distinctive blue Zooties with the blue blades, and then a move across to the A&A Union Whanganui composite there. And then we've got that Sandy Bay Tasmania University Mersey composite. So the Tasmanians sitting in front of screen at the moment. They are being led by the team from Sydney Rowing Club as we just wait for the official confirmation of the previous heat, so just waiting on the final confirmation of results there. We know Melbourne, Riverside and Nelson have all got through. We're just waiting on the unofficial results, have Corio Bay, but we will wait for that to tick over from unofficial to official. Out here though, it's again a lovely view. You can see there the moody clouds up overhead. The sun is trying desperately to break through, unable to do so at the moment. First four through to the final in the men's E Quad Sculls. So they are probably at the moment, we have Sydney Rowing Club in the lead, and then over a couple across from them in lane number 4, we've got that A&A Union Whanganui composite in lane 4 sitting in second place, but not a lot to split them, Hannah. We've got Sydney, A&A Union Whanganui, Toowong, Sandy Bay Composite and North Shore just off the pace a little bit.
Yes, these last few events, they've kept it very interesting for us at the finish. It's been very nice to watch. It definitely makes competition a lot harder, but you'd like to see all the pushes that people put in and the effort that they put in the last few strokes. It really makes everything.
Now, how does this compare, Hannah? You're from Manning River Rowing Club up at Taree.
Yes.
How does this compare to rowing on the Manning River?
Well, there's a few differences being Taree Regional Club, but the differences are, I wouldn't say too different. Well, I mean, here we've got, boys and for lanes and stuff, but it's a bit more official here. But no, the rowing is just rowing for me, and I think the conditions and everything, they play a big part, but it's really fun to just come and be a part of rowing, no matter where you're rowing for or where you're rowing at. It's really awesome.
Nice. We've got Sydney Rowing Club out in the lead, still leading ahead of the ANA Union Whanganui Composite, coming through in third place. Well, it's a battle for third. We've got Toowong Rowing Club closest to the grandstand. We've got the Sandy Bay Composite from Tasmania, and then North Shore Rowing Club maybe just dropping off the pace a little bit. They're in now to the final 100 metres or so. And it is still Sydney Rowing Club, just lowering that rate of striking. They are being pushed by the ANA Union Whanganui Composite, but Sydney Rowing Club certainly with the class there ahead of the ANA Composite. Toowong putting in a big finish. They'll move ahead of the Tasmanians with the North Shore coming through in fifth. So it'll be a win for Sydney, second place to ANA, third to Toowong, fourth to the Sandy Bay Composite, and fifth through to North Shore. We do have official confirmation as well there, Hannah, on the results from the first heat of the men's fours. So that one was, so we said Melbourne, Riverside, Nelson, and then Corio Bay by 0.15 of a second over Glebe. Absolutely nothing in it.
It really does show you that it comes down to that last stroke of really who pushes the hardest.
So we're in now, speaking of last strokes, we're into the last heats. It's the final heats of the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. It's heat number one of the women's quad sculls getting ready at the start line.
Lane 2, Newcastle University Composite with Natalie Williamson, Sarah Barnes, Chantel Lindsay and Teresa Chadwick. Lane 3, Adelaide University, Susie Ross, Christina Bursill, Angie Francow and Joanne Malcolm. Drummoyne Composite in Lane 4, Fernanda Correa, Sonia Gatsfern, Tanya Bremer and Jodie Pangopoulos. Albert Park, South Melbourne Composite in Lane 5, Lisa Leddick, Lisa Mentz, Kathy Lloyd and Marie Cecil Lacoste. St George Composite, Amanda Brent, Katrina Davis, Jane Clues and Andrea Coos, in Lane 6. Commercial Composite in Lane 7, Janine Reid, Michelle Holland, Em Schneider and Andrea Painter. In Lane 8 we have Lake Macquarie, Michelle Duzel, Emma Davey, Nerida Clinton and Zan Jans de Jong.
So we've got seven crews in this race. First four going through to the final, and some pretty handy rowers in amongst all of those. That Adelaide University crew, Susie Ross, Christina Bursill, Angie Franco and Joe Malcolm, involved in the South Australian eights yesterday in the interstate regatta, and I don't think there were some early nights for a few of them. But certainly celebrating the two South Australian eights, taking the win in the interstate regatta, and certainly making the most of that, celebrating quite hard from all reports. In this race, though, we do have a pretty even spread again over the course, so we can see there the footage again from the BRO boats. So we've got that Drummoyne Composite, so a few Licorice All Sorts in there. We've got a Drummoyne Centenary River City Women's and Noosa Composites involved there. We've got a St George Black Mountain Shoalhaven Composite, a Commercial Pine Rivers Brisbane and GPS Composite, Newcastle University Endeavour Composite, and an Albert Park South Melbourne and Ballarat City Composite. So enough composites to keep people occupied. Certainly a range of Zooties on display. So the second last race of the middle session of play here. in day 4 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. First 4 through to the final. That first 4 at the moment, Adelaide University. We mentioned they were part of the South Australian winning crew, and they are out in the lead. Couple of seconds ahead of the commercial Pine Rivers, Brisbane and GPS Composite in lane 7. The St George Composite from St George, Black Mountain and Shoalhaven. Jane Clues from Black Mountain was involved in the ACT Women's Quad, which came second. And then Lake Macquarie sitting in 4th place at the moment. A second and a half back to Newcastle University and Endeavour Rowing Club in 5th. And then Albert Park, South Melbourne and Ballarat City Composite sitting in 6th. And then the Des Moines Centenary River City Women's and Noosa Composite in 7th place through the 500. Coming up now towards the last 250 metres. Adelaide University out in front. The South Australians are looking the goods. The St George, Black Mountain and Shoalhaven Composite in lane 6, battling it out with the commercial Pine Rivers and Brisbane and GPS Composites next to them. So that's lanes 6 and 7. And then in that go for the 4th place, we've got the Lake Macquarie crew in lane 8, Michelle Dezelle, Emma Davey, Nerida Clinton and Zana Yansa de Jong. As well as the crew over in lane number 2, the Newcastle University Endeavour crew, Natalie Williamson, Sarah Barnes, Chantal Lindsay and Teresa Chadwick. And then in the middle there as well, you've got the, looks to be the Des Moines crew of Fernanda Correa, Sonia Gustaf and Tanya Bremer and Jodie Pangalopoulos. Out in front, Adelaide University just really taking it nice and easy. They did all the hard work early. They've led right from the start. They're going to go through and take the win in the Women's C Quad Sculls. Second place will go through to the crew in lane number 6, so that's the St George Composite. Third going through to the commercial Composite. And then in that battle for 4th place, it does look as though it is Lake Macquarie coming through in 4th place. So we'll wait on official confirmation for that one. It was quite close between them and the Albert Park, South Melbourne and Ballarat City Composite, potentially in 5th place. And then 6 going through to Newcastle University Endeavour Composite, and 7th to the Des Moines Centenary River City Women's and Noosa Composite. Winning time there for the Adelaide University crew of 3 minutes 47.56. As we look at the start now for the final heat for the championships, it's heat number 2 of the Women's C Quad Sculls.
Up at the starting blocks now, we have Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, Robin Wakefield, Jessica Richardson and Catherine McKeever with coach David Eddington. From Leichhardt in lane 3, we have Judith Hughes, Nikki Lepresti, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Boggett. In lane 4, Powerhouse Composite, Kate Dibble, Helen Pears, Tanya Nishibata and Emily Harridge. In lane 5, ADF Rowing Composite, Lindsay Freeman, Virginia Hayward, Sarah Whiteman and Cyril Woodward. Nelson Composite in lane 6, Marnie Brown, Sue Bonham Carter, Rayleigh Ison and Erin McNary. Glebe Composite in lane 7, Christine Taylor, Olivia Tong, Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris. And for A&A in lane 8, Renee Bravelli, Sandra Clark, Marianne Amato and Alyssa Mansell.
So the final race is underway, and we can see again, we've got that view. You can see the sun just starting to break through now. The conditions are still absolutely on point. We are seeing a couple of gusts, we're seeing a couple of pelicans. So some gusts of wind that have started to pick up. Racing will begin again, so we've got about an hour's break between this race and then our first race in the afternoon session. The first set of the finals will be race number 332. That's at 2 p.m. and that will be the women's D8 final. So some big boat energy to kick off our final session of play here at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. But in the heat now, the Women's C Quads. So we have third across the Powerhouse Melbourne and Richmond Composites. Kate Dybel, Helen Pearce, Tanya Nishibata and Emily Harridge. A very, very quick crew there. So unsurprising to see them out in front. The Glebe Composites of Christine Taylor, Olivia Tongue, Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris. So that's Glebe, North Shore and Commercial sitting in second place. Leichhardt in third, Nelson Lake Macquarie in fourth, and then we've got Shoalhaven, ADF Rowing and Canberra, and also the Nelson Lake Macquarie crew in there as well. So first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final. I would suggest that the Victorians, the Powerhouse Composites, certainly a powerhouse out there in the lead at the moment. The Glebe Composite also sitting quite nicely in second place, so they're looking very good for the qualification. And then just coming up to the right of the Powerhouse Composite, we've got the Leichhardt Rowing Club crew sitting in third place. And then that fourth and final qualification position is going to be interesting. ANA, lane 8, Nelson Composite, lane number 6. The ADF Rowing Composite maybe just a little bit too far behind, but also Shoalhaven over in lane number 2. All battling it out in the last 250 metres. The Powerhouse Composite, they are looking very, very comfortable. We've said these names a number of times. Kate Dyball from Richmond, Helen Pearce from Richmond, Tanya Nishibata from Melbourne, Emily Harridge from Powerhouse, and they are just, again, taking it very comfortably. It's going to be fascinating to watch this crew up against that Adelaide University crew that we saw in the first heat. Both of them really comfortable out in front. The Glebe North Shore Commercial Composite are going through in second. Leichhardt are in third. All of them just taking it nice and easy. They know that they've got that qualification position, so they're sitting quite comfortably. It'll be Shoalhaven and ANA to battle it out for that final spot. Powerhouse Composite through in first. Second to the Glebe Composite. Third going through to Leichhardt. And in the battle for fourth, the final qualification position, we're seeing a push from ANA, but they're just a touch short. Shoalhaven with that final qualification position. ANA coming through in fifth place. Then we have the Nelson Lake Macquarie Composite in sixth, and then it'll be ADF Rowing and Canberra Rowing Club in seventh place. So that's our final set of heats for today. That's our final set of heats for the regatta. Thank you, Hannah, for your time. We've got a bit of a lunch break on now, and then the finals.
We sure do, Stuart. No, thank you for having me, and it's been absolutely wonderful. So everyone, yeah, make sure you fuel up in this lunch break and, yeah, get keen for this afternoon's racing.
and welcome back for the final session of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships for 2023. We just have the Women's Masters D8 coming into the starting blocks, race 332. Just a shout out from the commentary team to Babs and Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club for leaving us some very healthy dark chocolate and beetroot brownie, and much appreciated, and it has been enjoyed for sure. But I'm on with Nathan Birch this afternoon for this final session.
Thanks, Rob. And yeah, we're getting to the pointy end of the regatta. So we've got about an hour and 35 minutes of racing. I'm pretty sure they're all going to be finals. So medals for most of the competitors. I think Tony Brown is going to present the medals. Tony's a life member of Rowing New South Wales. Rowed in his all his life, and he's been a long-term volunteer for New South Wales and Australian Rowing since the 1980s. So Tony will be presenting the medals for the rest of the event.
And just as they come into the starting blocks, we've got a big field in this Women's Masters D8, full 9 lanes. And so we'll run through the entries to get them out of the way before the start. So it's Drummoyne Composite, Drummoyne St George, Mossman and Balmain. Amy Greenlees, Renata Ipmar, Sarah Hill, Sally Wiebeck, Jodie Panagopoulos, Marcella Cox, Christine McCready, Katrina Brangman and coxswain Wendy Roncolato. In lane 2, University of Queensland, Catherine Rodmell, Carla Forbes, Narelle Walters, Kathy Witt, Amanda Rukawai, Annie McDowell, Donalds, Rachel Kinnamonth, Margot Drayden and Lily Lumley Cox, coach Edward Drayden. And in lane 3, North Shore, Fiona Angelis, Sarah Abbott, Sarah Culhane, Julie Bohm, Penny Morris, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker and coxswain Lucy Thompson. The second North Shore crew is in lane 4, Sarah Dennis, Sarah Kavanagh, Catherine James, Mary McCulley, Vicky Grundy, Emma Nicholas, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, Jennifer Pollock is coxswain and coached by Justin Peters. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club crew of Helen Grunwald, Julianne Brighton, Tara Rennie, Kirsten Lilliquist, Josephine Bryant, Jenny Greenslade, Karen Turcato and Kim Small and Tracy Cowap in coxswain. In lane 6, the Torrens Composite of Alison Smith, Robin Gray-Gardner, Karen Farina, Gina Bell, Simone Ellis, Belinda Junkowiak, Tori Toogood, Emily El-Curry, Jed Watson coxswain and coached by Alexander Worthington. In lane 7, Mosman Rowing Club, Alexandra Walding, Jenny Wilson, Christine Foxton, M. Barrick, Kelly Ross, Christina Larson, Kim Laurie, Lucy Stackpool-Moore and Chloe Jaretta in coxswain. In lane 8, the North Shore Rowing Club crew of Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Olivia Tonge, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. Coxswain is Jane Kavanagh and coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 9, the North Shore New Zealand Composite of Alexander Milbrat, Sharon Ducker, Emily Newbelot, Elaine Bisacker, Zoe Lynham, Nikki Douglas, Rebecca Caro, Natalie Taylor and coxswain Renee Domashek.
And they're just lining up there. So this will be a hotly contested race, I'm sure, Rob. Form usually obviously goes in terms of qualifying times, but you can never really tell with 4 going through to the final in each of the separate heats. There will undoubtedly be some crews that would have wound down, securing the fact that they know they're through to the final. So where usually it would go through, you'd be looking at the middle lanes, maybe the Sydney and Torrens Composite as being quick, which undoubtedly they will be. There'll be other crews in the mix, maybe across the field.
Absolutely, and a lot of these competitors were part of their state crews. So it is certainly the D age group is a hotly contested field.
I hope they're all recovered from the hangovers. I heard last night was interesting. The weather for the afternoon looks to be pretty stable. I don't think we'll get any more showers this afternoon. Well, there is the one lurking off to the, I'm going to say the northeast, but I think we should be okay. Wind's absolutely perfect. Temperature's perfect. Overcast, but that's not a bad thing for today. I think we should be okay.
We're very close to a start here at the women's D8 final, and as Nathan said, the conditions on the course are perfect for these races this afternoon. So we're looking forward to some hotly contested races in this last session. And they're away in the women's D8 final, and it looks to be a fairly even start at this point in time with the crews setting off. There's a bit of movement from a couple of the crews. The University of Queensland crew has certainly got away very quickly, as has the Torrens composite crew. That as we get down further down the course, we'll just see how that pans out.
Yeah, the UQ boat absolutely shot off the start then. Left the middle of the pack behind, so already half a length up by the looks of things, but still a long way to go. They'll just be finishing their starts, winding through their starts, starting to lengthening out the stroke, getting the boat up to speed on that race, to that race pace. Only 1,000 meters again. Obviously all this regatta is 1,000 meters, so not much time to settle and get into the flow and look around. Obviously it's half the distance of normal regatta racing, so yes, you've got to go through this pretty quickly, not settle, you don't have much time to settle and get into race pace. So off their way. From this angle at the moment, we can't see any clear winner, or certainly anybody out of the field. Looks like the boat in lane 2, the University of Queensland, has got a bit of a gap between the boats on either side of Drummoyne and the North Shore boats. And then Sydney and Torrens in the middle of the field, Mossman North Shore and the North Shore New Zealand composite on the near side. Yeah, you can, they're pretty close at the moment. As they come through the 500 metres, it's Torrens taking the lead just over University of Queensland by a second, Mossman in third, and then a second behind them is North Shore, the North Shore New Zealand composite and the North Shore boat in fifth. Drummoyne is sixth and Sydney seventh, and the North Shore boats are eighth and ninth respectively.
Yes, and certainly this Torrens crew has come out very quick, as well as the University of Queensland crew. The Torrens crew, of course, is Torrens composite crew is beside the Mossman crew, so a little bit confusing because they're both having the red hoops. But certainly the Torrens composite crew now is really putting the pressure on and trying to move away from the rest of the field. So we get a little bit of a side-on shot we'll be able to see. But over on the other side in lane 2, the University of Queensland crew is certainly powering down as well. But it does look like the Torrens composite crew has a little bit of a lead, and a little bit further back to the Mossman crew, who are currently in third place. But it is this Torrens composite crew that have the momentum at this point in time as they come down with about 200 metres to go to the line. But Uni of Queensland certainly not letting them get away with it, and are pushing back now, and the rating's coming up, and it's the big push towards the line. I think this is going to be very close, Nathan.
Very close indeed, yeah. It's the battle of the candy stripes. Torrens, I think, have still got at least a canvas and a bit more, maybe half a boat length ahead of University of Queensland as they approach the last 50 metres. Looks like Torrens are going to take it, but hard charging University of Queensland are going to see if they can get back to them. I don't think they've got enough water left. Torrens just take it by, I'd say, half a boat length away from University of Queensland. Mossman comfortable in bronze medal position. Close race here on the near side between North Shore and New Zealand and North Shore composite. The composite just takes it for fourth. On the far side, in lane 1, it looks like it's going to be Drummoyne in sixth. Sydney crew in 7th. The North Shore crew in lane 4, 8th, and North Shore, great showing in lane 3, 9th. So just the unofficial results there. Great race. In first place, Torrens Port Adelaide in a time of 3 minutes, 0.27 seconds. In second place, we have the boat from University of Queensland. In third place, Mossman. In fourth place, we have the North Shore New Zealand Composite. North Shore in lane 8, 5th. In sixth place, we had Drummoyne Composite in lane 1. In 7th, Sydney in lane, in position 8th. In lane 4, we had North Shore, and in 9th position in lane 3, we had the North Shore boat as well.
And Nathan, we're moving right back up to the, well underway is the Men's Masters D Quad race 333. And in lane 2, we have the Yarra Yarra crew of Nick Inglis, David Jacker, Andrew Gray and Gareth McShay. In lane 3, the Murwillumbah Griffith University Surface Paradise Gold Coast Masters Rowing Composite of David Hughes, Andy Menzies, Doug Cryer, Scott O'Reilly. In lane 4, we have the Western Australia ANA Swan River Composite of Maurice Robson, James McGrath, Simon Wall and David Salisbury. In lane 5, we have the Lindisfarne North-Est Tamar Ulverston Composite of Michael Wilson, Mark Bonham, Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox. In lane 6, the Adelaide Composite crew of Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, David McLeod and Damien Durlick. We'll just go through the crews. Murray Bridge in lane 7, Leichhardt in Composite in lane 8 and Black Mountain Composite in lane 9 because they're well through the 500 metre mark, where Lindisfarne Composite had a slight advantage over the West Australia Composite crew with a 0.25 of a second back to the Adelaide Composite. So at this point in time, that it does look like the Lindisfarne Composite crew is holding about a 3/4 of a length lead over the crews either side of it. The Adelaide University Composite and the Western Australia Rowing Club Composite. As they come down to the line, it's a very, very tight race coming into the last 100 or so metres. And over on this side, we have the Murray Bridge crew really pushing home. They're coming home with a head of steam.
They've gone quickly in that final 500. You know, they're definitely threatening the Adelaide Uni Torrens crew. Looks like the guys from Lindisfarne quite comfortable in the front. Got their eyes. Do you know what? It will have been changed coming up to the final 10 strokes. In lane 5, it's Lindisfarne Composite that takes the win. In lane 6, the Adelaide Torrens. No, forgive me. That's close there. Second, it looks like Adelaide University Torrens. In third, Murray Bridge Composite. In fourth, Western Australia Composite. In fifth, Leichhardt. In sixth, Williambura Composite. And in seventh, Black Mountain Lake Macquarie take in seventh position. I think that's a provisional quote. Very, very close racing there. Lindisfarne just takes it from Adelaide Uni Torrens Composite by 1.6 seconds. And a further 2 seconds behind then, it's the Murray Bridge Composite. Yeah, the boys from Western Australia were going well after the first 500 metres, but failed to capitalise on that position. Finished fourth. Fifth, Leichhardt and Glebe. Sixth, Williambah Composite. And seventh, Black Mountain and Yarra Yarra bring home the field in eighth.
And on the course, we have race 334, the Women's Masters G Double Scull Final. In lane 2, we have Endeavour, Lindy Nisbet and Chris Brennan. In lane 3, we have North Shore, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles, coached by John Gouvenet. In lane 4, we have Mosman, Ann Taylor and Maureen Farrow. In lane 5, Mackay, Therese Clancy and Jane De Guerra. In lane 6, Goolwa, Diana Tebnev and Steph Wilden, coached by Bob Russell. In lane 7, Perth, Celia Cornwall and Carolyn Fennell, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 8, Commercial, Debbie Flynn and Vicky Charles. And lane 9, Manning River 2, Amanda Cavill and Kay Smythe.
Well, that's a new one on me. South Australia, I've never heard of that boat club before. It's a long way to come, but I hope them every success.
Yes, one of the smaller clubs here, but certainly batting well above their average in this regatta.
As we come through the 500 metres in this Women's Masters G double, the boat from Perth in lane 7. Is 0.1 of a second in front of the boat from Mackay. Commercial are in 3rd, Goolwa 4th, Mossman 5th, Endeavour 6th, North Shore 7th, and Manning River 8th. But not an awful lot to separate those first 4 boats. Actually, 4 seconds between the first 4 boat, and the battle between Perth and Mackay is going to be hotly contested. Commercial are about 2 seconds behind, and a further second is Goolwa behind them. Definitely, we'll get that, tell the air conditioner.
So coming down to the last 250 odd metres, and this Perth crew still holding a little bit of a lead, although the crew over on this side from Goolwa, it appears, or looks to be coming home very, very fast.
Yeah, I think it's the Mackay and the Penrith boat. So Mackay in lane 5 and the Perth boat in lane 7 in the light blue. I think it's going to be hotly contested. They haven't given each other a second, 0.1 of a second at 500 metres. It looks both of them have been going at hammer and tongs at it down the course. So it's going to be very close. Maybe Perth have got a slight nose in front from this angle, but as the angle unwinds towards the finish, we'll see. Maybe a canvas. Both boats keeping it in, going really strong to the finish. Last 10 strokes, last 5 strokes. The girls from Perth take it by about 2/3 of a length from the boat from Mackay. Great Waste in 3rd. It looks like the girls from Mossman have pulled it out of the bag, come 3rd. Goolwa came 4th. In 5th position, Commercial. In 6th position, it's going to look like in 6th it looks like Endeavour. It might be a photo for 5th and 6th. In 8th position, Manning River.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Women's Masters D8 Championship of Australia. In 3rd position and bronze medalist, Mossman Rowing Club, Alexandra Walding. Jenny Wilson. Christine Foxton. M. Barrick. Kelly Ross, Christina Larson, Kim Laurie, Lucy Stackpool Moore, and coxswain Chloe Duretta, coached by James Taylor. And in 2nd position and silver medalist, University of Queensland, Catherine Rodmill, Carla Forbes, Narelle Walters, Kathy Witt, Amanda Rukawai, Annie McDonnell, Rachel Kinmonth, Margot Drayden, coxswain Lily Lunny, and coach Edward Drayden. And University of Queensland also take the medal for the fastest club crew. And in 1st place and gold medalists and champions for 2023, Torrens Composite, Alison Smith, Port Adelaide Rowing Club, Robin Gray Gardner, Torrens Rowing Club, Karen Farina, Torrens Rowing Club. Gina Bell, Torrens Rowing Club. Simone Ellis. Belinda Junkowiak. Tori Toogood. Emily El Curry. Coxon Jed Watson, and coached by Alexander Worthington. Please join me in congratulating the medalists in the Women's Masters D8.
And just at the back on the lake, the culmination of the Men's Masters G pair. 3 boats in this race. On the far side, Brisbane GPS, Ian Holzberger and Shane Worley. In lane 5 from Clifton Rowing Club, we have Gus Bergen and Kerry Dobomsky. And in lane 7, nearest the grandstand, we've got from Melbourne Rowing Club's Stephen Mollard and Robert Smith. Coming through the 500 metres, the Clifton boat of Gus Bergen and Kerry Dobomsky had a sizable lead in front of Melbourne, some 5.5 seconds, and then Brisbane and GPS were third. The Goulwa boat had scratched, and as we are approaching the last 150 metres of this pairs race, the Men's Masters G2. Looks like the gents of Grossbergen and Kerry Dobronsky in the light blue boat in lane 5 from Clifton Rowing Club, New Zealand, comfortably take the win as they cruise over the line. Melbourne, Stephen Mollard and Robert Smith take second, and the boat from Brisbane and GPS of Ian Holzberger and Shane Worley finish in bronze medal position. Well spread out field there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the Men's Masters D Quad Scull. And in third place and bronze medalists, the Murray Bridge Composite of Ross Hamilton, Adelaide University. Alexander Siltz, Adelaide Rowing Club. Mark Johnson, Riverside Rowing Club. And Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge Rowing Club. And in second place and silver medalist, Adelaide University Composite, Rob Ellis, Torrens Rowing Club. Kevin Tankard, Torrens Rowing Club. David McLeod, Adelaide University. And Damien Derleek, Adelaide University. And in first place and gold medalist for 2023, the Lindisfarne North-Esk Tamar Ulverston Composite of Michael Wilson, Ulverston Rowing Club. Mark Bonham, Tamar Rowing Club. Patrick Bird, North-Esk Rowing Club. And Tom Wilcox, Lindisfarne Rowing Club. Please join in congratulating medalists for the Men's Masters D Quad Scull.
Back on the course we have race 336, the Men's Masters J double. 4 boats in this race. On the far side from Corro Bay, Melbourne Composite, Ray Young and James Weatherly. They are racing in lane 4. In lane 5 from North Shore, David Kay and Len Walter. In lane 6 from Wollumbar is John McDonald and Robert Blanche. And from Canberra and Manning River in lane 7, we have Raymond Beaton and John Simpson. As they approach the 500 metres mark. Looks like the North Shore gentlemen of Mr. K and Mr. Walter have got a good lead of almost 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds from the boat from Murwillumbah, who indeed lead Canberra Manning River by about just over 3 seconds, as they are just righting themselves in terms of steering there.
Yeah, that North Shore crew seemingly just have pulled about a length over the rest of the crew, the other crews at the moment. The crew from Murwillumbah in hot pursuit, but whether they're making any impact over those last 400 metres is yet to be seen. But certainly it's still quite a close race over these 4 competitors in the middle of the river.
And as they approach the last 250 metres, these gentlemen, the youngest competitor is 78 in this race. See if they've still got the racing spirit and they can turn the commanding lead of North Shore's David Kay and Len Walter over in the last 300 metres. At this point, looks like North Shore maintain their lead. The Canberra composite of Beaton and Simpson, nearest the grandstand, they've just got their noses slightly in front of the Murwillumbah crew, and the Corio Bay composite on the far side have got some work to do if they want to get on the podium.
Seems to be a few steering issues in the Murwillumbah crew at the moment, but there's certainly no problem for that North Shore crew as they make their way towards the line, and they will be they will have a 3 or 4 length lead over the trailing crews. The Canberra composite of Raymond Beaton and John Simpson look like they have just, come through and currently in second position and pushing towards the line, but the Murwillumbah crew are pushing back. They're getting over their steering woes and pushing towards the line, but the North Shore crew going across the line, followed by the Canberra composite crew, Murwillumbah, followed by all the, we've got a Corio Bay sculler has stopped rowing, but as they head towards the line, they'll cross the line to complete the field. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the Women's Masters G Double Scull. And to present the medals, we have Marg Small, current rowing member for Mosman Rowing Club, a Masters competitor since 1997, and a volunteer in New South Wales and Australian, volunteer in New South Wales and Australia for the last 10 years. In third place, and bronze medalist, Mosman Rowing Club, Anne Taylor and Maureen Farrow. And in second place and silver medalists, Mackay Rowing Club, Teresa Clancy and Jane De Guerra. And in first place and gold medalists and champions for 2023, Perth Rowing Club, Celia Cornwall and Carolyn Fennell, coached by Vanessa Grant. The Perth crew will also take the medal for the fastest club crew. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Women's Masters G Double Scull.
And back on the lake, some great shots there from the umpire's launch of the Women's Masters E Double Scull. Very quickly, the lineup was Leichhardt Drummoyne composite of Caroline Vernon and Leslie Howard. In lane 2 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Caroline Foster and Michaela Main. From Essendon Rowing Club, Narelle Dwyer and Christine Mitchell. A Mersey Ulverstone composite of Sandra Wilson and Alison Kirkwood in lane 4. From Noosa, Joe Emerson and Jane Fitzpatrick. From Wenduri Ballarat Rowing Club, Geraldine Goss and Lee Ann Martin. From Tamar, Marilyn Coulson and Narelle Hayes. From Endeavour, Rosalind Furness and Diane McShane. And in lane 9 from the University of Western Australia, we had O'Fleck and S. Knight.
And through the 500-metre mark, we had the Noosa crew holding a slight advantage over the Mersey Ulverstone crew, followed by Essendon, Windori Ballarat, and Endeavour, Fremantle, Tamar, University of WA, and the Leichhardt Drummoyne crew. And it certainly looks like that Noosa crew has continued on. The Mersey Ulverstone, although like they may have their nose in front.
Yeah,
Nathan,
it's going to be close. This one, I think the first place, the Noosa boat is definitely under pressure from the Mersey Ulverstone crew next to them, in the lane over on their right.
And the Windori Ballarat composite over on lane 6 is certainly coming home fast as well. But that Mersey composite crew has really turned it on over the last 200 metres.
That's it. They've put the hammer down and actually put some distance from being second in at 500. They might even go for clear water here, but they've definitely upped the rating, kept the blades in, pushing really strong from home. And in fact, the Wenduri Ballarat Richmond crew is going to be very close. Looks like the Mersey Ulverstone take it. Wenduri Ballarat take it on the line from the Noosa crew, which was the front runner in the early stages. In 4th, that's going to be a photo. Gosh, and a photo for 6th place. I think the girls from University of Western Australia have just taken it away from the boat on the far side from Leichhardt, but we'll see that as they come through the unofficial results there. That's the unofficial results, that of the Women's Masters E double. In first place, Mersey Ulverstone. They take it from Wenduri Ballarat Richmond composite by 2.1 seconds. Noosa just getting pipped out there for 3rd place in bronze, 0.95 seconds behind. In 4th, Endeavour. In 5th, Essendon. In 6th, Fremantle. 7th were Tamar. 8th, University of Western Australia. And 9th, the Leichhardt Drummoyne composite.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the medal presentation for the men's Masters G pair. And in 2nd position and silver medalists, Melbourne Rowing Club, Stephen Mollard and Robert Smith. Please congratulate medalists in the men's Masters G pair. And on the course at the moment, we have the men's Masters E4 minus. And in lane 2, we have the Sandy Bay Composite. In lane 3, Nelson Rowing Club from New Zealand. In lane 4, the ANA Union Wanganui Composite. In lane 5, Melbourne Rowing Club. In lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club. In 7, Riverside Rowing Club. In lane 8, Toowong Rowing Club. And in lane 9, Corio Bay. We're just coming down to the 500-metre mark, and it's fairly frenetic pace out there on the course. A little bit of wind has come up and making conditions a little bit more unstable as they go through the 500-metre mark, and it looks like it will be the Melbourne crew just shading the Sydney crew, ANA Union Composite crew, the Riverside, Toowong, Sandy Bay Composite, and Nelson, followed by the Corio Bay crew. But there is absolutely nothing in it. There's about 3 seconds between the top 4 crews. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the medal presentation for the men's J double scull. And in second position, third position, and bronze medalist, Murwillumbah Rowing Club, John McDonald and Robin Blanche. And in first place and gold medalist for 2023, North Shore Rowing Club's David Kay and Len Walter. Please. The North Shore crew will also take the fastest club crew medals. Please join in congratulating the medalists in the Masters J Double Scull.
And we turn our attention to the closing stages of the Men's Masters E4 Coxless. It's going to be a battle between Melbourne and Sydney. The Blues of Melbourne are slightly in front of the Blues of Sydney, but it's going to be very close. Going to go right down to the wire. They're pushing strong. Melbourne just take it by half a canvas over Sydney. In third place in lane 4 is the ANA Composite. Very close for fourth position, can't tell. We'll see how it goes. Riverside might have just pipped the Toowong there. In sixth position was Sandy Bay, in seventh Nelson, and in eighth Corio Bay. So unofficial results there. First place Melbourne in a time of 3:17.65. Less than half a second behind them was the Sydney crew. In second place the ANA Union Composite the ANA Union Composite was in third place. In fourth place was Riverside. In sixth, Toowong. Very close, only 0.4 seconds separating those crews. In sixth place, Sandy Bay. In seventh, Nelson. And in eighth, Corio Bay.
And certainly, Nathan, the tailwind has certainly picked up here, and it provided a very quick time in that last race. So that's what we will see, improved positions, as long as it doesn't get any bumpier on the water than it is at the moment. But certainly that wind is coming through, probably just with that little bit of that rain front. So I wouldn't think it'll stick around.
Yeah, I think it will blow through in the next 15 minutes or something. But yeah, you took a considerable change in wind direction. It is a little bit bumpier out there. The times will pick up. Hopefully for the next race, for the race 339, is a Men's Masters E Coxed 4. Only two boats in here. They won't have to worry about the steering so much, being a Cox boat. On the far side in lane 4 is Yarra Yarra's Andrew Gray, Zane Lockley, Stuart Critchell, and Jack Chatsiakomis. It's Cox by Sam Lincoln. In lane 5, it's St. George, Glenn Chutter, Christopher Jones, Stephen Harrison, Alan Robertson, and Cox Jackie Pelly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters E Double Scull. In third place, and bronze medalists, Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Joe Emerson and Jane Fitzpatrick, coached by David Doyle. And in second place and silver medalists, the Wendouree Ballarat Richmond Rowing Club composite of Geraldine Goss and Leanne Martin. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Women's Masters E Double Scull.
And as we get to the halfway stage in race 339, the Men's Masters E Coxed 4. Only two boats in this race. Yarra Yarra on the far side and St. George on the near side. The Melbourne crew has scratched. Not an awful lot between them. Yarra Yarra just their nose out in front by less than half a second from St. George. So there will be bragging rights going at the moment to Yarra Yarra. But still a lot to play for. The wind has certainly picked up. We might get some much quicker times now. But I don't think it'll last for much longer. I'm looking over, I can see some blue sky over in the far horizon, but whether or not we'll get it here, we certainly won't get it for the end of this race.
Geez, Nathan, you've got very good eyes, because it's very difficult to see, but certainly this is a very close race with just this Henley style 1 against 1. It's these two crews had half a second between them at the 500 metre mark, and it looks like the St George crew on the grandstand side of the course might have the upper hand at the moment, but it is too close to call as we come down to the last 200 odd metres in this race, 250 metres, and it is out and out team against team here as we push towards the line.
Yeah, the St George crew looks to have just crawled past them, walked past them, going through the 500 metre mark. They were half a second behind, but it's going to be close. Last 100 metres. It's there for the taking. St George luck to be keeping those blades in just slightly bit longer. The stroke rate is slightly higher than the Yarra Yarra crew. As they go to the finish, they're maintaining that pace and that length in the boat. St George taking a good half a length more, a good boat length out of the Yarra Yarra crew to finish as winners, half a length ahead of the crew from Yarra Yarra. So St George finishing a time of 3:36.28. Yarra Yarra 1.69 seconds behind in second place.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Men's Masters E4. And in third place, and bronze medalist, ANA Union Wanganui composite of Bruce Tate. Robert Boylan. Stuart Clark. And Vincent Breen. In second place, and silver medalist, Sydney Rowing Club, Stuart Cowap. Stephen Graham. David Greenslade. Rob McNeil. And in first place, and gold medalist for 2023, Melbourne Rowing Club, Roger Tobler. David McPherson. Brian Nuttall. And Matthew Harrison. Melbourne will also receive the medals for the fastest club crew. Please join in congratulating the medal winners of the Men's Masters E4 Minors Championship of Australia.
Back on the lake, we've got the Women Masters C quad on the far side from Lake Macquarie's Michelle Duzel, Emma Davey, Narita Clinton and Zani Janssen de Jong. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, we've got Judith Ease, Nikki Lofesti, Jennifer Zongor and Daniela Borget. In lane 4, the St George, Black Mountain and Cheryl River composite of Amanda Burant, Karina Davis, Jane Clues, Andrea Cruz. In lane 5, the Powerhouse composite, Powerhouse Melbourne and Richmond, Kate Dyball, Helen Pierce, Tanya Nishibata and Emily Harridge. In lane 6 from Adelaide University, Susie Ross, Christina Bursell, Angie Franco and Joe Malcolm. In lane 7 from Glebe, North Shore and Commercial, Christine Taylor, Oliver Tong, Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris. In lane 8, Commercial Composite, Commercial Pine, and Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid, Michelle Holland, M. Schmeider and Andrea Painter. And finally in lane 9 from Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, Robin Wakefield, Jessica Richardson, Catherine McKeever, coached by David Eddington.
And Nathan, through the 500 metre mark, we've got a very, very close race with Powerhouse Composite coming through in first position, slightly ahead of the Glebe Composite crew, only 0.5 of a second behind. A little way back to the St George Composite crew, 3 seconds behind, and then Leichhardt Commercial Composite, Adelaide University, Lake Macquarie and Shoalhaven following through in that order. But it looks as though this very accomplished crew, the Powerhouse crew, has really put the hammer down now, and they are out to a probably at a 3/4 of a length lead over the Glebe Composite crew over in lane 7. But it's certainly going down to the wire. The race for the third and bronze position is very, very tight, but still not out of it. Over in the St George Composite and the Leichhardt crews are really pushing for that third position. It's a very, very close race as they come down to the last 250 metres, and certainly the Commercial Composite now winding up over here on the outside, but they may have left their run a little bit too late. But certainly this Powerhouse Composite crew is really making it driving this one home as they come down to the line. It's the Powerhouse Melbourne and Richmond Composite crew just ahead of the Glebe Composite crew, but still it is going all the way to the wire. The St George Composite crew pushing, and over on this side at the Commercial Composite, it is a race for the line, and who will get there? But the Glebe Composite in second, St George Composite in third, looks like Leichhardt in fourth, and the Commercial Composite in fifth place, followed by Adelaide University, Lake Macquarie, and Shoalhaven.
Yeah. That's Lake Macquarie and Shoalhaven finishing in 8th position there. Seems to have been, I don't know what happened to the Adelaide University crew, but they got dropped off very early on the start. I don't know whether it was a steering issue or something, but yeah, unofficial and provisional results of that, the Women's Masters C quad. In first place, Powerhouse Composite with a great time of 3:29.69. Glebe Composite finished second, and in third place, St George Composite. Leichhardt fourth, Commercial fifth, Adelaide University sixth, Lake Macquarie seventh, and Shoalhaven eighth.
And Nathan moving straight on to the medal presentation for the Men's Masters E Coxed 4. In first place, gold medalist and champion for 2023, St George Rowing Club, Glenn Shooter. Christopher Jones. Steve Harrison. Alan Robertson. And coxswain Jackie Peel. St George will also receive the medals for the fastest club crew. Please join in congratulating St George Rowing Club champions E Coxed 4.
We'll quickly go to the lake again. We won't go through every individual named competitor, but we do have the Men's Masters C 8+. The 8 Master C final. On the far side, we have a Toowong Curram composite. It's in lane 2. In lane 3, Leichhardt Sydney composite. In lane 4, a Mossman Black Mountains ANU composite. In lane 5, University of New South Wales Rowing Club. In lane 6, North Shore. We've had a scratch from the Australian Defence Force rowing crew. In lane 8, we've got Glebe Banks composite, and in lane 9, we've got a Brisbane and GPS Toowong composite. So these guys are Masters C, all around the age of 50, or an average age of, I think, below 50 for Masters C. And there will be some scores to be settled here. All these competitors will have raced many times during the day, but as they cross through the 500 metres, it's the Toowong Curram boat in lane 2 with quite a comfortable lead, almost a boat length in front of the University of New South Wales in lane 5. Leichhardt and Sydney composite about half a second behind them, followed by Mossman, who again are about half a second behind. Then we have Brisbane, followed by Glebe, North Shore. North Shore bringing up the rear of the pack, some way behind.
Well, it's certainly that Toowong composite crew over in lane 2 is really got a head of steam up, and they're driving home towards that line as they come into the 250 mark with a clear lead over the University of New South Wales crew, with the Mossman and Leichhardt composite crews Just shading those. Right over on this side, though, the Brisbane and GPS composite crew shouldn't be, is not out of the picture, and they are certainly using the distance between the crews to sneak up on the inside and certainly making the most of it. But the Toowong composite crew now pulling out to probably a 2-length lead over the University of New South Wales crew, just over the top of the Mosman crew in third place. But this Brisbane and GPS crew steaming down the inside on the grandstand side of the course and really taking some yards out of the second and place getters. And University of New South Wales just responding now as they come down towards the line. It will be the Toowong composite crew, a very accomplished row, to take out that first place. University of New South Wales just going across in second. It's going to be very tight for third and fourth, but it looks like Mosman composite will just get it in front of the Brisbane and GPS composite crew.
Yeah, it's a great race there for the final the medal position there. Mosman just kept on. Hard charge though from Brisbane and GPS in that final 250 metres. Yeah. Leichhardt fifth. Just have the boat from the North Shore coming in seventh. So Toowong Curram composite taking it in a time of 3 minutes, 0.09 seconds. University of New South Wales, UNSW take silver medal position. Brisbane and GPS have been given the third place provisionally, and half a second behind. It's the Mosman. No. Changed again. Mosman have been given third provisionally. Brisbane have been given fourth. Fifth is Leichhardt Sydney composite, sixth Glebe, and seventh North Shore. So there's the provisional results. Toowong first, University of New South Wales second, and the Mosman composite third.
And Nathan, we're seeing some very quick times. That time was around 3 minutes, nearly 3 minutes flat for a C8, and that's a very quick time for those D8s. I saw last night the interstate cruise went under 3 minutes for that for the 1,000 metres in the men's event, which is a sensationally quick time for these crews.
Yeah, and interestingly, the winds completely died down between those two races. That 4 and that 8 race completely died off completely now. So,
and I can see that blue sky you talked about now, yeah, Nathan. It's really moving in.
Yeah, it's coming. I'll go very quickly to the lineup for the Masters, the Mixed Masters D8. Sandy Bay Composite, Alison Kirkwood, Gina Anderson, Jane Hillard, Sandra Wilson, Michael Wilson, Mark Bonham, Patrick Bird, and David Fisher. Cox by Jane McGann. Clifton Composite in lane 2, Julianne Kelly, Janelle Filkin, Kate Dombrowski, Jenny Cowan, David Rees, Michael Murphy, Gus Bergam, Kerry Dobonsky, and Edwina Luck. In lane 3, there will be Lake Macquarie Composite of Joanna McFleming, Sally Webeck, Rhett Patterson, Nikki Johnson, Jeremy Smith, Stuart Boyd, Kirsten Berry, Trudy McDonald, and Cox by Lily Lunny. In lane 4, from the North Shore of New Zealand, Alex Mailbrandt, Emily Newbullett, Gordon Williams, Chris Bromfield, Mark Robinson, Martin Sharrock, Rebecca Caro, Natalie Taylor, and Cox by Nikki Douglas. In lane 5, from A&A Rowing Club, Francis Conchi Stanley, Kay Jansi, Jenny Longman, Indra Siva Kulondra, David Huang, Faye May, Mark Easterbrook, Phil Cockman, and James McGrath is the Cox ADF Rowing Composite of Sorrel Woolwood, Virginia Hayward, Belinda Bowman, Sarah Whiteman, Christopher Boson, David Rowe, Andrew Hine and David Newman, Cox by Alice Clayton. The Torrens Composite in lane 7 will be Kerry Farina, Gina Bell, Simon Ellis, Belinda Janowek, Robert Ellis, Nicola McDonald, Alexander Sliz, Kevin Tankard and Cox by Jed Wilson. In lane 8, the Mossman Rowing Club of Sarah Ahern, Christian Batemeyer, Lauren Nethery, Michael Wenzel, Paul Bartels, Andreas Batemeyer, Kim Laurie, Christina Lawson and Cox by Phil Tidson. And the second Mossman boat in lane 9 will be Christine Foxton, Lucy Stockwell-Moore, Mark Lewern, Julia Maria Sagarola, Alex Doige, Richard Parry, Emma Barrett, Sarah Hill and Cox by Sally Maspiro. They go off in about 10 minutes actually, so some time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Women's Masters C Quad. And in third position, bronze medalist, the St George Composite of Amanda Berendt from St George Rowing Club. Katrina Davis, Shoalhaven Rowing Club. Jane Clues, Black Mountain Rowing Club. And Andrea Coos, St George Rowing Club, coached by Bruce Williams and Andrew Parry. And in second position and silver medalist, Glebe North Shore Commercial Composite of Christine Taylor, Commercial Rowing Club. Olivia Tonge, North Shore Rowing Club. Heidi Lindahl, Glebe Rowing Club. And Jacqueline Harris, Glebe Rowing Club. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Women's Masters C Quad.
And while there's a short break in the racing, it's a good time to remind all the competitors and all the clubs that the Regatta Centre has an event taking place tomorrow, and there are to be no vehicles, boats, trailers or equipment left on the island overnight. Please, if you are planning to pick things up tomorrow, you are required to move things across to the car park side of the venue this evening. There will be no access to the island tomorrow. I repeat, there will be no access to the island tomorrow. Row New South Wales has arranged early access to the entry side of the venue from 4:30 in the morning to pick up any trailers parked overnight. Please collect everything by 7 a.m. in the morning and avoid being caught up in the traffic arriving for tomorrow's event inside the venue. There will be no circumstances you will be able to pick up or access the island tomorrow to collect anything. So please make sure you move everything over to the car park side tonight, or else it will be lost forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Men's Masters C8 Championship of Australia. And in third place and bronze medalist, the Mossman Black Mountain ANU Composite, Mark Luan. Henry Bridgewater. Timothy Worth. Jose Maria Segurola, Uruguay. Robert Giblin. Steve McGlynn. Paul Williams. Andrew Hurigan. And coxswain Rene Domenchens. And in second place and silver medalist, University of New South Wales, John Briggs. Alexander Lazarou. Chris Burns. Nicholas Lazarou. George Lazarou. Ben Whalen. Andrew McEnroe. James Halliday. And coxswain Angela Zheng. University of New South Wales will also receive the medal for the fastest club crew. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2023 in the Men's Masters C8, Toowong Karam Composite, Jack Price. Jackson Price. Drew Holman. Stephen Hammer. Andrew McIntosh. James Manning. Tim Bugg. Matthew Cahoon. And Asher Underhill Coxon, coached by Terry Mulligan. Please join in congratulating the medalists in the Men's Masters C8 Championship of Australia.
So after a short break, only 5 races left. We've got the mixed races coming up now. First, we've got the mixed Masters D, followed by the quad, the mixed Masters H quad, then the mixed Masters H Division 2 quad. So well contested there. Then the final 2 races, obviously the women's champion of champions and the men's champion of champions single hotly contested and the blue ribbon events of the afternoon. The mixed masters obviously made up of a combination of men and women. Will be lining up.
And just a reminder while we've got that little bit of a break about the venue and location of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships for 2024. We're off to Barrington in Tasmania, and as I said, for anybody who hasn't been to Barrington, it is one of the joys of rowing. It is a beautiful location, a great course, great hospitality, and would encourage anybody who's thinking about it to jump on board and get down there. But you will need to get in early and book your accommodation. It's difficult to get accommodation close to the course, but nonetheless, it is really worth the effort of getting there. So if you can go onto the website, the Australian Masters Rowing Championship link in the Tasmania Rowing web. And we almost have we've got a line, so won't be long before the start of this mixed D8, the first race of this next bracket. We only, as said, we only have about 4 or 5 races to go to finish off the complete the program, this 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. But they all look to be at the ready and fired up and ready to go. A full field in this event.
Just a reminder of the lineup on the far side. Sandy Bay composite made up of rows between Sandy Bay, Northwest, Tamar, Ulverston, and Tasmania University and Mersey. In lane 2, we've got the Clifton composite, Clifton, Toowong, Wollwimbar, and Commercial. In lane 3, Lake Macquarie composite made up of Lake Macquarie, Manning, Drummoyne, and UQ. We have a non-composite boat in lane 4 from the North Shore of New Zealand, and then in lane 5, ANA Rowing Club from Western Australia. ADF Rowing composite in lane 6. In lane 7, Torrens composite. In lane 8, from Mossman Rowing Club, we have one boat, and in lane 9, also from Mossman Rowing Club, we've got a boat as well.
And we're seeing some great shots from the umpires' launch across field. We've got the A&A crew in the right in the middle of frame today. Nice close to these crews, but it looks like the Lake Macquarie composite that's jumped out to a bit of a lead, quickly followed by that Sandy Bay composite right over there in lane 1. So that's where the action looks to be at this point in time. They certainly are moving quick, but the shots from this umpire's launch looking fantastic, Nathan.
Yeah, great shot there. If you can see the screen, see the boats all lined up there. You can see that boat from Lake Macquarie's got a jump. So has the I think the Torrens composite and the ADF actually have got a great start as well. So it looks like the Torrens composite in lane 7. I think from this angle, you get a look at them there. Might just have their noses out in front.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way as they come into the 500 metres, and that blue boat, the distinctive blue boat, and their red and white hoops, not unlike Mossman, are crossing the line for the 500 metres for which are quite a handy lead, nearly a length's lead over the Sandy Bay, Lake Macquarie, Mossman, Clifton Composite, Mossman, ADF Composite crews.
They could be Clifton Gardens, you never know. Being Mossman. So as they go through, Torrens Composite got at least a boat length on Sandy Bay, Lake Macquarie in 3rd, the Mossman crew in 4th, Clifton in 5th, second boat from Mossman in 6th, ADF in 7th, North Shore from New Zealand 8th, and ANA in 9th. Still a lot to play for though.
And certainly this Torrens Composite crew now looks to be stamping some authority on this race, and they are really pushing out in front, and I would say from this angle they look like they could be well over a length up on the Lake Macquarie Composite crew over there in lane 3.
Yeah, and in lane 1 as well on the Sandy Bay Composite as well. I think they're all in contention. Torrens have definitely got a handy lead though at this stage. 250 metres to go. Although
they're coming home, the Lake Macquarie crew and the crew over in the Sandy Bay Composite crew are really pushing home now, and I think it's going to be a lot closer than we thought it would have been a little way out. So the Torrens crew is really working hard now to make sure that they hold on to this lead, but that 1.5 lengths lead has been whittled down now to probably less than half a length as the Sandy Bay crew coming home like a train over on the other side of the course, but it looks like the Torrens crew will hold on to take first place in this race, followed closely by the Sandy Bay Composite and the Lake Macquarie Composite.
Yeah, and Mossman in lane 9 just come home there. I tell you what, that Sandy Bay Composite absolutely were like a train in that last 300 metres. It all clicked together then. I'm sure they're disappointed it didn't come earlier on, but they absolutely ran over the top of the Lake Macquarie crew. So Torrens Composite come first in a time of 3:19, second in from Sandy Bay, 4.3 seconds behind. They pipped the Lake Macquarie Composite, who finished 3rd. Mossman in lane 9 finished 4th. Clifton finished 5th. The Mossman boat in lane 8 finished 6th. ADF finished 7th. North Shore from New Zealand 8th, and ANA 9th. A good race there. Yeah, that Sandy Bay Composite looked to be absolutely trucking along.
They certainly did, Nathan. They brought it home and probably left their runner kicking themselves for leaving their run just a little bit too late, and otherwise they could well have overhauled that Torrens Composite crew. On the course at the moment, we have the race 343, which is the mixed H2M quad scull, and in lane 3 we have Goolwa Rowing Club, Jackie Woodhead, Brian Francis, Diana Tebniff, David England and coach Bob Russell. In lane 4 we have Murwillumbah Manning River Composite of Michael Mills, Gay Pullen, Gary Betts, Dagmar Wemmering. In lane 5 Melbourne Rowing Club, Gary Tate, Christopher Barton, Irina Benjamin and Val Dowell. And in lane 6, Tablelands Country Rowing Club, Hamina Balch, Karen Ross, Brian Kittler, David Blair. In lane 7, Abbotsford Rowing Club, Terry Barella, Rosemary Hancock, Petra McCaskill and Charles McCaskill. And we have a scratching in lane 8, Mackay Composite.
Both boats are off pretty cleanly from the start. Early showing looks like the boat in lane 4, the Mulwimbar and Manning composite. She's got their nose in front of the Murray Bridge Goolwa boat. It's by a canvas. Tablelands in 3rd and Melbourne in 4th, but not much between them. There is some way behind, though, for the Abbotsford boat. But yeah, 2 seconds, just over 2 seconds separate 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Mulwimbar, Murray Bridge and Tablelands at the 500 metres mark. A further kind of 3.5 seconds back is the Melbourne boat, and Abbotsford are struggling 12 seconds further back behind the Melbourne boat. So coming into the last 250 metres, again, it's going to be close. Still looks like the boat from Mulwimbar has maintained its lead, but on this side, maybe Tablelands have snuck through to 2nd. Tablelands and Murray Bridge Goolwa, they'll be duking it out for 2nd and 3rd. All things remaining the same.
Yeah, certainly looks a lot closer between that 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. And the crew over in Goolwa, crew over in lane 3 are really bringing it home too. So they might even challenge for the lead if they can just get a little bit more of a move along. They're really bringing it home strongly. And but certainly this Mulwimbar composite crew looks to have enough to hold to the line. Just over the top of the Goolwa crew, a really tight tussle for that 3rd and 4th position. So Melbourne and Tablelands going stroke for stroke as they come into the line. But with the Melbourne just getting a little bit of ascendancy at the moment. Certainly that Mulwimbar composite crew holding on to take the line, but it's going to be very close for that 3rd position and coming down the line. So across the line goes Goolwa for 2nd, and it will be the Melbourne crew just in front of the Tablelands crew to take 3rd position, with Abbotsford about 5 or 6 strokes to go, coming across the line to complete this field.
Yeah, great race there from Melbourne, overturning the boat, rowing over the boat from Tablelands, and we're in 3rd position at the 500 metres. Abbotsford coming home to take 5th position. So the unofficial results of race 3-4-3. It was the mixed H quad. In 1st place, Mulwimbar and Manning River composite. In 2nd place, Murray Bridge Goolwa composite. In 3rd place, Melbourne. 4th Tablelands and 5th Abbotsford. Lining up on the start now is race 3-4-4. So Masters H Mixed 4, Division 2. So obviously a hotly contested category this. So on the far side from Riverside, we've got Anne Pennington and Claire Sweeney, Maxwell, Hoseason Smith and Peter Smith. This is being a time handicapped race. They will go off 32 seconds behind the 1st boat, which is Tablelands. Manning River composite of Phil Mulkentin, David Barker, Amanda Cavell and Kay Smith. They will also have a 32-second penalty. In North Shore's boat, North Shore's Rowing Club in lane 3, Suzanne Walter, Jeff Wannon, Len Walter, Susan Wannon. They will be going off 17 seconds behind. The Drummoyne composite of Nerida Clinton, Bruce Sharp, Peter Armstrong and Alex Warner also have a 32-second penalty. All behind the boat from Tablelands, Renata Wendell, Kathy Robson, David Merrill and Rob Odell, who will be going on the buzzer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Mixed Masters D8, and presenting the medals, Steve Sherry. In third place, and bronze medalists, Lake Macquarie, Manning River, Drummoyne and University of Queensland composite of Joanne McPhillamy. Sally Wiebeck. Rhett Patterson. Nick Johnson. Jeremy Smith. Stuart Boyd. Kirsty Berry and Trudy McDonald. Coxon by Lily Lundy. And in second place and silver medalist, Sandy Bay, North Esk, Tamar, Ulverston, Tasmania University and Mersey composite. Alison Kirkwood. Gina Anderson. Jane Hilliard. Sandra Wilson. Michael Wilson. Mark Bonham. Patrick Bird. David Fisher and coxswain Jane McGann. And in first place and gold medalists for 2023, Torrens Adelaide Phoenix Composite, Karen Farina, Gina Bell, Simone Ellis, Belinda Jankowiak, Rob Ellis, Nicholas McDonald, Alexander Sills, Kevin Tankard, and coxswain Jed Watson. Can you please put your hands together and congratulate the medalists in the Mixed Masters D8.
An exciting finish here to the Mixed Masters Class H, I and J here. Looks like the times difference, it really is the tortoise and the hare. So the crew from Tablelands on their side had at least a 17-second and a 32-second head start. It looks like the guys from the North Shore in lane 5 have managed to row them down, overcome the time difference. North Shore take the lead, just Tablelands, great effort there to keep the silver medal position within the grass. Drummoyne Composite in lane 6 just get pipped out into third position. On the far side, Riverside from South Australia just take fourth away from Manning River in lane 4. So great result there for North Shore, overcoming the 17-second time difference to take the win from Tablelands. By almost 4 seconds. North Shore first, Tablelands second, Drummoyne and Lake Macquarie Composite overcoming their 32-second disadvantage to finish third in that. Riverside fourth and Manning fifth.
And Nathan, we've got a short break, and then we're coming back with the Women's Champion of Champions single scull, and this is quite an event. So the winners, all the winners from the individual heavyweight single sculling age groups, running up in a one race. So we have a range of scullers from taking off on the starter's gun to 59 seconds for Katrina Davis, the C sculler will be in lane 3. But we'll call those scullers out as we get closer to the start. And this is a fantastic race and a great way to end off this program. Okay, we have on the starting blocks the Women's Champion of Champions single scull with in lane 3, Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis off 59 seconds. In lane 4, Melbourne Rowing Club, Tanya Nishibata off 54 seconds. In lane 5, Riverway, Jacqueline Dijon in 42 seconds. In lane 6, Nelson New Zealand Rowing Club, Maud O'Connell off 33 seconds. And off go in lane 7, the Phoenix Sculler, Carolyn Masserad.
We'll just draw our attention to the Mixed Masters Mixed Quad Division 1 medal ceremony. In third place, from Melbourne Rowing Club, Gary Tate, Christopher Barton, Arena Benjamin, and Val Dow. In silver medal place, from Goolwa Rowing Club, Jackie Woodhead. Brian Francis. Diana Tebneff. David England. And coached by Bob Russell. And the winners of the Mixed Masters Quad, Division H, is Moolumbar Composite, Moolumbar Manning River, Michael Mills, Gay Pullen, Gary Betts, and Dagmar Wemmering. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Mixed Masters H Quad, Moolumbar and Manning River Composite.
Moving right along and out on the course, we have the women's champion of champions single scull, and already some of the competitors are on their way, but the big handicaps still sitting on the start line. But Carolyn Massered from Phoenix Rowing Club, well underway, followed out by the Nelson Rowing Club. It's Maud O'Connell in lane 6 off 33 seconds. So they're getting away fairly quickly now. So in about very soon we'll have all the competitors underway, and it's certainly going to be a big chase. And if these handicaps are right, we should have a cracker of a finish on the line.
Yeah, it always seems a long way in front when you're facing a 59-second deficit from the first sculler. But these handicaps are kind of set by the National Rowing Associations, and they are pretty accurate. So, yeah, we hope, in theory, all 5 boats should cross the line almost together. As you see that great shot there from the umpire's launch, still looks like Caroline Massered from Phoenix is well ahead as they are coming up to the 500 meters mark. Still an awful lot for the trailing scullers to do. And coming through the 500 meters is still Caroline Massered with that lead. Yeah, she's colouring us as a lad. I've got a lead still from Maud O'Connell from Nelson Rowing of 15 and a half seconds or 14 and a half seconds, which is about halfway through her handicap, so it's all going to form. Then Tanya Nisabati is in third position, Jacqueline de Jong in fourth, and Katrina Davis in fifth.
Well, Nathan is certainly chewing into this these handicaps, but Carolyn Mussered out there from Phoenix out there still holding on to a handy lead going through the 500, but certainly the Melbourne sculler Tanya Nishabata is really winding it up now and really cutting into that handicap. Over there in lane one, Katrina Davis, the youngest sculler in the field, is just shading Tanya Nishabata in lane three at the moment, and certainly it's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be close, but at the moment looks as Tanya Nishabati from Melbourne Rowing Club has certainly eaten into that handicap. She was 54 seconds behind Caroline Mussered from the buzzer, but is eating into it every stroke and is dragging the sculler from Shoalhaven with her on her right.
Look, Tanya Nishabata certainly has all the momentum at the moment, and it looks to have just pulling into the lead as we come into that last 150 metres, and certainly stamping her authority on this race. But Katrina Davis over in lane three, really pushing hard. She's the younger sculler and trying to bridge that gap back to Tanya in lane five, and the sculler over here, the Phoenix sculler, and coming up through the middle, Jacqueline de Jong is also going for a big push coming down towards the lines, but it looks to be the Melbourne sculler Tanya Nishabata, who's untroubled, coming down to the line, bringing the rating down, and look, she is absolutely in control of this race now. The big race at the moment is for second place, and Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven looks like she'll hold out the sculler from Riverway, Jacqueline de Jong, followed by Phoenix and Nelson Rowing Club, and that's pretty much how those handicaps worked. It was a very, very close finish and a great win by the Melbourne sculler Tanya Nishabata in the Champion of Champion women's singles.
And before we call this final race of the day, we'll just turn our attention to the pontoon. It's the Mixed Masters Quad Division 2. In bronze medal position from Drummoyne and Lake Macquarie, we have Nerida Clinton, Bruce Sharp, Peter Armstrong, and Alex Warner. In silver medal position from Tablelands, Renate Wendell, Kathy Robson, David Morrell, and Robin Odell. And in gold medal position from the North Shore, Suzanne Walter, Jeff Wannon, Len Walter, and Suzanne Wannon. Please join me in celebrating the winners and gold medalists, North Shore Rowing Club.
And on the course we have the men's champion and champion, the final race of this regatta. And in lane two, Newcastle University, Odin McIntosh off 106 seconds. In lane three, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Juan Guimarães off 105 seconds. In lane four, Lindisfarne, Tom Wilcox off 102 seconds. In lane five, Melbourne Rowing Club's Rodney Stewart off 69 seconds. In lane six, the Murdoch University sculler Ken Price off 54 seconds. In lane seven, the Canberra Rowing Club sculler John Simpson off 22 seconds. And in lane eight, North Shore John James off go. And it's All scullers now are underway, and it's going to be a crack of a race to see who can overcome these significant handicaps, with 3 of the scullers over 100-second handicaps. But John James looks to go to the 500 metres mark with still holding a handy lead over the other scullers. But we'll have to wait for another 300 or 400 metres to see how that pans out. But certainly the scullers over in lanes 2, 3 and 4 are moving really quickly now, and the Melbourne sculler of Rodney Stewart also having pulled back the sculler inside of him with a slightly better handicap. So it is absolutely on here as they come down for the last 400 metres.
Yeah, a 59-year age gap between the youngest sculler and the oldest sculler here. John James, the ripe old age of 86. Versus Odin McIntosh, who's a youngster at 27. So I don't know many sports that can compete with such a wide age gap, but it's great to see. And they'll all be kind of rushing for the finish in the last 250 metres. At the moment, John James still got his nose out in front by some way from Canberra's John Simpson. Both scullers in lanes 8 and 7 on the near side of the lake. But the youngsters are coming.
They do look like they're a little bit back, Nathan, but of course they've pulled back something like 40 or 50 seconds already. So Odin McIntosh really got some movement happening over there on the southern bank. And those scullers in 2, 3 and 4, Leichhardt and Lindisfarne scullers are all in a line, but John James still holding onto this lead as he comes down towards the line, but Odin McIntosh is cutting into it. Every stroke, cutting probably half a length into every stroke he's taking, but he may run out of room, I think.
He's going to need it. John James did a great race here. Over his shoulder from Canberra, John Simpson, only 2 years younger than him, but John James done a great race here. Let's see how it goes. Sculler from Melbourne in the middle as well, Rodney Stewart. Has he done enough? John James, age 86, taking it home. Had 106-second head start, but he didn't even need the 106 seconds as he takes it for a North Shore rowing with clear water over Melbourne's Rodney Stewart, who is just drifting over the line, finished before he finished there. It's very close for third, and let's just see, that's got to be a photo between Canberra's John Simpson and in the far, on the other side, I think that was Newcastle University's Odin McIntosh. A great race there. Provisional results there. So, John James of the North Shore takes it in a time of 5 minutes 17 seconds. Melbourne's Rod Stewart takes silver medal position, 0.63 seconds behind. And then they've given it to Newcastle University's Odin McIntosh for bronze medal there, just pipping out Canberra's, changing all the time. Maybe it is Canberra's John Simpson being given the third place. Odin McIntosh just back in fourth, 0.15 seconds behind. Lindisfarne's sculler from Tasmania, Tom Wilcox, in fifth. And Leichhardt and Murdoch University in sixth and seventh, respectively. What a great race that was. Excellent race.
Isn't that a great way to finish off racing for this 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships?
So the official results of that of the final race of the day, the men's champion of champions. In first place from the North Shore, the mighty John James In second place from Melbourne was Rod Stewart. In third place from Canberra was John Simpson. Please come to the medal podium, gentlemen, for your medals.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Women's Champion of Champions single scull. And in third position and bronze medalist, Jacqueline De Jong, Riverway Rowing Club. And in second position from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Katrina Davis. And in first position and gold medalist and champion of champions from Melbourne Rowing Club, Tanya Nishibata. Please join in congratulating the medalists in the Women's Champion of Champions sculling.